My name is Bintu Salihu Garba, IGB. From secondary school, I moved on to Kano Polytechnic. That's where I started painting. And I'm happy I was the first female to start painting the Kano State. When I was a child, I used to draw. By then, I didn't know what painting was. I guess you understand what I mean. Then my uncle, then Aledidia, late, he now took us to London. That's where I saw paintings of master's paintings, very beautiful ones at the National Gallery of Art in England. So from there on, I just love painting and I pick up interest from there. But I noticed after every painting, a painter will now inscribe his name at the bottom of the painting. That was what inspired me. I said, oh, I would love to paint and then inscribe my name on that. From there on, I just pick up drawing and then I continue drawing. From there, it just leads to painting. Honestly, if you say dominated by men, possibly it is only here in Kano that painting is dominated by men. Other places, women do painting. If you say challenges, well, there are quite a lot of challenges, but I was able to go through it because the men I'm working with then, they were also helping me to see that as a female, they kept encouraging me, even the lecturers, they encouraged me to paint. So I now pick up painting and I continue doing it, and I truly, really worked hard to get where I am today. I started teaching drawing. I got employed into Kano State Senior Service Management Board, that is secondary school. So I continue drawing, painting, and then teaching at the same time, and then making money from there because it's a job. It is what I do. You understand? It's what I do. I teach painting. I paint. People tend to commission me for some paintings. Some of them I even say flowers, some fruits, some vegetables, etc. I just continue doing it, and that's how I tend to make it as a business. As I've earlier mentioned, I told you I've been teaching for past decade now. You understand? So I guess I am passing this knowledge down. Now that I've come to this age, I'm in my studio, I allow teenagers to come. I teach them painting free of charge. Some of them, all they do is to buy the materials themselves. And then I do teach them, I do coach them, because you don't teach painting, you coach. It is some talent, like person has talent and then you now coach him, you develop his skill, you understand? So that is what I do now. I get teenagers and even adults. Some of them are even interested. They do come to my studio and ask me, "Pa, I would like to paint." I would like, fine and good, since it is what I've been doing for over 30 years now. So I now find it easier to even teach anyone that is even interested in painting. For over 30 years. I cannot tell precisely how many. Like I told you, it is school. I teach in school and I take many classes, you understand? And I've taught in so many schools now in Kano, so many schools. And all of these schools, no class is less than 45 students that I taught. For the past 30 years, that is what I have been doing. So how many I teach now, I cannot tell. But I know I have taught a lot of people painting. The outcome of it now, I can see people are developing interest in painting. And alhamdulillah, they see female in it. People are now coming out to appreciate painting. Like I forgot to mention to you that we have this Society of Nigerian Artists. We are shouting out to people, getting people, reaching to them, so that they will now understand painting, and that it is not only drawing, it is a way of life, because some people don't even know that painting is a profession. They don't know it. So now myself and members of the society, we are reaching out to people to get them to understand painting and drawing as well. Over the years, my painting, I delve mostly in culture. Any environment I find myself, I now tend to go into I see the culture, the kind of people that are there, like I now work with what they have there. My painting is mostly culture and educative as well. Anytime we hold an art exhibition, I do sell painting. And besides, when I was in school, visitors used to come and buy my paintings. That is why I lost count of my painting. Then I didn't know I should be counting them. As I'm working, people tend to come in and appreciate the work. By the time I'm working, they will tell me, okay, if you are through with this, I'm going to buy it. Some, by then, I even used to give it free of charge. I didn't know it is something that I should be counting or something I should keep as a sign. But much later now, I come to realize that every piece of my painting is like a child to me. So from there, then, I've started counting them. But the previous one I did, I cannot precisely tell their numbers. Now people are buying art and decorating their houses, and even places of interest now. And if you go around Kano, you will see that there are places that are decorated with paintings. You understand? So that is how we are reaching out to people. Even the government now, they do commission artists to come and do paintings in strategic places like recreation centers. Even in hospital, we even have paintings in hospitals where we educate people, you understand, on say a kind of disease. Like now we have this COVID-19 around, you need to see the kind of illustration painters are doing to make it easier for people to understand what they should do and what not should do. Start of COVID-19, honestly, I've been able to make 1 or 2 paintings to illustrate COVID-19 here in Kano using the kind of materials I have around me. For instance, now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can, yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now. I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But we would like government to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do. Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists, to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them. Instead of them going outside getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release funds for agriculture, they release funds for education, they should release funds for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing there, you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we're doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, you know, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. You are a client, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and I'll sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color, you use, or acrylic color. You have so many medium.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okoche Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed, essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy, very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and this will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this change, because this is not all about... we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this change.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate-impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at...
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal. How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places, the Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360,
Hello and welcome back to the newsroom. I am Victoria Konde and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory FCT, Nyesom Wike, on Friday, for the first time, expressed his displeasure over President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State, but acknowledged that the decision was necessary given the ongoing political crisis. Speaking during a live media chat aired on national television, Wike, the immediate past governor of Rivers State, said he wanted the outright removal of Fubara. According to him, Fubara had lost control and that all institutions in the state would have collapsed without the president's intervention. Now, Senate President Godswill Akpabio has declared support for Governor Umo Eno's second-term ambition ahead of the 2027 governorship election in Akwa Ibom State. Speaking at Ikot Ekpene Township Stadium on Thursday during the town hall meeting for Ikot Ekpene Federal Constituency organized by Umo Eno, Akpabio said the entire All Progressives Congress party would also support Eno to achieve a second-term plan. Akpabio, who was represented by his wife Ekaite Akpabio, described Eno as a God-sent leader who has changed the narrative of governance in Akwa Ibom and assured him of the support of the APC to continue in office beyond 2027. Now moving to health, the United Nations Children's Fund UNICEF, through its Kano Zonal Office, has rallied media support to eliminate polio virus attacks in Katsina State. The UNICEF rally was convened through a strategic media dialogue session which brought together media practitioners from across the region to galvanize support for the upcoming national polio immunization round slated for April 24 to 30. Head of Nutrition and Acting Chief of UNICEF's Kano Field Office, Karan Singh, at the event emphasized that routine immunization remains the backbone of polio eradication efforts. Now, as part of efforts to ensure each free Easter celebration, the Federal Road Safety Corps' Lagos Sector Command has deployed officers, men and operational vehicles across the state, including 2 newly donated patrol vehicles from the Lagos State Government through the Lagos State Security Trust Fund. This was disclosed by the Sector Commander, Corps Commander Kehinde Hamzat, during a media briefing held at Ibadan Expressway corridor of a issued on Friday by the Sector Public Education Officer Elizabeth Jayola. The Sector Commander emphasized the Corps' readiness to ensure safety for all road users during the 2025 Easter festivities. And in the world of business, the Managing Director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation, Kayode Okpeyefa, has said the Enugu-Port Harcourt Railway project is already receiving attention as one of the top priority projects of the Nigerian government. While assuring that the project had been getting a fair share of the national budget, the MD commended Governor Peter Omba of Enugu State for his transformational initiative, saying the governor's investment in infrastructure was already rubbing off on the people's standard of living. On the global scene, Niger beefed up its troops' presence on the border with neighboring Burkina Faso to counter a perceived terror threat liable to force local people from their homes. A security source told journalists, ruled by a military junta since July 2023, Niger is battling heightened insecurity amid repeated attacks by armed groups, several affiliated to Al-Qaeda or Islamic State. Finally, on sports, Liverpool captain Virgil van Dijk has signed a new 2-year contract with the club, ending months of fevered speculation over his future just a week after Mohamed Salah extended his stay. The announcement comes with Liverpool potentially just days away from winning the Premier League title in Arne's first season in charge. Those are the major stories from our newsroom at this moment. We'll keep you updated at 6 p.m.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Hello people and welcome to another electrifying episode. TV360 is back with more exciting content than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing the latest in the world of entertainment, movies, fashion, food, culture, anything you can think of, I got you covered. So now before we go into what we have today, let's take the latest news in the world of entertainment. First on the list, we have the grand finale of Priscilla Ojo and Jumak's wedding. Is like the official countdown to their wedding, their Nigerian wedding. And if you've been following their love story so far, you've noticed like they've been posting back to back. They've had their Nikah wedding, they've had their civil wedding, and now they're about to have their major wedding. That was like the grand finale of like everything. And 2 months ago, the couple actually sealed their wedding in a beautiful Nikah ceremony and an intimate civil wedding. Now the grand finale wedding is coming on the 17th of April, and like everyone is just into it. It's like they're giving us back to back, because I think she has like 5 pre-wedding outfit looks, and trust me, I've not able to see what today has itself, but like we've been seeing interesting, beautiful costumes and outfits from this couple, and like I can't personally wait. Like I'm really happy for Priscilla Ojo, and I'm happy for her husband. I wish them all the best. So next on the list we have Davido. Davido has finally announced his white wedding date with Choma. So the Nigerian superstar Davido has officially revealed his plans for his white wedding with his wife Choma, and is set to hold in Miami in this August. Remember last year, like we had like another lavish wedding of like their traditional wedding. Like it was like a holiday in Nigeria. It was really amazing. So speaking during an interview on the Breakfast Club, Davido compared Nigerian wedding customs to those in the United States, noting how family dynamics have officially played like a significant role in the African unions. And the singer, who previously held his lavish traditional wedding in Nigeria, shared their updates while reflecting on the cultural differences and the intense public attention surrounding their relationship. So I'm really happy, and I can't wait for another holiday again in Nigeria, because in Davido, our Davido is getting married. So last on the list we have the Billboard names Nicki Minaj the greatest female rapper of all time. And trust me, I've been like a Nicki Minaj fan like since I was a child, and I've literally gone through all her music and everything. She's the best. For me, she's the best. So the Billboard has released its staff list of the 25 greatest female rappers of all time, which had featured iconic female MCs across the 4 decades of American hip-hop. Despite breaking into the mainstream barely 1 year ago, we have another Grammy winner, that's Dioche, which made it to the 24th position on the list. I'm really happy for her. Like she just came into the world of music and she's already doing well. I also have Grammy winner, that's Cardi B, ranked the top I think 11 on the list, and that's just it. And I'm just happy that female rappers are actually doing so well in the industry. Like, go women, we got it. Anywhere, anyhow, we are there. So that's it for the entertainment news. So today we'll be diving into the world of music and entertainment industry. So sit back and relax. Let's explore the magic in the silver screen together. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back, guys. So here with me in the studio is Wavy Vibes. He's a hype man, MC, and event planner with 5 years in the entertainment industry. He has acquired the wealth of experience over the years working with leisure entertainment juggernauts such as Sound City, Landmark Africa, and many more. With an educational background in the business administration from Lagos State Polytechnic. Wavy Vibes' career so far in the entertainment industry has been one driven by resilience, passion, and the desire to give people premium quality experience in the entertainment field. Wavy Vibes currently champions a new generation of hype entertainment through brands Wavy Vibes Creation and Wavy House. Here with me in the studio is Wavy Vibes. Hello. Hi. Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm really happy to meet you finally.
Yeah, same here too.
Okay.
Really happy to be here too.
Yeah. How's everything been?
Yeah, it's been great.
The hustle.
Great. Yeah.
It's good. Okay. Yeah. So now let's talk about what I know. Like you do 3 different things. You're an event planner, MC, and hype man. So let's talk about you hyping. How did you come about it? And was it a planned thing or is something like you just got into?
For the hype, I feel like it's just something natural that came.
Okay.
So I feel it's just something that was being gifted by my natural talent.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's very comfortable doing that.
Oh, okay. So how did you get into hyping? Like you just, or let's just say, when did you discover you can actually get into this particular field?
I would say like 2 or 3 years
ago. Yeah. Okay, yeah, like because I know then it wasn't like a thing, but now it is.
Yeah. So let me just say like some little story about that. Like,
okay, just tell us.
Yeah, I have a few of my friends. His name is Toby Onobajo.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are very close. We love partying when we're in school and all that. So then I was like, bro, man, I like this music and hype stuff when we used to be in university and all that. I said, it's something we can also try and let's see how we can start doing something like this. So there was a day that when he told me that, there was a party coming up.
Okay.
His family, they are throwing up a party in December, which is called Recall 27.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was when I started up this hyping stuff. Like, then I was like, okay, let me try this. Then immediately I fall into the occasion and the events. I was like, okay, let's do this.
Okay.
It was awesome. I had everybody screaming like, wow.
Oh, nice.
It was a great experience though. It was a great experience.
Okay, now that's like bringing me to like my next question. Like your first experience, how was it like? Good? Were you nervous? Were you scared? Did you not believe in yourself like you could do this and all like that? Just tell me about it.
Yeah, not really. I won't say I'm pressured or something because I feel it's just being natural.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's bring by the Most High. Yeah, so I feel very comfortable with that.
Doing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So, what inspired you?
Yeah, I'll say what inspired me is just being natural. Like it's just me. It's part of me. And I will still say a big shout out to my mentor, people I look forward to, like Shaya Banks and Active Boy of Lagos.
Yeah, we all know them.
Yeah.
So like there's no, do you have like a particular style in your hyping and everything?
Yeah, I do. I do have I would say Afro hype.
Okay.
That's what I do.
Oh,
yeah,
that's good.
Afro hype.
Okay, so now what's the craziest event or party you've ever been to, and like how was your performance like?
Yeah, I keep it 100.
Oh, the energy is top.
Yeah,
top
unlimited.
Okay.
It's all zero gravity.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I love that.
Yeah, because it's always a vibe whenever I come on stage.
Okay, that's good. So now we know like Lagos nightlife is wild, and how do you keep up the energy all night? We know like in this Lagos there's literally like party every night. We have Monday parties, we have Tuesdays, every time of the day. So like how do you keep up the life and moving maybe from one place to another, like the hustle and all?
Yeah, I won't say it's difficult for me because I have the whole team around me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
so you have like a team.
Yeah, shout out to Vibes House, shout out to Cash Goody, YM, Kiba.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
so
good.
those are my guys. So they always get me home like, Wavy, let's go, let's do it, let's get active. Yeah,
I love that. I love that. So do you have like a signature hype like line or something like, you know, like a signature word? For example, we know if we hear something like a slang of Davido, we know that, oh, that's Davido. We know like there's a slang of Verma. We know like each or one of them have like a particular signature style or line. Do you have like one?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay.
Definitely.
What's that?
I have so many.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So let me just give you this. Like people knows me like Active and Akara Senior Burger. Big shout out to Jax, Jagu.
Okay.
We are live. We are live. Yeah, we are live.
That's good. That's good. So are there any major artists or DJs you've worked with, and what has your experience been with them?
Yeah, it has been good. And I love working with DJs that understand my tempo, my kind of vibe, the kind of music which I flow with, because yeah, I love Afro house music.
And the tempo is very important.
Yeah, I also love Afrobeat and I'm a piano.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a piano.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
So is that the most remarkable day like of your life? The day you came on stage and maybe you were doing your job and like everyone was just hailing you, like any most important day that you can never forget? Would you like to share your experience with us?
Okay, yeah.
What event
like
was
so
that?
many. Is that?
What event was that?
Oh, it was sorry, that was LOL.
Okay.
That was Laugh Out Loud. It's like I had the opportunity to meet artists like Ara Star.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, so it was we are both on the same room, whereby we were gisting, talking about music and hype and all that. So it was great sharing the same room with her. So it was fun. I love Arasta, so I'm a fan of Arasta.
Okay, that's good. So is that the DJ you look forward to with, like working with?
Yeah, for the DJ I really want to work with. Yeah, there's so many.
Okay, just tell us like few.
I'll say like DJ Tunes.
Okay,
yeah, and DJ Dimple.
Okay.
And, DJ Deeps of Sound City and DJ Monty K. Yeah, those are my DJs. I love the vibe. Anytime I'm outside, I love listening to the tracks, the mix and all that.
That's nice. Okay, so can you tell me? I know like everything has been. We won't say we've not had challenges so far. So like, can you just share like one of your experience, like your biggest challenge so far in the hyping thing in Nigeria or in Lagos? I would say.
Okay, my biggest challenge is whenever I'm actually on an activation is like, there was one event I went to when I was hyping, I was doing my thing along the road, like I can't even hear my voice anymore.
Oh, like the mic went off?
The mic went off. I was like, what's going on?
Okay.
What's up, the sound engineer? Can you please fix this up? Yeah. But eventually, do you know what I just did? I had to, okay, fuck this mic. I had to go with my normal vocals.
How was it?
I was just doing it because I love what I'm doing.
Okay.
So
the crowd followed.
Everybody was like, yeah, I was dancing along that vibe at that moment, because everybody was like, oh, this guy is good. This guy, I love your energy. You'll be going out for like 5 hours plus. Like, what do you take? I said, no, this is just me. This is me naturally, yeah.
Oh, that's good, because I know like this, and you need like a lot of energy to keep up with the vibes and everything, and bring everybody to your level. That's another thing, because you may be in a party and you're not just feeling anything and all. So let's just say, have you ever had like a moment or in the stage like the crowd did not just feel your energy, or maybe you were trying to do what you know how to do best, but they were not just feeling you? Was there like a point in your life like you had something like that?
I don't think so. Like
it has been rosy for you,
and it has been great. Like it has been fun on stage. Anytime I get to the stage, I know Wavy Vibes. Wavy Vibes is active. Whenever Wavy Vibes is active, everybody wants to get active.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always like 100 and 100.
Oh.
Yeah.
So like, how will you describe your relationship with your crowd and like your fans and everything? Has it always been good, 100 and all? You've never had like a dull moment?
Yeah, because I understand the business. You need to get close to your audience.
Yeah, that's another thing.
You need to put them on.
Exactly.
Let them be on the same velocity with you.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's a vibe already, and this is wavy vibes.
Okay, so you have to do what you know how to do best.
Yeah.
That's good. So let's just talk about some. Have you ever lost your voice, like, at any point?
Yeah.
Maybe at the point you were screaming, I'm like, hey, I'm not here myself.
Yeah, that's way that
you
happens.
want to share your experience?
Yeah, that happens like almost like every gigs on like that. But I do manage it because I have my people
around here
that are in charge of taking care of me. Cause I have Loba. She always wants to like, what's up? Please go and get your water, get your green teas and all that. Okay. So you should just take care of your stuff. Like, yes, because you have another gig because you need this money. Let's get this booking coming.
Okay. Yeah. So is there any like major misconceptions about hype men that you know?
Yeah, because I feel like people used to feel like hype men were just rouse people back then, but now you can see the movement, you can see the culture now. You see the likes of Axie Boy, Shopsy Doo, Mates is a banker, so also doing hype, you understand? So they really inspire me a lot. We can do this, we can spread this this culture out of this Africa. Do you get? So it's a movement.
Yeah, yes. I really like it. I really like it because I know like you guys literally just bring vibes to parties instead of like normal music just playing and playing and playing. So people are like, no hype man, like the party is not going well. And I know that now it's like a thing because there's this upcoming girl I know, Ivana, that has actually been doing hyping from TikTok and everything. So I just got to know about it and I never knew like it's that stressful, but I understand you and I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just go on a quick break. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Stay with us. So guys, we'll go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. Welcome back, guys. We still have wavy vibes in the studio. So now let's talk about events and everything you've organized so far, and how has it been like emceeing and event planning. I know event planners you guys try a lot, so like just tell me about your experience and you doing the MC work and everything with it.
Yeah, for my experiences, like I would just say I want to give shout out to my team.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be doing so well for me because I know it's not easy.
Yeah,
we have to put in this work. Yeah, because doing this is just something I really love doing. Since when I was in school, I've been doing this for like more than 5 years, which we said but like my guys are just been putting me out like, Wave, you need to do this. Let's get this, going to different events, see how they do their things and all that. So we'll put that into our own work as well too, because they are all inspiration as well too, because if you didn't go out for activations and you won't get that insight about how you want to go about your own business and all that, because people have to put you on as well too.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to give shout out to my guys, my team, my mom, my sisters, because they'll be my supporters, and also to my own personal PA, Loba. She has been doing so well for me too.
That's good. So now we know you like from your background bio and everything. I could see that you studied business administration and school. So like, was it like a point you you wanted to do hyping and you're like, oh no, don't do it, or maybe you had like discouragement from family, or not maybe people supporting you in this field? Have you ever had like issues with that?
Yeah.
So how did you pull through?
Yeah, because life is all about challenges.
Okay.
Yeah, because I understand that. Even sometimes you might just talk to your friend like, okay, this is my idea, this is what I want to put on, like this is what I want to get doing and all that. So like they will tell you, bro, don't you feel like this finance thing, you understand? And with the economy thing, Emilocon and all those things.
Yeah.
But Baba is active, but
yeah.
What we need to do this thing. We can't wait, you understand? Because Jesus is active, that's what I would just say.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think you get more recognition in the society or in the entertainment industry? Like, do you think hype men, you guys actually have like more recognition in the entertainment segment or industry? Do you think you guys have more visibility in it?
Yeah, I would say at the moment you can see for yourself. You can see Active Boy, Shea Banks holding it out, both in the country and then in the other side, like in UK, America, you understand? And imagine seeing Shea Banks holding it out at O2 Arena, seeing Spesh for Davido, seeing them in O2 Arena doing that stuff. No, it's something we should celebrate as well too, because I know definitely I'm going to get there too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's something that you feel we should take note of more.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Because I feel it's like a new segment that just came. Like no one really knows about hype men, but now you guys actually have major energy and like the vibes you guys bring to parties. And also, do you think it's something that we should actually make more global now?
Oh yes, definitely, because hype is the party, hype is the vibe.
Sure.
So you guys just keep on supporting us. Afro tech, Afro hype, there's different genres of hype to get. So we are into this. We are not stopping.
Okay, I like the energy.
We're not stopping.
Okay, have there been like situations where you have to like pull crowd, or maybe your fans to come to like an event just for you and everything? Like maybe trying to just pull crowd when you have events to host?
Yeah, anytime I want to hold an event, I just need to just put my graphics out.
Okay.
Because Wave is active.
So anywhere Wavy is, everyone wants to like turn off.
Yeah, definitely, because it's always a vibe. Yeah, it's always a vibe.
All right. So in the process of hustling and everything, like you said, have there been like any moments that you're most proud of, that you're really, really happy you've gotten to this part, or what year or like event you attended, or one or two things that you've actually said, okay, I'm proud of Wavy?
Yeah, I won't say that much. Like I have a couple of events which I've really performed, like Obi's House, Amapiano Districts, Element House. There's a lot, but I feel like there's more to do. There's more to do, because it's like a stepping stone as well too. Because I feel if I start talking about what I've done, there are so many catalog. Yeah, because I feel like there's more to do. Because we need to achieve more. We don't stop.
That's good. So now, will you just walk us through your experience? Let's just say you prepping for like an event. Are there like any routine you like to share? Like check yourself, your voice and everything, or any new lines you have to even learn before you get on stage?
Yeah.
Like what?
Like yeah, guys. My event is coming, which is called Vibes House.
Okay, so like the prepping processes.
So really, it's more of like an house kind of vibe, whereby people come. It's like your own party.
Okay.
You get come. You can be the hype. You understand? You can be the artist. You can be the DJ. You understand? So that's why we call it Vibes House.
Okay.
So it's more of like come do your thing. You know, everybody likes coming to where you get the freedom to do whatever you like. You understand? So Vibes House is here to stay.
That's good. So is there any worst experience you've had apart from the one you shared before?
Yeah, I feel like I don't really get pressured about
what you do.
Yes, yeah, I don't really get pressured. Yes.
All right. Okay. Can you do like a freestyle for us? Just maybe 1 minute freestyle.
Okay. Sure, definitely.
Yeah. Let's go.
Ready. Active. You already know. It's your boy Wavy Vibes. We outside at the TV360. Who be that girl with it from? Come on now. Who be that girl to big backside? Who be that girl with it from? Come on now. Who be that girl to big backside? I'm a piano, 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 piano. I'm happy, oh, I'm happy, I know. Say, I'm happy, oh, I'm happy, I know. Yeah, say, activate, jubilate, activate, jubilate, activate, jubilate. You better get active. Say, you better get active. We are outside at 360 TV. Keep it locked with us so we are live. Stay positive. You already know.
I like the fact like it's just freestyle and natural going. So let's go on the last quick break. We'll be right back. Hey guys, let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So Wavy Vibes, before we end the show, let's just do like in and out. Let's just say 10 questions for 60 seconds. Just garbage in, garbage out. I'll just ask you a few questions and just respond. Okay? So let's just say your favorite celebrity couple.
My favorite celebrity couples, I'll say Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Oh, good. So most outstanding day of your life.
Standing there of my life when I was performing at Landmark.
Oh.
For karaoke.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. That's good. So football or basketball?
Football day.
Okay. So your favorite relaxation spot where you like to chill and relax?
I'll say Obi's house.
I like that because I've heard so much about it, so I'm not even surprised. So let's just say movies or novels. Which one would you prefer?
I prefer movies.
All right. Favorite city?
City, I'll say Benin City.
Are you from Benin City?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So favorite indoor sport?
Indoor sport, I have a clubhouse.
Good. Favorite food?
Amala.
You didn't even give us something very sophisticated that we can say, you're to go any day. Okay, that's good. So if you were going to take off one thing on your bucket list, what would it be?
What would that be? My bucket list? I don't want to be Lagosiano.
At all. Why? You are stressing in this city.
Very stressful to be here right now, Seth.
It was a lot of stress, I know.
And all that, but I had to be here because you need to take your business serious.
That's good. So let's just say if you were given $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment without anybody, just food and internet, will you take it? For 6 months.
For 6 months?
Yeah, 6 months.
I'm active for that.
Should we make it a year?
Man, I'm active.
2 years on course.
What else do I need people for? When I have the money, I have the relaxation, I have the comfort.
Hype, exactly.
I'm going to create my own happiness.
That's good. That's good. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Yeah,
and we look forward to seeing you on stages, big performances, and other places, actually.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have me too.
Anything other thing you want to say to the guests?
Yeah, I want to tell you guys, Vibes House is coming. I want to see you there 19th April this same month, this same year.
All right.
So big shout out to my guys, my team, to Cash Kuri, to YM, to Kiba, to Stan Shoes. Man, we are live, we are active. Still stay positive, man. Akara Senior Boga. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So it's been nice having you on the show.
Yeah, same here too.
Okay, all right. So guys, that's all we can take on this episode. Thank you so much for staying with us. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayetoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayetoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shenkor Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing sea encroachment coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have been expressing the Sea Church.
I'm shooting.
That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed. Economic-wise has been collapsed. Health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life and religious life has been collapsed totally. Because Ayeto community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayeto. Over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayeto community is known to be a self-developed community on its own without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore is destroying our land, up till now we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní ilé, ohun ẹrù wa. Ìmí gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys. Trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female, so that they can dry their fishes, because the Atlantic breeze is coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women, so that their kitchen can be downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu you have the information house, or the glass house as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's some months already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people come in just like you came now. All the information about your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back, so it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, then too, all of them are gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, we have the church building. The church street and the church building is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very important. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojayi. Then after Olowojayi, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a shoemaking
industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. So we have after Olowojayi, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omogbenwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatening. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated, and it has been eroded.
Just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where the female side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So the Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
and this broad street is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn chọ́ọ̀chì wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land will gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayeto community. That the only challenges that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the Community Technical College. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris, has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now, that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plants. It has been affected, greatly affected by those sea surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into institution. We don't want that because Ayeto community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine. Because when Ayeto was having a technical school, the Ayeto community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayeto community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those big boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within the space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue, so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ̀ọ́ kàn má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè church, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 7 years, about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول يتذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخد قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Simisola Adigun. There's widespread condemnation for the brutal killing of 16 hunters from Kano State by a vigilante group at Uromi, Edo State. According to reports, the 16 hunters were among 25 travelers on their way to Kano State for the Eid-el-Fitr celebrations who were intercepted by the vigilante on the suspicion that they were kidnappers and were lynched to death. Governor Monday Okwebolo of Edo State has now pledged that swift justice will be served for the 16 slain hunters. Okwebolo made the pledge when he paid a condolence visit to the bereaved families at Torankawa in Kano State in company of Governor Abba Yusuf. While expressing deep sorrow over the tragic incident, Okwebolo said the government will not relent until justice is served, adding that 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. Currently, police, military and plainclothes security agents have taken over strategic junctions in Uromi to stave off reprisals. Joining me to discuss more on this is a former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, Mr. Dennis Amakri. Thank you very much for coming on the program. Now, judging from what has played out ever since, what do you make of this unfortunate incident? I mean, vigilante groups are not new in Nigerian communities, and they've no doubt been helpful over the years.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. You see, we have to look at the root causes, because these things will continue happening. You know, it will not be the last time, and if we don't look at the root causes and take care of those root causes, then they will continue happening. Now, what do I mean? We've had these killings all over the place. You know, we have these killings, and it is because of these killings that you have vigilante groups, even like Amotekun. You know, and these groups have been you know, taking care of some of the bushes, the forests, the ungoverned spaces that we have. But we have to regulate it properly. You know, regulate it in the sense that these vigilante groups should be reporting to a formal law enforcement agency. You know, they cannot operate on their own. And when they start operating on their own, then of course they go descend all the way down to jungle justice and other kinds of things that are happening. So I think there is work to be done about this particular issue.
Now, the government has repeatedly called on local vigilante groups and hunters to step in to fill security gaps in the fight against bandits and terrorists in Nigeria. However, the Edo State governor described these vigilante groups as illegal. Now, what makes a vigilante group legal, and how should, well, you've mentioned that they should reports to higher authority. But then what's the process like in seeing that these vigilante groups are legal?
Well, I'm so surprised about for the governor, because this is not the first time, this is not the right time for him to come and say that that vigilante group is illegal or this one is legal. Vigilante groups have been existing for long. And you know, if you think very seriously about it, vigilante groups were formed basically to protect the communities, because we've had history of herdsmen going and killing in the bush. And the best thing is that, you know, these communities should start to, you know, take care of themselves, you know, and it has continued like that. And of course, this self-help program has been, you know, giving birth to different kinds of vigilante groups. Like you hear of the Amotekun and all the rest of in the western states and everywhere. Most states have their own vigilante groups that they use. Now, which one is legal and which one is not legal, I don't know. But they should have even legalized, or should I say register them before anything like this come to happen. But if you don't, until when something like this happens, then you come and say they are illegal or not illegal, I think it's just begging the question. Because the root causes, like I said, is for the people to protect themselves, and there has been a lot of killings. And I don't know whether those killings have been fully addressed.
Now, this incident brings to mind similar ones where people have taken the law into their own hands and commit these condemnable acts of jungle justice. We understand that activities of kidnappers in the area might have triggered the action, like, you know, it has been told in times past. How significant is this particular incident in highlighting the dangers of mob actions or jungle justice, as the case may be, in Nigeria?
Well, you know that people have been pushed to the corner, whereby they are really, really worried about their own security. And of course, for people to now come back and say, hey, let us get a vigilante group, you know. And these vigilantes are actually working. They don't, you know, they stay up at night. They go into the bushes and, you know, they come across some of these people. This is not the first time vigilantes have been arresting, you know, people marauding in the forest and stuff like that. And of course, you find out that a lot of killings, especially around Uromi area, you know, a lot of killings are taking place. And that's why I think the governor himself should go back and look at it, talk to the security agencies and find out, you know, what has happened about those killings that happened in Uromi before, you know, because they've been doing these killings and people are just crying. And I'm surprised that this time everybody is taking it so seriously. This is what should have happened all the time when people are being killed. So I think we regulate the process, the procedures or the processes of these people. Let them not descend to jungle justice, because some people are so angry, losing their family members, and they feel that, look, this is the right time to, there's no need to go and call police or anything like that. Let's just finish it up. But that's not how it should be.
Right. Now, response mechanisms in the country have also always been a matter of concern. The response of the police in matters like this, for details provided, there was enough time for the police to storm the scene and control or prevent further harm, but nothing of such happened.
Well, that is, you know, the problem with the police. Because for a place like Uromi, there's a DPO. That's a DPO. How can he say that something like, and that's why I'm saying that there's a disconnect between the vigilante groups and the police. Because if there's a connection or a reporting line, when they find these people, arrest them, and they've even discovered arms and ammunition with them, the next person to call is the DPO. And the DPO will quickly send his men down there, and then, of course, remove all these people for better interrogation on what they are doing, where they are going, why they are carrying those kind of arms. But there is nothing like that. And apparently I can tell you that maybe the people don't even trust that distrust between the community people and the police must have caused a situation whereby they'll say, don't even think about him. Let's do what we have to do, and they went ahead and do this. So I think the police should start taking charge of their area and make sure that these kind of things don't happen.
All right. Mr. Makri, we'll continue this conversation after this break. Do stay with us. The program will continue shortly.
Hello, Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello, Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I'll just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we are in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. We're still discussing the killing of 16 hunters in Uromi, Edo State. And my guest is still the former assistant director at the DSS, Dennis Amakri. Thank you very much, sir, for staying with us. Now, so far, Governor Kwebolo of Edo State has suspended the head of the Edo State Security Corps. But then, do state governments have the capacity to handle these various security groups and security initiatives as well, so that their duties are defined?
For state police, and when the state police comes, the state governors are supposed to be the ones that are going to supervise the operations of these state police. And I think that, in fact, all these vigilantes popping up in different places, because everybody was thinking that, yes, we really need security down at the grassroots level. And this is the chance for them to even practice on how they will be dealing with the state police. And in fact, state police are not supposed to be one for political to fight your political enemies. It is meant for the security of the communities. So the governors are well placed to take care and, follow the procedures, or even write down or gazette all the procedures that they are supposed to follow. The police is supposed to cooperate with the governor in doing this, so that these vigilantes are properly managed. So, yes, the governor he has the capacity to do this.
Right. So let's discuss the issue of arms possession, which is one of the factors that sealed the fate of these hunters. With the current state of the nation, only uniformed officials can legally possess weapons, and, they're let go. And what should the government do in this case? Hunters cannot be found without their Dane guns, but then what can be done to prevent this kind of incidents from happening?
Well, the thing is this. Vigilante groups popped up all over the country because of the threat of herdsmen and all kinds of bandits, who are operating in the ungoverned spaces of the country. And of course, when they are going to help, they have to carry some form of arms. Yes, some of them are supposed to be hunters and carrying Dane guns, which they use in their hunting, not to fight the bandits. Now, if that is the situation, then they should have a very strong link with the police, where, as hunters, if they observe that there are some kind of movement, of some people, unknown people, then they could be the eyes and ears, and, also report down to the police and tell them, look, this is what we have seen. They are not supposed to engage, okay? They are not supposed to engage. So if they are supposed to engage, as most of them are now doing, then the form of arms that they are going to carry is supposed to improve. Because you cannot be fighting a bandit with AK-47s while you are carrying Dane guns. It's not done, It's like carrying a knife to a gunfight. So we will expect that when these things are, being formalized, then you should go ahead and register them. And if you register them, then you should also provide arms for them. So that you know the control of what is happening before they can really possess those arms and ammunition.
There's now fear of a reprisal. Matter of fact, there's a video circulating online where a young man from the north has threatened that if the issue is not properly handled by the government, they will take revenge on southerners in the northern states. What should the government do to avert looming disaster?
Well, I think that's a good job for the Minister of Information and Public Orientation to do. Because like I told you, there are fundamental, root causes. And you will see that this particular incident in Uromi has brought out other things like religious intolerance, ethnicity, where people don't, these are root causes. These are things that they have in them that, they've not been able to express openly. And when things like this happen, then they start talking. I saw that video, where the guy was talking about killing of Southerners because they are Muslims, and anybody who insult their leader is supposed to be killed and stuff like that. I think that we should be past that kind of rhetorics. And we should be able to, adjust people's mind to change that kind of narrative. Because if we allow these things to fester, like I said, many Christians were killed in the north. Nothing really happened. And then, of course, when there is a killing in the south, then you see a lot of people coming out, and then even the governor of Kano State was really talking tough the other day. But, the root causes have to be addressed. It is not what we are just seeing. Those ones are symptoms. The root causes of ethnicity, the root causes of religious intolerance have to be looked into properly to avoid this kind of situation in future.
Finally, the Edo State government says, or governor now says 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. That's 14 people arrested in connection to the crime. What protective measures should be adopted, and what steps can be taken to ensure improved working relations between the government and local security outfits? I know you mentioned certain steps, but now in terms of enhancing intelligence gathering and response strategies against criminal elements in the country.
Oh, well, the governor has taken some steps to make sure that, this illegality, because of course, jungle justice is an illegal thing to do. And of course, they've been arrested, they've been taken for interrogation, but that's not where it should end. I think this is the time to now gather these vigilantes or whoever, and then sit down with them, and then, of course, properly seek some advice from either the DSS and the police to make sure that they structure the vigilante properly. Who is going to supervise them? What is their communication systems? Who do they report to? And stuff like that. So this is the best time to do that. Because if you just arrest some people because tempers are high, and then, you allow people the vigilantes to continue until they meet another set of people again with guns and ammunition, then there is nothing we can do about it, because people are angry. People have lost their family members, and you cannot overlook that. And if the vigilantes are being formed to take care of that situation, then the governor should come in and, of course, formally structure them, because we don't want them to go into illegality, but we want the services they provide. So let us formalize this, and then, of course, create certain structures, communication lines and stuff like that for them.
Well, as we speak, the tempers are high, like you mentioned, in the communities. They are scared of a reprisal, and hopefully the government controls the situation before that reprisal is carried out, which will be far worse. Mr. Dennis Amakri, former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, we appreciate you sharing your thoughts on the program. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Well, that's it on this episode of the program. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV, 360 Sports. I'm Mudashir Shitu. Today I'll be your anchor and we'll talk about something interesting in the world of sport. I'm sure a lot of people are wondering that what's happening to the world of gymnasts. I mean, the sport have been in the country for a very long time. We've seen it participated at the African Games where we have a Nigerian that represented us in the past. And we also had at the National Sport Festival and the National Youth Games, and one of the athletes that represented the country, our state at the National Youth Games in Ilorin is our guest today. Actually, one of our guests today. It's good to have you, Treasure Ocheke, on the program.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
Do you know, how do you feel? Because I just introduced you that you've represented your state at the National Youth Games in Ilorin. Which state was that?
That was Anambra State.
Anambra State. Can you tell us what it means for you to stand tall? I'm happy that you're representing Anambra State as a very young girl. Tell us about that experience.
Well, I started when we went for youth games last year. Me, Wisdom, and Excel, we competed for Anambra State. So I got silver on power tumbling, and Excel got bronze, and also Wisdom got bronze. So yeah, I was really happy then.
Before I what I feel, because a lot of viewers out there watching us, some of them, you encourage them now. I mean, before I ask you how you started gymnastics, you tell us, are you happy that you're a gymnast?
Yes, since I saw my mom and dad starting gymnastics then when I was still little, I always had a passion for gymnastics. I loved the sports, and well, I had the genetics in my blood. So I started gymnastics when I was 4. But I started real gymnastics, like started the flipping and stuff when I was 6 years old. Yeah. So
interesting. And you said something like it's hereditary. I mean, your mom represented the country in an African Games.
Yeah.
She came out with a bronze medal at that event, and I think she was once the team captain of the captain of Team Nigeria. What's your biggest motivator? I know both of them are your coach, your mom or your dad?
To be honest, I would say my mom.
Okay.
Because my dad already stopped gymnastics a long time ago, so he came back as a coach. But I still see my mom do flipping and stuff, so she was like my highest motivation.
And how do you feel about it?
Well, I feel happy, and I feel good to have my coach as my dad and mom, so I can be able to trust them more.
Okay. Now let's now start. Tell us how you started gymnastics. I'm sure it was gymnastics your first choice of any sport you want to participate. Just tell us how you started gymnastics.
That was really back then in Benin. My mom and dad used to go to the stadium and they train and coach. So sometimes when I'm free, I just go with them and I see people flipping and I enjoy the sport. So me, I also want to participate in it. So I just run, jump, and do some stuff, and then my dad would start clapping for me. I'm like, oh yeah, you can do this. Then I started fully when I was 6, and then my dad actually put more effort in me to start the sport, and then I started it, and I was good at it.
Interesting. Well, I know there are a lot of challenges when it comes to sport like this, and part of the challenges is combining education with sport. How old are you now?
Right now I'm 12.
It's okay. Combining sport, how do you able to combine going to the National Youth Games, one gymnastic competition or the other, and you're still in school? How do you do? Because it's a very ethic task for some to combine sports and education. How were you able to do that?
That is true. Yeah, it's true. Well, my dad once said one thing, that it is more to face your educations, that if he wants, he could stop the sport, but he wants me to get my education. So he also wants me to get gymnastics as a side effect, so that when I grow, I can also have my own career. So, well, I can add them together because I train before. When I come back from school, I train in the evening. and early in the morning around 6 I just do some fitness around outside. But now I train on Saturdays, Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Okay. So before we let you go, because we'll be talking to so many of your likes today, it's not about only Treasure. We have Olabukola in the house and another young boy, and also the man everybody knows of, a gymnastic person in the country. You know, your dad is also going to be part of the show. So encourage people out there to participate in gymnastics.
Well, I would tell them that it is a really good sport and they should try it. It helps your brain activate, like it helps you get active. You know, some people they're just naturally dull, so gymnastics can actually make you active, and it also helps you educationally.
Okay.
So, and it gives you more, like it makes you a star. When you go for a competition, you win, you'll be happy, and people will look up to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Treasure. I wish I can just hold on to you throughout the program, but I need to talk to other prodigies just that not about you. So let's go for a quick break. We've been talking to Treasure Ocheke. She represented Anambra in the National Youth Games. She has won many medals for herself. And if you Google Ocheke, you probably see that so many of the Ocheke participating in gymnastics, and she's just one of them. So we go for this quick break, a very short break. When we come back, we have some of these youngsters still with us. Yeah, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we'll be talking about gymnastics. Our earlier guest is Treasure Ocheke, and the newest guest we have in the house is Olubukola Alatishe. She's 7 years old, and she has been involved in gymnastics. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
So, why did you choose gymnastics?
Because it was pretty fun, and it could get me very fit.
Okay, because
it's really fun and it'll make me very fit.
Okay, so what part of gymnastics do you participate in? Which of them do you participate in?
I participate in
tumbling.
Yes.
And what? The flipping, the tumbling. Which of them do you participate in?
Both.
Both, okay. Now tell us one thing you like about gymnastics and the other sport like swimming, football, table tennis. Why did you decide to go for gymnastics?
Because it's very fun.
Okay.
And you also have to be serious doing it. And you can also have fun doing it.
Oh, you can also have fun doing it. So do you want to be a gymnast when you grow up?
Yes.
Who told you that your mom, who has been encouraging you to be a gymnast? Tell us, because a lot of girls out there are looking at you and oh, this is a star, because you're already a star in the making already, because you've been participating in events, haven't you? So
yes.
Tell us more about gymnastics. Is it your dad that has been encouraging you, or your mom?
Both.
Both. So tell us how they encourage you.
They encourage me like, good job. And they're also clapping for whenever I like do competitions.
Okay. Continue. Whenever you do competitions?
Yes.
So what happens when you do competition? Tell us.
Like, it has to be, like the judges are very strict. You have to, like, there's going to be a lot of people there.
Okay. So are you always shy when you see a lot of people there?
Yes.
So
it's like it gives me a heart attack.
So how did you overcome that attack? Tell us, how do you overcome that attack?
Because I've been doing competition since.
Okay. And have you ever won gold medals in any of them?
Yes.
And is there a competition you're looking forward to? How is the school? You're a gymnast, you go to school, you're a gymnast, you go to school. How do you combine the two of them?
I also do gymnastics in my school.
Wow! Gymnastics in your school. So tell us, who encouraged you? Your teacher? Who encouraged you that?
Coach.
Tell us how they encourage you.
Like I do stunts in school, like same thing I do in the gym.
Okay. So who encouraged you the most in the gym?
My coaches and my siblings and my mother.
Okay. What's the future ambition like? Do you want to be a gymnast, or you still want to be a doctor, or you still want to be an engineer, or even while you're a doctor, you also want to be a gymnast?
I really want to be a gymnast, and I also want to be a footballer.
I also want to be a footballer. Okay, which one is coming first, gymnastic or football?
Gymnastic.
Oh, gymnastic. Oh, that's great. So, there are competitions coming in April. You know, there's a competition coming in April.
April 12.
April 12. So what are you doing to get a medal there?
I'm going to do my routine.
Okay.
I'm going to do vault.
Okay.
That's all.
That's all. So you're only participating in vault
And floor.
on the floor. So have you won any medal there?
Yes.
So tell us when you won medal in those categories.
Like they give us bronze, silver, gold. They're scoring us, like our perfection.
Okay. We'll be speaking with Olubokala Alatishe. She is just 7 years old, and you can see how excited she is in participating in gymnastics. Like I said, these are just there are other young gymnasts still with us in the studio, so we're still going to talk to one of them. Before we now go straight to the coach to tell us why he has been putting all his effort together. So we have this also quick break we need to go to, so that we can get the coach and also the young boy who is doing well for himself. Welcome back. We've got Excel Ocheke, a National Youth Games medalist last year. That was in Delta State, and still about gymnastics. Tell us how you came across gymnastics, Excel.
Yeah, I came across gymnastics 2 years ago in Benin.
Okay.
Before I started going to the stadium, I was practicing gymnastics with my siblings at home. Little by little, my mom introduced me to the stadium. Then I started going to the stadium, and I was very good at the sport, like very, very good. Then I was the captain of my team. Gradually, I went to the youth games, 2023 youth games. I got 1 gold, 2 silver, 1 bronze. I got a gold in best all round, silver in floor, and silver in vault. So,
talking like a champion. So tell us what has been the medals when your name was called, and the medal was on your neck at the youth games. Tell us how it feels like, the moment of excitement.
well, I felt very great. Like, wow, this is my first national medal. Like, my father has been doing gymnastics in his own time. It was the best at his own time. Like me now, I want to be better than my father when I grow up. I want to make my parents proud. So
okay.
It feels very great.
And I know the feelings when your name is called. And now tell us, what's the future like? What's your plan because what's your plan for the future? You want to be a gymnast? You want to be at the Olympics? What's your plan?
Right now, I can see myself at the Olympics and being better than my father in his own time. And I want to make my parents proud. But my father's my coach by my side. I believe I can be very good. I'll be greater than him. I will achieve more goals than I have right now. So.
You talk like a good getter. So what's the plan? There's a game coming up. There's an event coming up in May, and it's about young lads coming together to participate in gymnastics. Do you have a target in mind?
Yeah, my goal there is to be the best among the best. I want to, go compete, take my medals, make my parents proud. I want to go there and be the best of all bests.
Okay, the best of all best. So let me ask you, have you maybe combined school with gymnastics? You read, you go to school today, you go to the gym. Just tell us.
My father used to say education comes first. So when I was back there in Benin, when I come out from school, I'll go to the stadium, everyday routine. Then my dad and the sport commission had quarrel, so we stopped going to the stadium. Then last year we went for youth games in Delta State. So we came to Lagos, we trained, then we went back to Delta State and compete. We won our medals, we came back home. So
your sister is Treasure Cheke.
Yeah.
So between you and Treasure, who do you think is better when it comes to gymnastics?
It's me, but when it comes to coaching and captain, it's Treasure.
Oh, okay. I didn't ask her that question, but I know that she also has something to say. Thank you very much for being part of today's program. You've given us your time, and in the future, we hope to see you at the All-African Games, the Olympics, and the Commonwealth Games. Thank you very much, Excel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'm sure we've been talking. I'm sure you've been enjoying that time about gymnastics. And the last guest on the show is a face known to gymnastics in the country at the National Youth Games and the National Sport Festival, Michael Ocheke. He has done so well for himself when it comes to gymnastics. He has been in the country, out of the country, and he has a lot of young lads to talk about when it comes to gymnastics. He is the brain behind many gymnastic events, tournaments in the country. So we welcome, after this break, we welcome Mike Ocheke to tell us about the future of gymnastics in the country. We're still on 360 Sport and still talking about gymnastics. I have a man that is well known to gymnastics in the country. That's talking about Michael Ocheke. He's a coach, and everything that has to do with gymnastics in the country, if there's one man we need to ask, the man is by my side. It's good to have you on the show after a long while.
Thank you very much, my brother.
So how's been the world of gymnasts?
Well, what can I say? We've been like paused for a bit.
Okay.
But I believe after the elections, we're going to have a fresh start again and have something good to talk about in this country about gymnastics.
So the gymnastic election is ongoing, or is there a date for it?
No, I think it's after the National Sports Festival, because we need an office to run everything, and I believe the federation still stands until after the National Sports Festival in May. Okay. Then we'll have a fresh elections, and I believe whoever that's going to be coming in, I don't have a candidate, but whoever is coming in, I believe they're going to work.
Are you vying for a post?
No, right now I've been on my own for a bit to grow my club and make things happen.
Okay, make things happen. Yeah. And if you're just joining us, or if you're watching us, those young lads you saw earlier are being trained and coached by Michael Ocheke. So tell us, do you think we still have that future, that name when it comes to gymnastics in Africa?
Yes, let me start with the word yes, because if you look and see, like the little children that you saw a couple of minutes ago, these ones have given themselves to gymnastics, and we train them, build them for the tomorrow. Okay. Now that tomorrow we're talking about is not, we came from somewhere yesterday.
Okay.
Our tomorrow then is now, and we never achieved or attained the Olympics. But what we have seen, we've learned from our mistakes. We don't depend on the government for everything, and we see that there's a way out.
Okay.
And when there's a way out, we need to push these kids and make sure they come out to fill up where we did not fill. The Olympics is our goal, and these kids are ready to go there. Okay. I am ready, me and my team of coaches, doing our best with the help and assist of their parents, because these are passionate parents that have seen what we can do and believe in their children, believe in our work. So we're working together hand in hand with the parents, and hopefully, possibly, we're going to get there to the Olympics.
Yeah, for someone that we have been to the top when it comes to gymnastics in the country, what are the challenges, even regardless of the support, that you think some of these parents or the lads, the young lads, the boys, the girls are facing, and what are the major challenges for them?
Well, everybody will say money. It is all about finances. You know, if you have a well-equipped gymnastics hall today, and you have all coaches available, the equipments are there, definitely you see these kids doing amazing things. The Europeans, the Asians, they have just one head as we do. I mean, the world was surprised to see a Nigerian in the Olympics, last Olympic. Ocheke was there in Tokyo, sorry, to compete for Nigeria. He was the first Nigerian gymnast to be in the Olympics. Well, fortunately for him, he was born and brought up in the US, where there's facilities and he has some endorsement. Everything was available for him to train. He was training with the best. Simon Biles, the GOAT of them all, was training in the same gym with Ocheke. So why wouldn't he perform or improve to do that? So if we have some supports That is why we are doing this. That's why Mayrock Gymnastics is here right now. With the caliber of parents that I have that is pushing in to make sure things work, I am sure we will have a better standard gym in less than no time, where we can train and bring up gymnasts that will represent this country, and not just represent this country, but get medals, even at the Olympics.
You've been organizing tournaments. I mean, now TV360 was one tournament in Ilukweju for some time in the past, and we also know that several tournaments will always come when it comes to you organizing tournament. But we also know that there's a tournament coming up in June, in April 12th.
Yes.
Right? What's the purpose of the tournament? Is it going to be different from every other tournament?
Okay, that's a very good one. Thank you, Mr. Model. The thing is, we've attended so many competitions lately. Now, I will give it up for all those organizers. They have been trying their best to do well. In fact, it's more better than what we get at the national level. Understand me? With no disrespect. But you know, at the national level, everything that is depending on what the ministry is giving. So they have to manage the funds to organize the competitions, and these are national levels. But what we do here at the club level, it's amazing. The organizing is very, very tough. But even still, what we get from there, I think it's not enough. So from what we've gathered so far, from what we've seen, our experience, we want to show the world that Nigeria is still a sporting nation. A nation where gymnastics can thrive. You know, it is not a competition where we just come and just do those jamboree because it's a level system. No. You come, what you get, what you do is what you get. The judges, professional judges, the atmosphere we're going to be using, the podium, the hall, the equipment, it's going to be amazing. We want to discover talent. The award, we're going to be awarding the best gymnasts, both cash award and sponsorship. You know, we were looking to take gymnastics to another level. So when people come for this competition and they see what they will see, they will go back and make sure they are going to improve in what they will be doing too.
Another thing I also noticed about your career, and also is that some of your gymnasts, and they end up representing states in the national level at the youth games. I don't know how true it is, but Lagos is probably going to host the next national youth games next year. That was from the governor of the state doing an interview. If that happens or if it doesn't happen, are you expecting some of this your gymnasts to also represent that? Because that's one thing about what I know you do. So is there going to be, apart from the ones we know already, are there going to be new faces that will represent various states? Because I know there's a certain time one lady represented Kano State, and I'm sure that's from you. Some other states, you know. So are we also expecting that? Because that's going to be the best. Where after the gymnast, and we say, oh, this girl was here and she's now representing Lagos State and all that.
Thank you very much. You see, for a couple of years now, what I do is, I am a team of coaches. We train the gymnasts. We make sure they are ready for competitions, not just competing, for winning. And we push them to different states. We don't just put them in one state and just let that state take all the glory. We say, okay, you and you compete for this state, you and you compete for the other states. And at the end of the day, what you win, the glory goes to the states, each of the states. And for a while, I've been in Lagos, and even the facility I'm using, one of the facilities we're using as a club, it's a facility of Lagos State. You know, and for us to be doing that, we need to give back to Lagos State. I have an understanding with the secretary of the state's Gymnastics Association, and I told her that yes, we're going to give you good gymnasts that will get medals at the next National Youth Games, which we're working on, and I believe that will come to a manifest.
Talking about the future, lastly, before I let you go, and tell us more. Tell us more about the date and the time of that gymnastic, because you've told us the benefit of it. Tell us when it's taking place and the exact moment and time.
It's going to be on the 12th of April this year, and in fact, we're looking at next weekend. After this weekend, the next weekend, and it's going to be taking place at Beehive School in Agidingbi, Keja. Yes.
How many schools, how many gymnastic shows we expect?
We're expecting nothing less than 200 gymnasts. And we are expecting parents and judges and coaches from different parts of Nigeria, from Abuja.
A day event?
Yes, it's going to be a day event. There are clubs coming from Abuja, there are clubs coming from Ondo State, Akure, and Port Harcourt, and the rest are from Lagos here. And I believe it's going to be a massive event. This numbers are for clubs. Schools numbers we are not certain yet, but I believe it will be probably around 60 to 70. So in a nutshell, we're looking at more than 270 gymnasts.
What has been the motivating factor? I need to ask you because I was saying, you gymnastics, and all that.
You can see
what has been the motivating factor?
Gymnastics to me is a life, not a job. When I was little, when I started gymnastics early 90s, I wanted to go to the Olympics. I have this dream. I trained to a level whereby they compared me to the best in the world as at then on floor. Now on floor and vaults, I was the best in the country, not just best in the country. In the continent, I was the best, but I didn't go to the Olympics. I didn't make it to the Olympics. It was unfortunate. Even my wife, when she started training, her goal was to get to the Olympics, but no. I led my team to the first ever team medal in Congo Brazzaville 2015. I was a captain and I led my team. So did my wife in 2019. She was a captain of the female team and she led them to their first ever medal too at a bronze medal. Yes, but unfortunately we couldn't go. Now my children, I want to take them and other kids I'm training to that same Olympics. I want to go there. That is my drive. If I didn't go there to win, I will go there as a coach to compete. If my gymnasts are winning, then I'm more than a winner.
Yeah. It's good to have you on the show. Thank you very much, Michael Chike.
Glad to be here.
Obviously, we'll be talking to you during the event and afterwards about the events. Thank you very much for being part of the show. It's a moment of gymnastics for those of us who are watching you, and if you want to be part of the show, you can join us on all our social media platforms to be part of where the conversation never ends. And let's not forget, April 12 is a day you need to keep in mind where gymnastic events is taking place, and we'll probably get the reports of some of these stories on our news bulletin about the event that's taking place in April 12. Thank you very much. Muda Shishitu, thanks for watching.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون ليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جا وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له والقاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول يتذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
Hello and welcome. Now, the rescue of 60 kidnapped victims from captivity from Diray, Zango Kataf and Kagarko local government areas of Kaduna State, northwest Nigeria, recently has reignited the conversation now on ransom payments to kidnappers and what should be done to stem the tide in Nigeria. Now, the victims, comprising 35 males and 25 females, were rescued on Sunday, April 7th by troops of 1st Division of Nigerian Army in a coordinated operation supported by other security and intelligence agencies. While handing over the rescued victims to their families at the National Counter-Terrorism Center in Abuja, the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, strongly cautioned against the payment of ransom to kidnappers, describing it now as one of the biggest enablers of criminal activities in the country. Here's part of what he said.
Please stop giving money to these people. It's one of the worst things that is happening. It's the most difficult thing we have faced. Many of these people, as you see them, their families are giving money to these people. But it did not lead to their own release. No, it is we, the security forces, that have got them out. It's not the money that they are giving. These people, the more you give, the more you are compounding the problems for us. We have never given anybody a dime. We don't. And we don't want people to do so. Please stop it. Inadvertently, it may be helping this thing. And we are saying enough is enough. We will not be able to stop this thing quickly if people continue to give them money. I want to make a very strong appeal to all. It's understandable. When someone of yours is in captivity, you will do whatever it takes for you to get him back. But this is counterproductive. It's actually encouraging for it to continue. The whole essence is to get money. And if you continue to give them, you are actually saying go and do more and more. We are appealing to our people, to the country, to everybody, that please, let's stop giving this money. Give us a chance for us to do the work. We'll get it done.
Now, the NSA reaffirmed the government's unwavering commitment to dismantling kidnapping networks and restoring peace and security across all regions. Now, the truth is that kidnap for ransom is now a huge trade, if you like. And to be candid, it has gone global. Even though it is in contention, one report by the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics says between May 2023 and April 2024, Nigerians paid a staggering sum of 2.23 trillion naira now in ransom payments to kidnappers. That figure, captured in the agency's latest crime experience and security perception survey, underscores the alarming scale of kidnapping in the country. Amid the issue of ransom payment, Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State has sounded a stark warning over a resurgence now of Boko Haram activities in the state, declaring that recent waves of attacks and territorial advances now by the insurgents suggest the government is losing ground in its counter-terrorism efforts. The government said, the governor, said the recent breaches signify an erosion of gains made in the counter-terrorism or counter-insurgency campaign. He called on the federal government to ramp up its response by deploying advanced technological warfare tools, enhancing troop strength, and focusing more attention on Borno's Sahelian zones, which border Chad, Niger, and Cameroon, regions, of course, that have long served as operational corridors for insurgents. Here's what the governor said specifically.
It seems we are losing ground. There is urgent need for aggressive military action and actionable intelligence to counter the insurgency. The recent attacks on Savongari, Dambwa, Wulgo, Baga, and Mongono point to the need to up our ante in confronting the Boko Haram insurgency decisively and swiftly. We should not grant breathing space to the Boko Haram to regroup, rearm, and carry out attacks on our territory. By engaging in relentless patrols, picketing, and decapitation missions, our troops should defeat and end the insurgency in time so that our recovery plan will progress without let or hindrance. The resettlement plan of the Borno State government is in high gear. with new towns and villages earmarked for return of our IDPs to their ancestral homes. Without tight and efficient security, our resettlement campaign will not succeed. We are also appealing to the federal government of Nigeria and the Nigerian military to do something about the Northeast, because right now we don't have single attack helicopter in Borno State. These attack helicopters were taken away from Borno State to the southwestern, northwestern states. We are not saying no. While trying to maintain law and order in northwestern state, they should also not be unmindful of the northeastern state. We have the federal government has procured 3 armed drones from Turkey to the northeast. All these things were taken away to northwest. Virtually, the northeast is now standing alone. No attention will be receiving from the Ministers of Defense in terms of equipment and others. While we are saying we appreciate them, this is time that they should also give us a listening ear. Otherwise, the security situation in Borno State has started deteriorating.
Well, I'm now being joined on the program to shed more light on all of this by Patrick Agbambu, who is a security consultant. He joins us from Abuja. Patrick, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let us start with the last issue now, which is, of course, not the payment of ransom now, but let's discuss the alarm now raised by the governor of Borno State about the seeming resurgence of Boko Haram. We've seen a wave of attacks that the governor actually mentioned there. We've seen military bases now raided, and of course there have been casualties as well, and these terrorists cutting away weapons. These were things that, for a long time I would say Borno was relatively quiet, but it appears it's changing now, and the governor coming out to say it appears we're losing ground, and then he talked about the absence of attack helicopters and military equipment now that they've all been shipped to the northwest. What's your take on this? What do you think is going on here?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. The governor is not far from the truth. What he said is the true situation of what is happening right now in Borno State. The only area I disagree with him is that he should have done what he did yesterday when he visited the security chiefs to interact with them before coming public to raise the alarm. But he raised the alarm before coming to meet with them. So it didn't quite go down well with me. Having been someone that has studied the situation in Borno State and counter-terrorism situation in Nigeria. So that is the only thing. But what he said is the truth. There have been attacks in that houses, and I must tell you that everywhere in Nigeria will be bothered. It's not because the security forces are not trying their best, but there's an existing challenge. The challenge is that the last time the military got strong equipment, enablers to put this work during the previous immediate past government. Since this new government, just only the orders that were made by the previous government that is still being received and still being used. And whereas we have now another contending zone, which is the northwest. And so the military had to re-strategize, but by moving some of the equipment that were in the northeast to the northwest to tackle the banditry activities over there. Yes, of course, these terrorists may have also noticed that, they will see that, and that would have given them the boldness to now start these recent attacks we started experiencing recently. Really, even though the military heads may not be able to say all this, but I'll tell you that there is need for the government to re-equip the military and expand the essence, the capacity of them to be able to cover the whole country in terms of with the equipment.
We're seeing security challenges erupt in other places as well. I mean, It's not as if it's too good in the southwest. An alarm was raised recently, the north central too. So, and if you have security issues now coming up in these various locations, it definitely means that we're going to have a challenge with the stockpile of equipment we have, right?
Yes, that is the truth. He just said it. It's the good thing about what the governor of Borno State said is that I believe the government should be serious with restocking and improving what the military has currently. I do not see why they will have to move some of these enablers that were helping to hold down the northeast to northwest. Arrangements should have been made to quickly get other enablers for the northwest. I know that during the previous administration, some of the attack helicopters and attack fighter jets were positioned in Kainji, in Niger State, to cover the northwest. And so that was being used for the northwest. But moving some of other enablers from the northeast to northwest actually has created a vacuum. We're having challenge currently in the north central, and like you said, the northwest. So we do not even have enough, apart from maybe the ground forces and all that. And we may have the same problem in northwest if the government does not carry out a stock gap. Yes, I agree that military hardware and enablers are not something you buy off shelf, but the arrangement should have been made immediately after the new government came in to ensure that orders are being placed and specifications are being made for the current challenges we are having.
Let's turn our attention now to the issue of ransom payment. You had the National Security Advisor, I mean, you had the soundbite there asking people not to pay, but some would argue that, look, it's easy to say people shouldn't pay ransom, but in reality, it's a very difficult thing to implement, especially when, you consider the kind of pressure these kidnappers bring to bear on their victims, even going to the extent of killing some people. So you listen to the National Security Advisor. Of course, he makes a very valid point that ransom payment enables the continuation of this crime. But how do you think this situation can actually be dealt with?
Yeah, you see, I agree with the National Security Advisor in saying that people should go, because the more you pay, the more we continue to have this nemesis, I would call it, for us. It's a business that has been tagged a business with the low risk and high profit, and it's very attractive for criminals to go into. And of course, because they play on the emotions of the family members of the victims, and money will continue to exchange hands. How be it, I believe that government has more of the work to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to know that part of the reasons why cashless activity, banking, cashless economy is being encouraged is to help to checkmate the movement of cash and payment of ransom. But unfortunately, the policy, I would say, maybe was not well properly managed when it was introduced, because the few months when that it was exercised or practiced in the country, we noticed that kidnapping dropped drastically. I think that government, more than just asking families not to pay ransom, should ensure that even if ransoms are paid, these monies can be traced, and those people should be arrested. Because telling family members not to pay ransom is easy to say, but I tell you that it's quite difficult, because first, these kidnappers warn these families, don't involve the security forces. If you involve the security forces, we will kill your relative, and that put more fears in them. So there are even more money that may have been paid that are unrecorded, uncaptured by the system. So I think that while the it's encouraging, why it's good to encourage people not to pay ransom. Government must do everything to ensure that those kidnappers can be gotten through the various accounting systems. Because if they know that there's no cash in the system, then they will rather ask for you to do transfer. And of course, if transfer is done, it can be traced. I know that sometimes in early 2023, when this was going on, some of them started asking to pay ransom in dollars. But when they also noticed that it's not easy for them to change it, then they stopped this kidnapping activity. So government should rather be more ingenious by looking for a way to ensure that these kidnappers can be arrested, even if ransom is being paid.
And it's quite instructive that one of the victims who was released recently as a former NYC DG, General Siga, of course, the military celebrated him, rescued by the military, but then, later information filtered in that some ransom had been paid before even the military intervention. And I think, it's partly what the National Security Advisor referenced when he said, look, some of those families had actually made ransom payments, but then they were still held there until the military intervened. So, and people have said, look, if a retired military general, the former brigadier general, could be forced to pay ransom, then it paints a clear picture of how difficult the situation is and how difficult it will be to stop this ransom payment altogether.
Yes, and I've had some people tell me to my face that if a whole general ransom could be paid for on behalf of a whole general, what's about bloody civilians? So who is actually saving the country? Yes, and it's true, and it's quite troubling because when that news broke, when the appreciation letter, so to say, came out from the guy who coordinated it, I really felt that it was actually a situation that should have been well managed properly, if at all it was paid. But some of the people who may have paid, at least it was for the guy to clear his name, that the money that you contributed was actually paid, and he had to do what he did. But I expected a better strategic communication system to be able to not to put the kind of feeling that Nigerians are having now, because I tell you, that incident had made most Nigerians to lose faith, and they're now feeling that they are hopeless if they are being kidnapped, because the system cannot help them, so rather ransom must be paid. So it's one thing that the government should try to buy back the confidence of the people, and by ensuring that situations like this are properly managed.
I totally agree with you. And later, of course, we saw General Siga himself doing a video and literally confirming that, thanking those who contributed and literally confirming that money actually exchanged hands. But, just as you said, it's really unfortunate. But Patrick Agbambu, thank you very much for coming on the program and sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks a lot.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back for another perspective on all of this issue. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, the sole administrator of River State, retired Vice Admiral Iboke Teibas, has come under heavy criticism for appointing local government administrators for the 23 local government areas of the state, despite a restraining order by a federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt. IBAS has also appointed a new chairman and members of the River State Independent Electoral Commission in view of conducting local government elections in the state. Now, a public announcement released by the Secretary to the State Government, Lucky Warioka, noted that all the appointments took effect from last Monday. In a separate development, IBAS also cancelled all pending procurement and tender processes carried out by ministries, departments and agencies in the state. He said the cancellation became necessary following the Supreme Court judgment and the absence of an appropriation law within the period. Now, IBAS's decision came less than 24 hours after a federal high court judge ordered him to appear before him now to justify why the court should not grant a motion seeking to stop him from appointing administrators for the 23 local government areas. Well, let's try to dissect all of this. And now being joined on the program by legal practitioner Fred Nzako, who joins us from Lagos. Also joining us from Abuja is another legal expert and political affairs analyst, Adewale Ajadi. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let me start with you, Mr. Ajadi. The actions now taken by the sole administrator with regards to the appointment of the 23 caretaker, I don't know whether to call them administrators now, administrators at the local government level. What's your take on it? Of course, we know this is subject, is a subject of litigation, but then he's gone ahead to appoint them. But there's a debate as to whether he has that powers to do it.
Well, if there's a court order that tells him not to do it, it stands to reason. Simple separation of powers, the constitutional powers, these are very straightforward things. But one would give him the benefit of doubt that maybe he was not aware of the court order or the actions, there are other things we don't know about. But it seems to me very straightforward.
But look, if there was no court order in the first place, would he have the powers to do it? I mean, to appoint administrators? Because some of the arguments before now is that, look, whether there was a court order or not, that he doesn't have the powers to appoint administrators for local government administration in the state.
Well, this is just a wider debate as to whether his appointment was legal or not, where it's a wider issue whether the last decision of the Supreme Court granting a certain autonomy to the local government covers these issues. But those are wider arguments. Those are fairly more complex, and the court will eventually decide this matter. They're arguable. But the real issue is, could he make a decision against a court order, a subsisting court order that prevents him from doing that? That's the real no-brainer in the whole issue. The others are arguable by lawyers on either side. But the fundamental issue is, should he be in the position whereby he's now put himself, where he's made a decision to appoint these people, and there's an existing court order saying that he should suspend those things until this matter is brought duly before the court and properly argued from his side.
Mr. Nzako, of course, the sole administrator has been summoned by the court. He is to appear before the judge to explain his reasons and all of that. Of course, we'll wait for the outcome of that process now, what he has to put forward as a defense. But looking at all of this, would you say that the sole administrator, even if there was no court order, actually had the powers to appoint local government administrators?
I do not think, in all seriousness and in all honesty, that his mandate goes to include appointment of sole administrators for local government areas. His mandate could be gleaned from the address by Mr. President on the day he was announced, on the day the state of emergency was declared, and thereafter it was announced. Naturally, in matters like this, because he's not an elected governor of the state, he was appointed by the president upon the creation of state of emergency. We expect that there should be a job description for him. And people will very easily believe or feel that the job description is to hold on ensure there is peace and harmony in Rivers State. And when things are put in proper perspective, then he can now hand over and leave the stage, because he was not elected to lead the state as a governor. Now, whether he has the authority to appoint administrators for local government is very arguable. And I stand on the side to say that he does not have such authority. His mandate does not include that, because on two reasons, on two grounds. One, the Supreme Court has ordered in a judgment recently that any local government that is not run by elected leadership should not benefit from federation account allocation. And that was why Mr. Sim Fubara held a local government election that eventually was swept off by the same Supreme Court. Now, the heads of local governments that are equal in ranking to permanent secretaries in the ministries are the ones holding forth now, holding on the management and the running the affairs of local government. And essentially, they are civil servants. So they are not political appointees, neither are they administrators. They are civil servants, they are heads of the system. So I believe that the Supreme Court order will be kind to heads of local government, in which case they would draw money from federation account and run the local governments the way they are expected to do so, and not the sole administrators. And I strongly believe that the appointment of sole administrators for local government is ultra-vires the capacity, the mandate, and the powers of the sole administrator of the state. So, and moreover, the court has also given an order that he should not do so, and he went ahead and did so. My good friend, Mr. Jadi, said you give him benefit of the doubt. He may not have known. But I tell you that there is no such doubt. He is aware. He is only not obeying the court order. And if you still continue to give him benefit of the doubt, let us watch and see whether he will go to court to defend his action, which, of course, is indefensible.
Can it be argued, I'm just wondering, can it be argued that, look, under a state of emergency, you would not expect that, everything would go, you would expect that extraordinary measures, just as the Constitution said, would be taken. And so that, the sole administrator's actions now can be excused because we're talking about an emergency here, and that, look, whether we like it or not, governance, there needs to be some form of governance, even at the local government level. So could that be an excuse for these appointments?
The situation now in Rivers and actions and pronouncements of the sole administrator of the state points to the fact that the sole administrator is now playing politics. He seems to be overreaching himself and be playing politics of Rivers State by the actions and his pronouncement. Because he seems to be upstaging, thwarting, and removing all the existing structure that was planted by Sim Cobra, and replacing them with structure that are loyal to Mr. Wike. That is the opinion of people of River.
That's the opinion of some people.
That's the opinion of many people in River State, those who are on ground. I'm not on ground, but his actions, I know, goes beyond his mandate. The mandate was to hold peace in Rivers and not to upstage the structure. So, but what he's doing is that he's removing every appointee. So, are they not people? Are they not Rivers people? So, what is the ground for removing almost all the appointees that were made by the governor? So, if anybody wants to argue that the people who believe that he's playing politics are not correct, what else is he doing? The mandate says, keep the peace in Rivers, because Mr. President said that it was on account of two major issues. One, demolition of the House of Assembly. So if he's facing the issue of House of Assembly complex now, that will be fine. Of course, the work is ongoing. The second one was that there was a bomb blast, and there was an accusation against the governor that he was in bed with agitators and boys who detonated the bomb. Those were the arguments. So, having been brought in as a naval officer, the whole idea is that he knows the sea and the water and all that are going on in the seas and in the water. And that was why he was applauded by some section of the country that Solomon has come to judgment. But he seems to most people that he's now playing the politics of rivers even more than rivers people.
All right.
So it is important
Mr.
to
Jadi, you know, the appointment of this sole administrator, I mean, was always going to be very controversial. And, you know, the position, of course, whoever, I mean, there's no question at all that, you know, the sole administrator will be walking a fine line in most of his actions, considering, you know, the foul political environment he's operating in. But you look at all of this and some of what Mr. Nzako has said. What would be your take on them?
Well, I think that in retrospect, the president ought to reconsider how he's done this. The intention to try and stabilize the situation might be, unfortunately, add fuel to the fire that exists in Rivers State. I know Rivers State very well, and I worked there for a few years. And unfortunately, I mean, not to too personalizing, unfortunately, it takes a great deal of restraint to work in that environment without adding more problems to the situation. And that means that there should be at least an effort to consult with the people on all sides, to take decisions with restraints and patience, to exercise judgment that wins the confidence of the majority of the people, not act like he is. He's an ex-military officer. And I would have never put an ex-military officer in that situation because it sends two very important messages. One, that when we're in crisis, the military people are the best people to resolve this situation. That's a very dangerous thing to put out there. Secondly, and perhaps most importantly, that the concerns and the tribulations of the people are subject to that of the ruling classes. That's not true either. And whatever the competition is between the ruling classes, effort should be made to ensure that the voice of the people predominates the choices that are being made. I would have wanted the president to consult with the people widely before making such decisions and to ensure that there is some kind of body that person can interact with. Right now, he's making sole decisions based on his own judgment. You can't fault him. That's his own experience. But the consequences will be far-reaching. And no matter how wise he is, he's going to upset quite a lot of the people in those decisions. But be that as it may, I think you don't start by ignoring court orders of any sort. The constitutionality of governance in Nigeria is the predominant issue. If you're acting extra-constitutionally in any way or manner, you are sowing seeds of incredible discord in a place like Rivers, because there are people willing and ready to take over such situation, exploit it, and create chaos.
Now, something else I want to ask you. Look, you look at the situation in Rivers State. You would expect that by now, all the sides of the conflict would be trying to come together, you know, to try and resolve their differences. You know, you'd be expecting some kind of rapprochement among themselves, you know. You expect that, you know, you see some kind of peace process or initiative going on. But what we're seeing is that all the camps are digging in. They are digging in and digging in hard. So isn't that a problem as well?
Well, it is certainly a problem, but you have to understand we used to talk when I used to work in Rivers about the economy of violence in Rivers State, not just in Rivers State, across the Niger Delta, in fact. There are always actors in place ready to exploit any signs of conflict. And the most important thing is to help the people develop solutions and ways to resolve it. the sole administrator has the primary responsibility to build confidence and do fence mending measures across the board. He's not there to judge one side as being right, side has been wrong. And I can understand why my colleague thinks that he's been political in that case. Because if he takes action that doesn't seem to consider how other people, the different perspectives in the state, you face this kind of consequences.
No, but let's face it. Let's face it. Is it the responsibility of the sole administrator to reconcile these politicians? I mean, can these politicians actually begin the process on their own? I mean, why do they have to? Why do they need the sole administrator to do that for them?
Well, to at least pacify the situation. If he's not there to pacify the situation, why is he the sole administrator? What the impression we were given was that he was nominated to that position to stabilize the situation and to prevent greater conflict from occurring. Well, then that is the essence of it. It is to pacify the people, to make sure that there is rapprochement, and that when there is elections, it is not in a tense environment where the people can't effectively vote and select, or whatever it is that is decided is the next thing.
Mr. Zaka, tell me what you think about this. I mean, this idea of all the sides digging in and not yielding ground at all. It's a problem.
Yes, it's a problem. The rapprochement you expected from them, the unification that one expected from them, will not come because they are not digging in because of the welfare of the people. They are digging in because of their political survival, their political interest, and the strengthening of their political structure. And when politics is all about self, myself, and I, the people's interest and welfare becomes not just secondary, but very, very abysmal. And that is exactly what is going on in Rivers. The gladiators are more interested in themselves, defending their political family, defending their political hegemony and structure, than thinking of the interests of the people. It's only when they think of the welfare and the interests of the people that the rapprochement will make a meaning. And when you call them to a round table to negotiate and discuss, then they will come willingly to be able to serve the people. But in this particular instance, such unity will be very, very perfect. And I agree with my colleague that the sole administrator has a mandate to unify the people and not to play politics in the place. Because some of the actions he's taking are actions that are far-fetched, that are very, very far-reaching. Take, for example, the constitution of State Independent Electoral Commission. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the man may not be willing or ready to leave at the expiration of the 6 months.
No, but he doesn't have a choice, does he?
He has a choice. He could lobby for an extension.
No.
And he could create the circumstances and the environment that will compel Mr. President to extend for him. And that is why the people of Rivers are shouting now that, oh, look, the man has come to play politics. They are trying to send signal to Mr. President that he has sent a big politician to Rivers State. So when the people in Abuja hear that, they will begin to watch. And it is important that, because Mr. President says anything he needs consultation, he should consult with Abuja. So I think it is important that he consult. Because the way he's going, I do not think it is within the mandate that was given to him.
Well, at the end of the day, I think he will still have to answer to the National Assembly because we know that his mandate was later amended. So we'll just wait and see how it all plays out. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Adewale Ajadi, thank you very much for your time. Fred and Zako, thanks also for coming. Thank you. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. But truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon route, and then the Sambisa forest.
On Digi360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
Digi360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, Nigeria's health system is struggling due to the brain drain of medical professionals, leading to shortages of skilled personnel and impacting service delivery and patient outcomes. Now, the nation's coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Mohammed Pate, recently said over 16,000 Nigerian doctors have left the country in the last 5 to 7 years to seek greener pastures abroad. It's no doubt a worrying situation. Dr. Pate also revealed that the doctor-to-population ratio in the country is now 3.9%, 3.9 now per 10,000, while the estimated cost of training one doctor exceeds $21,000, a figure, of course, that reflects the magnitude of public financing leaving the country. The minister further lamented that nurses and midwives who have left also thinned the number of healthcare workers in the country. According to him, the migration of health professionals from developing countries is not new, but it has accelerated in recent years. Pate emphasized that the phenomenon offers an opportunity to rethink and reshape the policies to manage the valuable health workforce in ways that benefit our countries first and foremost. Well, joining me to shed more light on this is Dr. Tuyume Baodu, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Medway Health Limited, based in Lagos. Doc, thank you very much for coming on the program. The minister's revelation, of course, quite worrying. 16,000 doctors leaving the country in the last 5 to 7 years. How worrying is the situation? Because it must be a lot of workload for those of you who are left behind and trying to save lives in the country.
Yeah, very concerning. Nobody will be happy with that amount of doctors leaving your health landscape. More importantly, when your capacity to produce more doctors is constrained. Not just doctors leaving Nigeria and going abroad, but doctors even in Nigeria leaving the medical practice and doing some other work. So they are both internal JACPA and external JACPA. So we're documenting the external one. But the reflection can be better grasped when you now look at the medical and dental council record and figure out that, barely we have less than 30,000 doctors practicing in Nigeria. This is a country, by 2030, I told you about 5 years' time, our population will be 263 million people. And for 263 million people, you are getting barely 50,000 doctors catering for them. There's no way you can deliver health outcomes with that numbers. And then if you look at that, our capacity to produce doctors in this country is just about 3,000 doctors. Total number of doctors produced by every medical school in Nigeria, 3,000 every year. And our shortfall is 250,000 doctors. So you can imagine, even if you are doing 3,000 every year consistently, the number of years is going to take for you to produce 250,000 to even meet that minimum standard before you start talking of supporting and maintaining. So it's a dire state, very, very dire state we find ourselves in. And then the thing is even worsened by the fact that recurrent strikes, industrial actions. I can tell you, until last week, when the medical senior consultants, they were on strike in the southwestern part of Nigeria, keeping the medical student at home. So it is what it is. Capacity to train, capacity to even absorb those numbers. If you look at the absorption rate, if it's about 7%, maybe you look at about 23%. So people want to become doctors, they don't have a space because in reality, there are not enough people to train them. So it has to be a holistic approach. It's not just by some paying lip service to policy of health workforce migration That's it's not just things that kind of lip service.
What do you make of that policy? I mean, you just talked about that policy because that's a policy that the government launched not quite long ago. That's the policy on health workforce migration, and the whole idea, as the minister explained, is to check migration. You know, talking about better incentives for doctors, talking about providing, better equipment and all of that. You know, it's a whole lot, quite encompassing now, I should say. What do you make of that policy? You think the policy will go far enough to address the situation?
First, let's commend the minister for thinking of that kind of policy, especially at this time. Unlike previous ministers who rather claim that we have sufficient doctors and we can now import them. Of course, we remember Adewale, who wants doctors to come and be sewing cloth. We remember Gige, who said that we have too many doctors and we can then export as many as possible. But this minister is being realistic and talk to the meat of the matter. So we're happy that he spoke about it. But of course, we understand the incentives given to doctors, either in terms of training, tax breaks, some collaboration with foreign countries, and all that to help encourage that, and then moving them to rural areas with government support. That is nice. That's very good. But there are fundamentals on which this policy can stand on. Number one fundamental is trust. You will agree with me, Badmos, that there is a breakdown of trust between government and the governed, and it has not returned. You've seen severally government making promises to doctors, resident doctors, and those promises are just promises. It never got implemented. That's number one. So we have to actually firm up the trust between us if we want this policy to work. Secondly, there are subnationals to health delivery. Federal government can have a beautiful policy papers. Have you domiciled in Zamfara? Have you domiciled in River? Have you domiciled in Lagos? So there are, okay, look at the issue of minimum wage, for instance. Beautiful as it is and wanting to drive anything, how many states are paying minimum wage? This policy will suffer the same fate where a governor will tell you that, listen, I don't have resources to manage those kind of things. And that will raise a lot of issues. No, and then fine-tuning, okay, because at the end of the day, you have to look at the issue of labor, migration law, and trying to limit people from moving around. And for some of us, it becomes concerning when government try to frame the medical profession as a corporate benefiting from their subsidies. That can even be queried. Let's face it, every graduate in Nigeria every graduate from Nigeria has benefited or is benefiting from these subsidies. Lawyers, journalists, politicians, everybody that benefits because you've gone to school. Did you pay the right thing? But again, even at that, doctors still pay far, far more. And then there's no scholarship to say that if you are studying medicine, you are studying nursing, you are studying pharmacy, this is a special scholarship for federal government for you. So what are we talking about? So when you frame a particular profession to look good, it's not proper. It will bring antagonism, it will bring quarrel, it will bring disagreement. So don't let us, they should stop that framing, because every time I hear that, oh, we have spent $21,000 to train each doctor, and there's a huge loss for us. And I ask them, how much did you use to train lawyers? How much do you use to train politicians and accountants? When they are leaving, even IT guys, when they are leaving, are they not huge loss to you? So what incentive are you giving to them? And I can tell you from personal experience that even some of us that have children in medical school, we know that we pay. We pay, honestly, we pay. If you have, whether you're a government institution or in private institution, you pay. So the government should, first of all, drop that kind of perception. It will raise anger and annoyance within people. Let us discuss honestly how we can deal with challenge of human resources for health. And of course, the capacity to expand training is nice. But again, you want to expand training, Deji. You want to expand training. Look at it. You have to absorb more medical students. You have to get more medical student teachers. You have to get more equipment, arrange hostels for them, put all these things together. This is a holistic thing. So in reality, you have to go and reframe the structure of your university to be able to absorb those people. It's not just by signing papers and reading it on. It's not just by press releases. Then secondly, after the number of, you have to assure that these people will not spend 10 years for a 6 years course. It's very disheartening. It will erode their what I call their commitment to the nation. Don't allow that to happen. And then thirdly, there's residency, which means that you have to train specialized cadre of medical doctors. And even at that, when these doctors have finished training, to even have a place to absorb them for housemanship or internship is difficult. They come to me every time looking for somebody who can press button for them. We can't pretend as if we don't know that all these things are happening. And after that, some of them that have even done that and are looking for jobs, you have to go and meet one politician, you have to go here, you have to go there. They won't give you.
Essentially, what you're saying, doctor, is that look, yes, it's true we have shortage of doctors, but even those who have stayed back, those who are they just can't find job as well. And you're right. I mean, I've had situations.
They can't find job.
Yes,
they can't find job. Yeah, they can't find job. And then when this guy stay in his house, first year, second year, he's not finding job. You don't want him to go and write foreign exam and go away. What do you think he'll be feeling? Despite all the investment the parents has put on him, despite the fact that he has a life to live, you are not giving him job, and you are bringing policy to say that he cannot go away. I mean, that's quite untidy. So in reality, there are factors, there are grand factors we need to resolve clearly and clearly. If you want to be sincere, I am not talking about politics of health. Like I've always mentioned over and over, the politics of health is the real problem of policy of health. You might want to sound nice, okay, but on the ground, let us put this thing on the ground. And then you look at it that even recently, we've seen quite a lot of hospitals being attacked. We've seen doctors being kidnapped, ransom being paid. And then if they can escape from kidnappers, then you want them to do what? To come and stay and be running around and saying that, listen, I'm patriotic. You saw one dentist that was on the way to pick something and then travel abroad. She ended up in the hands of kidnappers in that Abuja Kaduna tree, and of course she died. So let's get our basics right. And here we are. You've seen doctors tell you that they are really committed to establishing facilities to train more people to make themselves, to make more doctors available in Nigeria, and they have to pay 2-something million for NEPA. Please, let's be honest. We've not started talking about how to address these issues. There are external issues to health that is affecting health. There are even deeper health issues that is affecting health. And then if you want to rank universities, medical schools in Africa, of course, yes, you probably see Nsukka, maybe in Africa, coming at number 24 or so, and maybe if 23 and if 24 and all that kind of thing. But even at that, tell you, if I want to do stem cell technology, and that's my area in medicine, which is of course are the new things in medicine, which university will do it in Nigeria? Which university will do it? Must everybody be gynecologists? So in reality, we have not addressed that issue. So, and then to address that issue, we know that first and foremost, we must actually have to go and reform our education system. If you don't reform the education system, and you're talking about doctors running away, not running away, we're still wasting our time. You have to move money into the medical training
Unfortunately, we haven't got time. But let me ask you this final question before we end this. For some of you who have decided to stay, I mean, you are here. I believe you have doctors who are working for you who are here as well, and you must have met several other young doctors who are here as well. What is the motivation for you to stay back?
You see, first and foremost, it has never been my style to stay abroad. If I had wanted to stay abroad, as far back as 1999 or 2000, I would have been in America, because that was around the first time I entered America, and I was thinking of staying until I looked at the whole process and felt that no, Nigeria needs more doctor. If I had wanted to stay, but of course, when I went studying in Sweden, they asked me whether I'm going to stay back. I said no, I'll go back to Nigeria. There must be something in you that puts you in Nigeria and want to serve. Of course, then my own mother was falling sick. I can't leave her for anybody, and I have so many other people that will fall into that category. We wanted to stay, but of course, training doctors have been, quite interesting and amazing. But I can tell you sincerely, Out of the many doctors that have trained, I can mention Ivy League institutions they are in America, in South Africa, in Ireland, in UK, and I encourage them that listen, don't be like me. You need to maximize what your knowledge. You need to improve on your knowledge. One of my doctors is actually in Cedar Sinai Hospital in California, one of the top guys on stem cell research. And he's been taken to America. One of them is in University of Pittsburgh Medical College. He's a wonderful urologist. You know, so they're just all over the place. But the simple point is that I've told them this is the reality of my country. If you want to maximize health and do well for yourself and for your family and for your mental state, that we are not ready yet. So if you want to be ready, we must be able to encourage backward migration, what I would call jackpada, you know, in such a way that the light is available, security is there. We've put some infrastructure in place to allow people, even if you're in South Africa, in Nigeria, South Africa, to come and set up facilities there. That seems to be happening in a few years back, but I'm not sure the zeal is increasing. I'm not sure the zeal is increasing because the trajectory of the nations is not helping them really.
All right, I think
we can do better.
We'll just have to leave it there. But I want to thank you and those of you who have stayed behind, because I mean you're doing a wonderful job. If not for you, I wonder what our healthcare system would be like. And the hope,
thank you for thanking us.
Yeah,
we're still here.
And the hope is that someday soon we'll have this jackpada trend, actually rise, and we'll see more of our doctors come back with their expertise, and that will definitely help our healthcare system. Thank you very much, Dr. Tuime Baodu, for coming on the program and sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks a lot. All right, that's how much we can take on the program this week. We thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول يتذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
China and Africa, advancing together and planting the seeds of their dreams in the vibrant and hopeful landscape of the 21st century, nurturing these seeds with friendship and cultivating them with sincere dedication, setting an example of cooperative partnership grounded in a shared destiny. These are seeds that are bound to grow and bear fruit. Under the same starry sky, and with a vision for the future of all humanity, the people of China and Africa are expanding their horizons and extending their reach, moving forward together toward a future brimming with boundless hope. This is Inkoa Stelgen, an international student from the Republic of the Congo at the University of Jinan. Today's the big day, the day of his PhD dissertation defense.
除了结婚之外的另外一个大任务，所以现在我的心情就很复杂。
Inkoa Stelgen was born in a mountainous village in the northern region of the Republic of the Congo. In 2012, his alma mater, Marienne Ngawabi University, partnered with the University of Jinan to establish a Confucius Institute. Inkoa Stelgen enrolled as one of the institute's first students. 3 years later, he began an 8-year journey as an international student in the University of Jinan.
现在我就担任曹格，就觉得我是业务这一大片。
各位老师、各位同学，大家下午好，我是来自康国部的曹格。然后接下来我可能要用英语开始讲我的 PPT。That is coming from。我还记得我上小学的时候，我天天打仗，就是跟同学，然后他们为了调笑我，他们也可以模仿我走路的那个样子，对。然后我一看了，我就跟你拼命了。我知道我跟别人长得不一样嘛，只有学习这一条路。
But at the University of Jinan, Inkoa Stelgen didn't just focus on learning Chinese, he chose a more challenging path.
非洲有很多水，但是都是没有把这个水处理好的技术，所以来中国的目的也是把处理水的过程中学好，然后将来回国，哪怕是去别的国家，我就要是给老百姓服务，也给他们一个美好的生活吧。这喝的大家喝干净的水，就不用生病。
答辩委员会经过评议及无记名投票表决，一致同意通过曹格博士学位论文答辩，建议授予公学博士学位。非常感谢。
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Having risen to the challenges he has set himself, Inkoa Stelgen is now heading toward a bright future. Inkoa Stelgen's hometown has also undergone significant changes in recent years. Sino-Congolese cooperation projects like the National Road No. 1, the China-Congo Friendship Hospital, the Kintele Sports Complex, and the Confucius Institute at Marienne Ngawabi University, Inkoa Stelgen's alma mater, have transformed many lives. This summer, to celebrate his graduation, Inkoa Stelgen embarked on a trip. He chose to visit a place he'd long dreamt of visiting.
朋友们，下午好。下午好。听说过刚果共和国吗？非洲。听说过。哦，我作为一个大学生，给小朋友介绍一下我们的刚果，好不好？好。OK。2010年，这里曾发生过可怕的大地震。那时候，我的国家没有袖手旁观，刚果和中国就是我两个家。遇到困难时，两个家互相帮助，互相支持。生活在两个家的我，真好啊！
After the 2010 Yushu earthquake in Qinghai province, the Republic of the Congo donated 16 million yuan to build the Sino-Congolese Friendship Primary on the roof of the world, despite their own limited financial resources. A gesture of warmth, opening a new chapter in the history of China-Congo friendship.
Bonjour Congo.
Bonjour Congo.
Bonjour la Chine.
Bonjour la Chine.
那谁拿你的分？
在这所学校，我最好的朋友是土大公宝，他带我去食堂吃他最喜欢吃的炒土豆，还带我去他的宿舍看他整齐的床铺，还带我去他的圣地，一个神秘壮观的足球场，还带我去他的家。
所以这里边都是猪粪。吃饭，宿舍里对不对？
我让他用相机随便拍一些什么送给我，我会一辈子记住他。
就是这样3舅舅的摩托，4舅舅的小汽车，那是我们的山绳，我的篮板，刚果布。
One is an African university student from the heart of the Congo Basin, and the other is a primary school student living on the Qinghai-Xizang Plateau. Despite their vastly different backgrounds and the distance between their homelands, they formed an extraordinary friendship. Standing together to overcome difficulties, this is the friendship between nations, between China and Africa, reflected in individual lives and illuminating a future full of possibilities. Tsavo National Park in Kenya is home to nearly all of Africa's animal species. With its unspoiled culture and diverse wildlife, this captivating land draws countless visitors from around the world. But there's a problem. The hotels within the park have long struggled with power shortages.
And we used to do generator power for just a few hours. So by 10 in the night, we have to switch off the generator. The guests were really inconvenienced. They couldn't charge their phones. They couldn't use the fans in the room. So if it is hot, it is hot.
Fortunately, China-Kenya cooperation is supplying the solution to this and a host of other issues. Now that Kenya has started actively promoting the development of clean energy, solar panels are going up everywhere. The result is a steady supply of electricity pulsing into remote areas, much to the relief of Victor O. Yang and his guests. With a shared vision for the future of all humanity, China and Africa have chosen to join hands on the path of green development. Whether it's howling winds, scorching sun, or ever-flowing rivers, these natural energy resources are being harnessed in China-Africa green energy cooperation projects. The result, clean energy flowing continuously across this beautiful land, lighting up lives and the way to the future. In 2018, in the heart of Morocco, the city of Ouarzazate, known as the Gateway to the Sahara, saw the completion and launch of the world's largest solar thermal power plant, a joint project between China and Morocco. This plant now meets the electricity needs of over 1 million Moroccan households and can even export surplus power to Europe. With this transformation from an electricity importer to an exporter, Morocco, in partnership with China, has strengthened its commitment to developing the renewable energy sector. Omar Hassani, now 37 years old, joined a Chinese new energy company 3 months ago. Today is the day of his evaluation, marking the end of his probation period.
We will invite you to present what you did during your probation period with a PPT, and then we will ask you a few questions.
Actually, I was recruited as a policy manager
For my education background, I studied a bachelor degree in aeronautic engineering at Beijing University of Aeronautic and Astronautic, Beihang University.
Success. Omar Hassani has got through his evaluation, a full member of the team at last. The Chinese company he chose, BTR, is Morocco's first new energy company, and it produces lithium-ion battery anode and cathode materials. With years of experience in the automotive industry, Omar believes that electric vehicles hold the key to the future of Morocco's automotive sector. China's leading new energy industry is actively seeking broader development opportunities.
我们到摩洛哥投资的这个工厂应该是我们第5代，所以我们是带来最新的技术，不光是我们自己过来，还顺便会带来我们上下游的配套的供应商、合作伙伴，对摩洛哥汽车产业是一个非常好的补充。
But it's not just a big day for Omar Hassani. Thousands of miles away at the BTR factory in Jiangsu province, China, another important test is underway.
这是扣式电池的循环，应该是提升了接近3个点。
Yannick, the project leader for the Morocco initiative, is overseeing his team as they test the performance of battery materials.
真正在摩洛哥量产的时候，我们一个是要稳定住现有的状态，另外在新一代产品，我们在这个基础上再进一步的再提升一个层次。
This modern production line will soon be fully established in the Tangier tech city in Morocco.
We will start another.
As a major milestone in the high-quality China-Morocco Belt and Road Initiative, Tangier Tech City has drawn numerous Chinese new energy companies. These companies will introduce world-leading industry chains and clusters in fields such as renewable energy and electric vehicle batteries, helping Morocco build a modern green future and advancing global efforts in sustainable, low-carbon development.
I love the poetry of it, you know, the green mountains, the lucid waters,
right.
Silver and gold. China's action at home is really important. China's action abroad in this matter is very important. I've referenced renewable energy. It's remarkable that China has made these commitments and is exceeding the commitments on renewable already now.
Ethiopia, situated on the East African plateau at an average altitude of nearly 3,000 meters, is often referred to as the roof of Africa. Southwest of the capital, Addis Ababa, is an export processing industrial park invested in by a Chinese company, which is primarily focused on footwear manufacturing. At 55, Teka Entehabu is a regular visitor to this industrial park. As the former Minister of State at Ethiopia's Ministry of Trade and Industry, he frequently visits industrial parks to assess production conditions. Teka understands that for Ethiopia to thrive, manufacturing must be prioritized.
Our objective, or the policy objective, was to $1 billion export from the textile and garment. But unfortunately, we could not meet the intended result. So I tried to link also the experience of China with our challenges.
In search of solutions to the country's developmental challenges, 3 years ago, Teka Entehabu went to Peking University's Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development to study for his PhD.
This is our flag. You know, this is the Japan flag. Yeah.
Founded in April 2016, the Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development is dedicated to sharing governance experience between China and developing countries, with the goal of cultivating high-level government management talent across the developing world. The institute represents a shift in China's cooperation with South-South countries, moving from financial and infrastructural support to the exchange of development wisdom and ideas, thereby enhancing contributions to global South-South cooperation efforts.
We cannot directly copy the China development model, but we can learn more and we can try to take some lessons, experiences, and we can apply to our country based on the situation, the environment we have in our countries.
Wang Yong, the academic deputy dean at Peking University, is also Teka Entahabu's PhD advisor.
Teka 的话，他原来当过这工业贸易部的这个国部长嘛，所以他对于贸易、对于产业一直是关注的。所以他们是带着问题来，但他是带着国际的比较来的。
To understand China's experience, one must return to the starting point of its development. Before returning to Ethiopia, Teka Entahabu visited Xinjiang. Xinjiang is the birthplace of the Xinjiang experience, a key success story from China's reform and opening up. Teka Entahabu hopes to find answers here for Ethiopia's development. In the past more than 40 years, Chendai town in Xinjiang has seen the emergence of over 7,000 shoe companies and supporting businesses. One company miraculously grew from a small family workshop into a $1 billion publicly listed enterprise.
It's possible for the textile and garment,
sure,
you know.
Yeah.
Is
So
that
this is very
picture?
initial. Initial picture.
That's 1982?
Yes, it's 1982.
Okay.
So it's not easy.
Yeah,
so
I know.
it's a magic
I know.
for we
It
were so
is.
proud. Why it's called the Xinjiang experience? Just because a small business, how they can doing their initiatives to create their own advantage and make a success, and then a lot of business can work together to build this local regional economy to become a stronger one, and with the support from the government. Yes.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Xinjiang experience, yeah. So this is a big lesson for us also. We need to work closely with the enterprise to fulfill the common vision to bring the development of the country.
This summer, 35 students from 19 countries will graduate from the Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development. Over its 8 years, the Institute has trained over 400 high-caliber individuals for the governments of more than 70 developing countries, providing vital intellectual support for the modernization of their national governance systems and capacities.
I'm so keen, to bring some changes in my country. I need to make some differences in my country development. That's the motive of every student in the South-South Corporation.
In 40 years, China went from being very poor to being a very, very successful, dynamic economy. So I think China has a very big role to play as showing the path of how to achieve rapid development.
South-South cooperation is a remarkable initiative that promotes collective self-reliance among developing countries. As a leading member of the Global South and the largest developing nation, China remains dedicated to its mission of collaborating with other developing countries. This dedication is why China-Africa cooperation not only endures as a lasting friendship, but also serves as a model for South-South collaboration. With high aspirations, China-Africa cooperation looks to the future, aiming for new heights and endless possibilities.
热带气旋肯尼斯25号登陆莫桑比克北部地区。
In March 2019, tropical cyclones ravaged Africa. Mozambique, among other countries, was especially badly affected, suffering severe flooding. 2 years later, in August 2021, Algeria faced devastating forest fires, resulting in major casualties. But bad as these events were, they could have been much worse were it not for China's meteorological and communication satellites orbiting the Earth. These provided timely and precise disaster warnings and information services to the affected countries, helping rescue teams save countless lives. Additionally, the deepening of China-Africa space technology cooperation has rekindled dreams that once seemed out of reach. On June 13, 2023, at Egypt's Space City in New Cairo, Professor Rafi, who is over 70 years old, is awaiting the result of the electrical performance test for the MISASat-2 flight model.
Of course, Egypt has a dream related to space projects or space activities.
Professor Rafi is an expert in theoretical research and equipment testing in Egypt's space sector. Throughout his 40-year career, he's lamented the absence of a fully independently developed satellite by the Egyptian Space Agency.
Our main dream is to make our own satellite, to develop our own satellite from A to Z.
As early as 1997, Egypt planned to develop its own satellite. However, due to technological barriers, this goal was never achieved. Nowadays, however, the failures that once haunted Professor Rafi are rapidly fading from view, overshadowed by the changes unfolding before him. Cui Yufu, the chief designer from the Chinese team for the MISASat-2 satellite, leads the Chinese testing team in close collaboration with Professor Rafi's team. The MISASat-2 satellite project consists of equal numbers of Chinese and Egyptian engineers at each position.
我们可以看到，埃方的工程师非常详尽地掌握了合作过程的所有的环节。当他们在总结的时候，从他们的脸上可以看到了自豪，看到了收获的满足感。
For Professor Rafi, this moment marks a dream come true. On December 4th, 2023, at 12:10 p.m., the MISASat-2 satellite, developed over 4 years, was successfully launched from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. This represents another landmark achievement in China-Egypt cooperation. It's also a milestone for Egypt, the first African country with full satellite assembly, integration, and testing capabilities. Today, as China steadily advances toward becoming a space power, it warmly invites institutions and scientists from developing countries, including those in Africa, to join in space research, collaboratively cultivate cutting-edge talent, and work together on projects that will shape the future of humanity. Together, they explore boundless hopes for a brighter future within the infinite possibilities of the cosmos. At 6 a.m., while the tranquil town of Carnarvon is still waiting for the morning light, engineers from China and South Africa are already preparing to set out. Their destination is a desert area more than 100 kilometers from the town.
I am Zhang Lei, 来自中国电科54所。我们单位呢在河北省的石家庄，然后我们这个团队呢就是在南非呢就是负责承建 SKA 天线。
The town of Carnarvon is located in the central Karoo Basin of northern Cape Province, South Africa. 20 years ago, this place was virtually unknown. Today, however, this once quiet town has become a hub for scientists and engineers from around the world, all drawn here by a groundbreaking scientific project. The SKA, or Square Kilometre Array, is a radio telescope with a total receiving area of 1 square kilometre. It is the largest aperture synthesis radio telescope ever constructed by humanity. This is the Meerkat Radio Telescope, which consists of 64 antennas. It is one of the precursor missions to the SKA. South Africa, selected as the site for the SKA, provides both the land and infrastructure needed for its construction. After 5 years of extensive preparation, in 2015, the China Electronics Technology Group Corporation's Network Communication Research Institute emerged victorious in the design competition for the SKA's mid-frequency antennas. Capturing radio waves from the universe requires extremely precise equipment.
如果我们不能够把自己的辐射水平控制在限制以下的话，我们的这个自身设备的辐射会淹没来自外太空的信号。那么可以说 SK 的天线观测就是失败的。
To enable humanity to explore deeper into the night sky, countless individuals are working quietly behind the scenes.
看我们从13年到现在，这都已经11年的时间了，我们还在改进呢，还在做验证呢。所以说，你看，就说明这个的要求是世界上独一无二的，是前所未有的难度跟挑战。
The successful development of the SKA antenna represents a significant contribution to world science. China is forging ahead in the development of cutting-edge antennae for the good of all.
The SKA telescopes is to give us a brand new step increase in our ability to see the universe and see things that they've never been able to see before, and possibly understand a little bit better of how we fit and how everything comes together. And that's going to be a very powerful legacy for generations to come.
As scientists gaze at the stars and reach for the edges of the universe, the spirit of science is revitalizing this once neglected town of Carnarvon.
And the game starts in 3, 2, 1, let's go!
The Robotics Schools program, a unique initiative launched by the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, aims to develop and inspire an interest in STEM skills in the schools around the development of the Square Kilometre Array.
The reason that I joined the robotics is because that I want to become an engineer.
My dreams are to be an astronomer. So I like watching the stars and discovering more about planets and other stuff.
I'm looking forward to welcome the next engineer. I'm looking forward to have an astronomer, give them opportunities and make them to realize that nothing is ending in Carnarvon.
Dreams are the preserve of those who never stop looking up at the stars, even if their feet are firmly on the ground and caked in mud. Through all the storms and challenges, China and Africa have consistently stood by each other. They support one another in times of crisis and collaborate for mutual benefit in development. They achieve shared prosperity through exchanges and mutual learning between their civilizations. They are friends, partners, and brothers. Bosom friends make distance disappear. China and Africa are joining hands to advance modernization, create a better future for their people, nurture new hope for the world, and set a strong example in building a community with a shared future for all humanity.
and welcome to another episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkwolye. Now, every year, companies and institutions around the world grapple with the growing menace of forged certificates and falsified credentials. But one Nigerian startup is changing the game with an innovative solution, the Akowe app. Now, today we dive into the story of a revolutionary app that is tackling the global challenge of document falsification. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Akowe.
Akowe is an online platform designed to reduce the incidence of credential fraud in the job market. We've built out technology that allows employers to be able to instantly verify the authenticity of academic records, as well as technology that allows educators to be able to issue digital certificates easily. My name is Ayodiji Agbola and I'm the founder of Akowe.
Initially, Akowe was funded with a simple mission: to approve and manage certificates for individuals. However, as demand for reliable verification grew, the app evolved into a cutting-edge platform used to confirm the authenticity of credentials and certificates.
The story starts from when we were trying to solve our own problem. We did have a contract in 2018 with Facebook where we were training lots of small business owners on how to use Facebook products for business. And after the training, we need to give certificates. We trained a total of about 70,000 people across 4 years. And you can imagine trying to give certificates to this large number of people. So I decided to build a simple solution that could easily issue these certificates out to these recipients. So we're looking for an English name for this application because I realized that we weren't the only ones who had the problem. There were other Facebook partners who had the same problem. And there were other educators out there who were running trainings and who wanted to issue certificates, and there was a need for a simple tool like what we had built. I was looking for an English name that would work. I just couldn't find any, especially as we wanted to buy a domain name that was appropriate. And we tried so many different English names, and after a lot of frustration not finding an appropriate name, I started to think, okay, maybe we should go indigenous with this. And the name Akowe popped into my head, and simply because of what it describes what the application does. At the time, the application would simply write your name on the certificate and then issue it out to you. So it was an application that writes, right? So that was why I named it Akowe. But it's turned out to be a great name because it's now even doing many other things around academic space, around graduates and the likes. And typically a literate person is what you call an Akowe or a clerk, in the Yoruba language. So that's the story behind that. So shortly after we launched the initial product, which was issuing of certificates, quite a number of our customers started asking, okay, thank you for this, but can you help us verify certificates? And that was obviously not why we built the application in the first place. Then we started looking into that problem. And then we realized that that was even a bigger problem because quite a number of either postgraduate schools or employers had a challenge trying to verify whether this person they're trying to hire, actually has the grade that they say that they do. Because there's no system in place that is quick and fast that can help people, actually get that information. Because what happens is if you need to verify credentials, you either send someone to the school or you call the school, and that takes a bit of time before you get that answer.
Akọ̀wé has quickly gained recognition as a one-in-a-million solution to the global issue of document fraud by allowing companies and universities to verify and upload documents securely. The app has become a trusted tool for maintaining integrity in recruitment, academics, and more.
They just, give themselves a little notch upwards to the next grade. So if you had a second class lower, you would say you have a second class upper. Most people don't go and say they have a first class. They just, go to the next upper grade so that there is a higher chance that an employer could say, okay, you have a good grade, we can hire you. So that's what you find that is very rampant. Many times as well, because there are no systems to easily check, somebody who didn't graduate would have a CV that says they graduated from so-so school. It's so hard to check. So even if you're book smart or whatever it is, you might get hired even if you didn't graduate from school. And then your performance might then start to show that, okay, you said you had this grade, how come your performance is this way? And that's how people have been discovered over the years, to see, okay, your performance doesn't meet what you say you have in your CV. So you have many of those types of different methods that people do often. So with what we have done, which we have aggregated a lot of academic records onto our platform, it means that you can check and you can get information instantly. So for providing that instant information to you, you pay. So to access the system, we allow you some free trials where you can sign up, create an account, go into the platform and check a few names for free. And after that free trial, then you have to pay to continue to access the information. So basically you pay to search and then you pay to download a generated report. That generated report is what you can keep in your files as HR department.
While these features have brought much needed efficiency to credential verification, some skeptics have raised concerns about the safety of sensitive data on the server. But Ayodeji, the visionary founder of Akọ̀wé, assures users that the app servers are maintained and protected steadily to prevent hacking and data breaches.
Your academic records they're permanent records. Once your academic record has been issued by your school, it's a permanent record. It's not supposed to change, right? People change it because of, nefarious reasons. So what we're building out a solution where people can list their academic records on our platform. And because it's supposed to be a permanent record, we use blockchain technology to secure that permanence. It's tamper-proof and all of that. But however, who's to say that what you are listing on the platform is actually authentic? That's why we have multiple ways for actually verifying what you are listing. Once we verify that what you are listing is the same thing that the university has issued, and there are multiple other ways that we can actually verify that information, we then make it tamper-proof on the blockchain. So in essence, what it means is that a person can have their academic dossier on the Akọ̀wé app and their entire education history going backwards or even going forwards, right? So with that, anybody should be able to check this person. Which school did they go to for primary school? Which school did they go for secondary school? What did they come out for the university with, and things like that. That entire academic history is important information. Right now it's scattered everywhere, and that's why Akọ̀wé is a very collaborative company. We're speaking with people who already work with secondary schools using software to say, hey, there's a lot of education history that you guys have access to. There are people willing to pay to see the education history. Let's collaborate and let's put it out together. So that helps to solve some of those problems.
The app's impact doesn't end there. Recognizing a broader need, Akọ̀wé has expanded its services to include undergraduates, enabling their credentials to be confirmed when they apply for loans. This feature is helping young people access opportunities while also ensuring transparency and accountability.
Right now, we're developing 2 new other products that we found that market is asking for, right? Again, people have come to us. We need to verify undergraduates. And something as simple as that, nobody in Nigeria today can do that. If you are an undergraduate, you are in 100 level, you're in 100 level, you're a 200 level student, maybe a bank wants to give you 50% off to be able to buy this laptop, they cannot verify that you are a 200 level undergraduate from this school. It's just, I mean, there's no way to do that because there's no system in place that anybody can trust that says that you are actually an undergraduate from this school. Because are you going to bring your ID card? Anybody can make an ID card, right? So we're building a collaborative solution with the universities as well to say, let's be able to verify without a doubt that this person is an undergraduate, is doing microbiology, and is from this school. Next year, we can say, yes, he's still doing microbiology, but he's now in 200 level, right? And that cannot be done in isolation. It has to be a collaborative effort, private partnerships, universities themselves, and then customers from outside can pay to access that.
When asked about government collaboration, Akawe's leadership remains tight-lipped. However, the app has secured partnership with prominent organizations in Nigeria, a testament to its credibility and trustworthiness.
You really can't execute business without the government. You must register your business as a legal entity, so the government must be aware that you're doing something and what you're doing is legal, right? So, but the challenge has been that Nigeria is very peculiar in the sense that, you know, great ideas often find their ways to the top and often just find a way to be replicated even when you get what I mean. So, and that's happened to us quite a number of times, you know, so we figure that the goal or the objective, or if you're going to win in this market, you know, that's probably not the way to go. We're also aware that the government is also trying to build out similar solutions. And, you know, again, if everybody is trying to solve the same problem, I believe that collaborative efforts get us there faster. Akawe is very difficult because it's not just B2B, it's B to universities. And if you understand universities, and not just Nigerian universities, universities across the world are not known to drive innovation. They're very slow to move. They're very, very academic, and therefore they're not very easily swayed to move into new technologies, especially African universities. So it's really, really difficult. And what we've been able to do is to show to them that there's a whole lot of revenue, there's a whole lot of innovation that if we work together, we can unlock a lot of revenue for they themselves, the universities, and a lot of ease for their stakeholders, graduates, lecturers, and I mean, for instance, it takes forever to get a transcript, even as of today. Like, why? Why should it take forever? The technology is there, the data is available, we just need to be able to work together. So the biggest challenge has always been that being able to work with universities in a way that technology would be the solution end to end.
One of the company's greatest milestones came on the global stage. Akawe's effort to bridge the gap in document verification and stamp recognition at a prestigious event in the States, where they were celebrated for their innovative approach to a global problem.
I would say when we were invited to pitch at TechCrunch Startup Battlefield in the USA, it was 2023. You know, we had applied for the program in around April, and I promptly forgot about it, you know. And then in August, I got an email to say, hooray, you're welcome. We're inviting you to the US to come and pitch your startup on a global stage. And that was a great milestone because for Akawe to have been chosen out of about 3,000 global applications, and they chose only 200, that was a great morale booster that, okay, we're solving something really global here. And TechCrunch, if you know TechCrunch is a global brand, right? You know, so that was validation for us. And that also helped us to realize that it was not a Nigerian problem, because standing on the stage in San Francisco, talking to a global audience about the problem you're solving from Nigeria, you had to find a way to make them relate to it. And there was a great aha moment where people realized that I'm from India, I have the same problem. I'm from Pakistan, I have the same problem. You know, so that was a great moment for us to actually see that, okay, we are onto something here.
On the African front, Akawe has established a partnership with a company in Kenya, marking the beginning of its expansion across the continent. This collaboration underscores the app's mission to make the world a better place, one credential at a time.
Absolutely. So we have a partnership right now where That partner already sells credential verification in Kenya. And once that partnership has been finalized, it means that Akọ̀wé will be able to provide credential verification for Kenyans. So if you are a Nigerian trying to hire a Kenyan, you'll be able to come on our platform and verify that Kenyan based off of that partnership that we have. And it's a two-way thing. So that partner also will be able to access all of the records that we have in West Africa to be able to sell. So collaborations like that help us scale very quick. And this is not just a problem we're trying to solve for Nigeria alone. So think about West Africa, East Africa. The problem exists across sub-Saharan Africa, basically, and many parts of the world as well that are not on the African continent. So we want to make sure we focus on the first iteration. If it's good enough and people like it and people seem to find value in it, I think it then begins easily scale. Okay. Earlier we talked about the Benin Republic and issues that are happening there. We are in conversations with companies in Benin Republic where we're trying to say, this is our solution. We want to bring it into the country and actually help solve that problem. So already we see that the problems exist, and with digital technologies, you can scale and solve those problems at scale. But you have to get it right. And once you get it right, it's easily replicable, across countries.
Looking to the future, Akọ̀wé has bigger plans. The team is exploring opportunities to extend their services to secondary schools, focusing on reducing the alarming rate of fake results in WAEC and JAMB. This move will revolutionize the education system and provide a foundation for a more transparent academic process.
Welcome back. Now, global financial services often present daunting challenges for businesses in emerging markets, from arbitrary compliance thresholds to perceived risks and sudden service disruptions. Now, businesses frequently face obstacles that hinder their ability to scale and grow. Today, we turn our focus to a company revolutionizing cross-border payments and financial accessibility. Let's dive into the story of Waza and its groundbreaking platform, Link.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods. I'm Maxwell Obi. I'm the CEO of Waza.
Registered in the United States as a money service business, Waza specializes in foreign exchange and money transmission. Since launching its start in January 2023, the company has partnered with financial powerhouses like Visa and Currency Cloud to deliver payment services and account issuance. In just 1 year, Waza has served hundreds of businesses, processing an impressive $700 million in annualized payment volume while facilitating payments across 6 continents.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods.
But Waza is not stopping there. To address the unique challenges faced by businesses in emerging markets, Waza recently introduced a new product called Link. Designed as a viable alternative to existing financial solutions, Link offers multi-currency. These accounts enable payments to more than 100 countries and are equipped with robust features that extend beyond traditional wallets.
There's a big void that Link is feeling in the market because traditional banks haven't been able to cater to the needs of these businesses over time. They have an outsized perception of risks for businesses that operate in higher risk jurisdictions like emerging markets in Africa, Southeast Asia, etc. And so we decided to plug that gap by launching Link, which is, it's not a different brand, but it's a different product under the same brand, right? And so still solving B2B payments from the perspective of FX and now banks. Small businesses, startups, other financial institutions, corporates, even large organizations can use Link. I would say if you have a need to operate in the global market or you have a need for international banking and you're operating in an emerging market, automatically you will be perceived as high risk and we are the alternative, we are the go-to for you. So that's our target, right? And that's from a customer segmentation standpoint. If you take a wider scan from a market perspective, we want to look at markets that have a lot of cross-border activity and a lot of buzzing startup ecosystem, right, or startup activity. Even as we target corporates and large multinationals, right, or even if large corporates and enterprises are part of the customer segment, they are not our sole target. We know that startups are also super affected. So we want them to also bank on Link. We want them to come get their multi-currency accounts, do exchange, and just use us as a de facto banking platform to make payments to their vendors and suppliers globally.
What sets Link apart is its comprehensive payment support. This ensures businesses with operations across the globe which can efficiently manage their payments and focus exchange liquidity on a single platform.
Most people that have tried to provide multi-currency platforms approach it from a mature market mindset. We're taking a very localized approach, paying attention to emerging market businesses that cannot access international banking services. If you take a quick look at what happened last year, banks like Mercury, fintech banks or other financial institutions like Mercury, SVB, Silicon Valley Bank began to shut down businesses that have either directors or UBOs in emerging markets that deem high risk, right? So it's not, we on the other hand have provided this service with a keen eye for streamlined compliance processes, speed and cost, right? If you can bank with these guys, you can bank with us. And not only have we streamlined that compliance process for you, we can now give you, you can deliver your payments very fast within the same day. FX, yes, is a great value prop there, but it is not the entire thing. Transaction fees, we don't charge a monthly transaction fee, it's really cheap. Eventually, as we launch more features and evolve the product, there will be more customer segments unlocked, right? We're thinking about building APIs that will cater to other financial institutions that want to build on top of our infrastructure. And when we think about B2B payments, which is our core focus, it's usually happening in the context of trade. And trade can be seen as an ecosystem. There's a supply side, there's a demand side. So there are other things we will launch that will also cater to suppliers in different jurisdictions and unlock new customer segments. But today, businesses, importers, exporters, corporates, startups would be our ideal customer target.
Importantly, Waza clarifies that it is not a bank. Instead, the company partners with banks that are adhere to strict rules and regulations in each country of operation. This strategic approach ensures compliance while maintaining flexibility and innovation.
First, Waza or Link is not a bank, we're a technology company. And so all of these services are provided in partnership with licensed financial institutions. So we've been able to build on top I would say really strict compliance protocols and whatever other value services that they can offer. Today, we're making great progress we want to launch interest on deposits, financing. These are all value-added services that makes us stand out, right? So it's not just, yes, we're going to give you faster payments, cheaper payments, a streamlined compliance approach so you can actually bank with us if you can get access to the US banking infrastructure. But also, eventually, we're going to launch other features to cater to all your needs for you to actually operate competitively in the global financial market.
Speaking about the operation in Nigeria, Maxwell Obi, the Waza CEO and co-founder, emphasized the adaptive approach to navigating local policies, highlighting Waza's commitment to supporting businesses in emerging markets.
First and foremost, we pay really keen attention to security, trust, compliance. We don't joke with these things. It's top priority for us. I think I would also reemphasize that we are not a bank. We are a technology company that is building on top the services and licensing of banking partners that have strict adherence to AML, CTF, and other regulatory requirements, right? But beyond that, if you take a look at the banking side of things, these guys are already complying with all of these regulations, right? They're complying with the central bank regulations, the BSA Act in the US, and other regulatory bodies. So from a banking standpoint, there is that compliance aspect and trust and security. From a technology standpoint, we've also tried to pay attention to global standards in terms of building the product. So we've implemented bank-grade encryption, security protocols, and we also pay strict attention to KYC and KYB regulations. And we also license, right? We're registered as an MSB with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network of the US. We're also licensed by the central bank as an IMTO. So while that regulation or directive is in place, yeah, we pay attention to it and we try to operate together with our banking partners within the frameworks of the regulators.
Despite being incorporated and operational in the US, UK, and EU, Waza has identified a significant challenge for businesses with ties to emerging markets. These barriers often lead to service discontinuation, uncompleted transactions, and disrupted trade flows, resulting in substantial financial losses and hampering business growth. Link was developed to address these critical issues. The platform's extensive payment capabilities and competitive FX rate ensures businesses can manage their finances efficiently while also scaling globally.
And that's how we have on today's episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkolie. See you again next time.
Hello and welcome to another episode of 360 Health. I am Okechukwu Okekwe. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has approved the recruitment of 34 resident doctors for a 7-year residency training to enhance healthcare delivery in FCT. The Senior Special Assistant to the Minister on Public Communication and Social Media, Lere Olayinka, made this known in a statement in Abuja. He explained that the 34 doctors would be the first batch of 60 medical doctors approved for residency training in 8 specialists in FCT administration hospitals. And the Sokoto State Commissioner for Health, Farouk Wurno, has expressed deep concern over the use of harmful traditional practices by local barbers in treating metal poisoning cases. The Health Commissioner commended the practice of making inclusion on patients' stomachs as a form of treatment and called for its immediate cessation. Speaking during the presentation of the government-supplied drugs for metal poisoning treatment at General Hospital, he emphasized the need for affected individuals to seek medical attention at hospitals instead of resorting to unsafe traditional method. He, represented by the Executive Director of the State Hospital Service Management Board, Bello Atahuru, assured that the government will distribute the essential drug to all general hospitals handling metal poisoning cases. And the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has raised concerns over the increasing number of cerebrospinal meningitis cases across the country, saying its peak season is between November and May. The latest figure indicates a surge in infection with 807 suspected cases and 47 deaths reported across 22 states and the Federal Capital Territory as of 26 March 2025. The NCDC Director General Jide Idris said this in an interview with newsmen in Abuja. He said the agency has activated emergency response measures to curb the outbreak, particularly in Kebbi, Katsina and Sokoto, the most affected areas. According to him, in Kebbi State, health authorities have confirmed 248 suspected cases and 26 deaths since late January. He described the situation as alarming. We'll go on a short break and the program will return shortly. Stay with us. Welcome back to the program. Today we are shining the spotlight on the major developments in Nigeria's health sector. While the Nigerian President Bola Tinubu Ahmed has approved the creation of over 8,800 new primary health care centers across Nigeria, making a significant stride in the federal government health sector renewal investment initiative. The announcement was made by Vice President Kashim Shettima during the commissioning of the Suleiman Adebola Adegunwa Trauma Center in Shagamu, Ogun State. Vice President Shettima reaffirmed the government's commitment to addressing the country's health care challenges through strategic investment and public-private partnership. However, he noted that the responsibility of developing the sector cannot rest solely on the government. He described the newly inaugurated trauma center as a critical addition to Nigeria's emergency medical infrastructure, symbolizing the federal government's unwavering dedication to preserving lives. So what does this mean to the ordinary Nigerian? How realistic is the plan? And what are the challenges ahead? Well, to help us unpack all of this, we are joined by medical practitioner Dr. Tiwu Mebawondu. Thank you for joining us on the program. So let's start with the big picture. How significant is the move to establish 8,800 new PHCs across Nigeria in terms of improving healthcare access?
Well, let's first of all understand the challenges of primary healthcare centers in Nigeria. What you should realize is that presently we have about 30,000 primary healthcare centers in 774 local governments of Nigeria. Okay? Out of all these 30,000 primary healthcare centers, just about 20% of them are functioning. We're talking about less than about 6,000 or 7,000 of those primary healthcare centers are functioning. So we are left with a large number. 80% of them are not functioning. So now the question is that, what are the factors that are not making them functioning? Because we expect the primary healthcare center to deliver basic health. Of course, there's the basic health fund provision in the budget. We expect them to deliver the basic health to the people nearest to them in a way that the people will not be going to the secondary center or tertiary center for ordinary malaria or even to check their blood pressure. So that is the purpose. Now, for you to do that, you must be able to equip those primary health care centers, make it affordable to the people, put human resources there, put equipment there, and let the place be responsive to the people. But what we are seeing is actually a shortage of human resources, shortage of material, and most of those primary health care centers, 80% of the primary health care centers in Nigeria are not being patronized. The utilization is so low. And for us, we have to figure out how to increase utilization capacity. Now, if you are setting up additional 8,800 primary health care centers in Nigeria, what it means is that what is going to be so special about them that is not in those ones that's already in existence? Are we going to resolve the issue of human resources and materials and equipment in those primary health care centers separate from the one we have now? And we must understand the fact that once you move away from the city centers, those primary health care centers rarely function. The challenge of conflict, the challenge of insurgencies are there, the challenge of security challenge is also making people not to be able to attend those primary health care centers. I think the first thing is to ensure that the primary health care centers, even in existence, are properly equipped, properly structured, make available for people to patronize before you then decide that you need to set up more.
So from your perspective, what are the most urgent healthcare gaps those new centers aim to bridge?
Like I said, you see, it's not about infrastructure. It's actually about what is available in those primary health care centers and how people patronize those primary health care centers. If you build additional primary health care centers, where are the health workers you are going to put in those primary health care centers? Where is the money to manage those primary health care centers? Just note that the funding of the primary health care center is not improving. In a way, it's reducing. By the time you now add those ones, the funding will reduce further. So the big question is that what are the means of funding those primary health care centers? It's not just about establishing them. You can build, I don't know why you need to build another one, when more than 20,000 of the 30,000 you have on ground are not working. So why don't you make those ones work first? I can tell you that even within Lagos here, once you leave central Lagos and you go into the peripheral area, the primary health care centers are not working. They're not working. So let's resolve the challenges facing those primary health care centers first before we consider establishing another one. I may agree that maybe in some local government, you may not have sufficient coverage in terms of those primary health care centers. Yeah, if you want to add one or two, maybe. But why? What is rationale for that 8,800 new ones you are establishing? So where are the doctors or even where are the health workers to mind all those things? Where are the equipment to put on all those places? You know, how do we increase the confidence of the people in those new primary health care centers? So what is happening to what we're having now that we cannot utilize them fully first? Let us even achieve like 70% utilization of those primary health care that we have on ground. Then we cannot start thinking of adding another one. But what we're having now is that the primary health care that operate in Nigeria, they are not responding to the maternal mortality. Of course, we about the second largest in the world. They are not responding to infant mortality. They are not responding to our immunization concerns. They are not preventing sudden catastrophic health occurrences like complication of hypertension or diabetes. So they are not responding to all these things. So why do we need to set up create an 8,800?
So do you think the Nigerian government has the capacity to build and sustain the number of centers they said they will do?
It's not about building. Hospital is not just building. Hospitals is more of human resources, the people you put in that hospital to work. Now you can secure funds to build the hospital. I think what government should be doing, let's even be practical about all these things. What government should be doing more now is actually cutting private sectors, cutting people to adopt primary healthcare centers, especially in those remote areas where those one can help run, manage, and put infrastructure in those primary healthcare centers to make it functional. And I think government need to embrace the community initiative that will allow campaigns of the common diseases and how to identify danger signals in health issues. So I think government should be doing more of that, looking for those that can adopt the primary healthcare center, not building a new set of primary healthcare center. Because I don't know, if we want to build this, not the time. But of course, you know that politicians always want to build. They want to build things so that okay, we have this, we have that. Then we know what MDGs or build MDGs, how much of those things they build in, you know. But now, what are we saying?
So many rural communities struggle with poor infrastructure. How do you think this reform will address issues like staffing, electricity, and equipment in remote areas?
It won't address it. Rather, you are multiplying those challenges. You know, it's obvious it will address it because terrains. One of the key factors that could be a challenge to utilization of primary health care could be actually transportation. You know, it's not easy for them to move from one locality to another due to constraints. Now, look at the energy costs. That's another big problem that may hamper their ability to utilize that primary health center. Even within the primary health care center, you need to provide energy, you need to provide light. Of course, most of the solar panels I observe around the primary health care centers in Nigeria, they are dilapidated, they are broken down. You need to provide water. And then again, that has to be by borehole again. Most of those boreholes are not maintained, and that becomes an issue. You need to be able to encourage the human resources to stay within that locality. Now, how many people really want to go to the rural area and stay there? So, myriads of problems. I think the way to address this is not to start building additional primary health care center. It's to find out how we can use the one we have sufficiently.
Do you think the Nigerian government is currently producing enough trained workers to staff this number of new centers they are proposing to build?
Recently, you know that all the hospitals, all the teaching hospitals in Nigeria all the universities can only produce about 3,000 doctors maximum in a year. That's the maximum. I'm talking about doctors now. When you come to lab scientists, they're actually lower. Pharmacists are actually be about the same numbers. Now, recently, the federal government, through the Ministry of Health, gave more allocations to those universities to produce more doctors, to produce more health workers. But those ones will require time. There's a gestation. You can't wake up and bring out nurses today. They have to wait for about 4 years before they can become nurses. Doctors must wait for about 8 years before they can become doctors. So, you know, we have a gap to fill. How do we fill this gap? Are you going to bring in doctors? We don't want to talk about the quantity of those ones that are leaving the country. The health sector, addressing the challenges of health sector, is not, I can put my feet down on this. It's not by multiplying primary health care center. It's by making those ones available functional. That is the first point. So, because in reality, basically in that primary health care center, you need at least a community health worker. You need somebody we need a pharmaceutical technician. You need those basic people. Where are they? Where are those ones that are going to spread around the country? How many are you producing? The rest, a lot of them are leaving the country. Even some of them that have job now, government does not want to employ them. Some of them that don't have job, government does not want to employ them. They have to be on the street looking for where to get a job. I think the government can really look wholly. If they want to partner with private people, partner on how to adopt those non-functional primary health care centers, wherever they are.
Now, looking back, Nigeria has seen other health reforms in the past. From your experience, what are some lessons from past healthcare projects that the government should keep in mind while rolling out this one?
The greatest obstacle to health reforms or health policy is health politics. We can do reforms, the reforms must be followed through. But what happens is that when a new government comes, they come with their own reform and jettison what is ongoing. So we see a lot of gaps, a lot of incomplete in all those things that have been done. That is what we see. So reforms, good ones in the past, but why are we not sustaining it? Because the political person that the new political man think that can bring a new thing into those health reforms. And then when he does that, he has to start from the zero. And then the other aspect of it is that we are not having sufficient money to drive healthcare. Now, if you look at our budget, we're doing 5%. Even this year, we're doing 5% for health. And then we have a recommendation of 15% of our total budget for health. But we're just 5%. Now, the another challenge is that most of those NGOs or multilateral or bilateral institutions that tend to help us and bridge the gap, like USAID, like DFID, like World Bank, all of them are slowing down in their funding of critical support for healthcare. Now, what it means is that we're going to experience more gaps in terms of delivery of money to health. Not only that, they don't just bring money, they bring in some technical skills. For instance, some how to identify diseases and epidemics. They bring human resources on, surveillances, epidemiology. All those ones will have to be reduced now, and we have to rely on our own people to see what is possible. So I can tell you, it's a lot of gaps, but we have to start somewhere. But I don't think it's about building additional health facilities.
In the area of maternal and child care, how do you think this reform will impact maternal and child care, healthcare in underserved regions?
Excuse me. Well, we know the factors in our maternal and child health. One, quite a number of people don't even trust the hospital. A lot of those hospitals are not properly equipped. The number of delivery in hospital is still very low. Immunization is reduced. We're not incentivizing patronage of the hospital. Indeed, things like access to family planning is constrained. So we have all these things militating against reduction in maternal and child death. So if we want to address those things, all we need to do, for me, I will do an ambitious program that will know every pregnant woman in this nation and link them to a center where they can have support. I will ensure that is done. So a lot of influences is not allowing the mothers and those children to seek care at appropriate time. So normally, if the 30,000 if the 30,000 existing primary health care centers are working, let's say 60% of them are working, it will have been easier for us to link them, those women and children, to those centers. Working in the sense that if they have the right equipment, if they have the right human resources, if they have the right medications to use for those people, then of course those women will patronize them. In absence of that, when you have a primary healthcare center where you go there for 3-5 days, you won't see any expert to attend to you. You will resist going there, and you probably patronize the local people. Now, if we make those, let's say, out of that 30,000, if 20,000 are working, of course, we'll have solved a problem. But why are we now setting up more? What will make them better than those ones that we have set up? Why are we not conserving our money and reserving it for the new ones? for the old ones that we have on ground. So I don't understand, except we have that means of, accelerating training for medical doctors and nurses and health workers, which cannot be done. How do you accelerate? You know how many number of times the lecturers go on strike, even the medical people. These are constraining the training of those critical workers. So we need to, it's not by, I repeat, it's not by establishing additional things. Let's make those one with us work. If it works, we will reduce maternal mortality, we will reduce infant mortality, we will reduce catastrophic health experiences like stroke or severe diabetes. Let those one on the ground work.
So if you were advising on the rollout, what would be your top 3 priorities for ensuring the center deliver real impact?
Well, you must make your center be people-friendly. Your center must be able to create the necessary assurance for people that, yes, come, patronize us. They must create that assurance. Your center has to be properly equipped. Security must be in your center. Transportation must be easy, okay? Drugs, hospitals must be there. Your center must also be able to reach to the community and educate them in case of any seasonal diseases. So we have function within the community from the center. We have the issues that concern the center itself and human resources. So all those one has to be top-notch. And of course, we must maximize health information and medical records to help people understand issues concerning health in that area.
Corruption and mismanagement have hindered past reforms. How can transparency and accountability be built into the execution of this particular plan?
Well, it's part and part of it, okay? Because what we call governance, what we call clinical governance, is an essential part of healthcare. It should be an essential part of the healthcare in that settings. There's a governing board for this small local government within the community who can then supervise how the community works. We must be able to create that kind of assurance at that level where the community groups are part and parcel of the management board of those primary healthcare centers. I think it's important because that means that if they neglect those community centers that is in their domain, they're also neglecting their health. You have to do that. Then the other thing is that at the level of the primary healthcare, National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, at the state equivalent, we must be able to provide supervisory roles on this primary healthcare center and let them get data from them and ensure that they keep to the core duties and reduce needless deaths and sickness.
So would you say this health reform plan aligns with Nigerians' universal health coverage goals?
UCH goal is actually, we have a 2030 target, which we are also looking at. Yes, it is. It's part and parcel of trying to push for universal health coverage. It's not just about access. You are talking about quality also. You are talking about affordability. If you are talking about universal health care, it's not, yes, access is key, affordability is key, quality is key. There must be no discrimination in access to the healthcare by any of these, of any of the members of the society. So, of course, it aligns with that. But if it's going to solve the problem of access, has it solved the problem of affordability? Has it actually add quality to the care? So we still have a lot to achieve under universal health care coverage. And we have just 5 years to get this done. I don't know how it's going to happen.
Looking ahead, how do we measure the success of this reform? What indicators should Nigerians watch for in the coming years?
Well, okay, we have to reduce our infant mortality. That's an indicator. Maternal mortality, that's an indicator. The reduction in catastrophic health occurrences like hypertension and severe diabetes, those are indicators. And then the level of patronage, how people are now confident in assessing your health system is also another indicator. We will always know when these things are happening.
So lastly, how can communities and civil society organizations get involved to ensure accountability and long-term success of this PHCS?
Yeah, because, in reality, there's what we call the stakeholder in the community. It involves the traditional ruler, the market women, the young boys or association in that community. All of them should partner together to run the primary health care centers. Their component must be structured into that so that we can have the requisite result. If that is not done, and you just say it is government thing, a lot of people don't do well when handling government properties. So we need to have that community buy-in. We need to have that stakeholder buy-in. People must have confidence that this health center is going to work and address their issues. So there must be a proper referral, emergency care in those centers that can, address towards health occurrences. So, stakeholder participation, building trust, and ensuring that the place is affordable and well equipped will do a lot of things in reducing the disruptors.
Medical practitioner Dr. Tsiyu Mebawondo, we appreciate your time and insights. And that's all for today's episode. We'll see you again next time. I am Okechukwu Ukekwe. Bye for now.
Abdullahi Dalhatu began grape farming at Dufa Dufa village in Kudang local government area of Nigeria's northwest Kaduna state in 2003. Today, he's one of the very few Nigerian farmers growing grapes in commercial quantity in the country. And he's also the current national president of Grape Producers, Processors and Marketers Association of Nigeria.
What motivates me to go into grape farming is the potentiality associated with the grape farming activities. Because a grape farmer is raising handsome profit, is raising handsome income in grape farming. Because I doubt if there is another aspect of farming in agriculture which is highly lucrative than grape farming in Nigeria. I have started with the only one varieties of grapes called Black Hamburg. So on that time, it's only one varieties I am cultivating here, but now I am growing 7 different varieties of grapes. I have started with only 15 stand of grapes, but now I have more than 1,650 stand of grapes in this farm. Comprise the different varieties as I have said. Actually, I have started it from the small scale, but now it was a large scale.
Grape farming is rare in Nigeria. In fact, many had always thought it's almost near impossible to grow grapes in the country, since the overwhelming bulk of grapes consumed in Nigeria come from abroad.
When I saw the clip showing this project as a result of the visit of the chairman of the local government, I should be impressed, but I was also surprised and wonder whether this is also true. And that is why after the whole thing has gone viral, a lot of people within the country and outside the country have called me to ask me whether this is actually true, because they believe this is a treasure. And I told them that I will not tell them it is true, although my chairman has come and seen it, but as somebody who is within the domain and the area is within my domain, I feel I should first come and see it before I tell the whole world that this is actually true. It's not magic, it's not any photo magic, it is a reality. From what I've seen, I'm extremely happy, and I must do whatever is humanly possible to encourage the gentlemen and other people that have started this project through any means possible. Intervention, government contact, any other thing that will bring more publicity to this project.
Data from the Observatory of Economic Complexity, OEC, estimates Nigeria's grapes import at over $8 million in 2023, while exporting a meager $36,000 worth of the fruit in the same year. But Dalhatu is working to change that narrative.
Since we discovered that most of the grape being consumed in Nigeria is being imported from abroad, so it's part of our vision to ensure that we promote the grape farming locally in Nigeria so that our country will be self-sufficient in grape production, marketing, and export. So in the next future, I'm sure, in the next future time, I'm sure Nigeria, the dependency of grape importation in Nigeria will reduce up to 55%, so that we can rely on our local production and reach also the level of export with Nigerian locally grape productions.
Dalhatu says grape farming has been more than rewarding, and his customer base now goes beyond the country.
Actually, the grape marketing is so friendly in Nigeria because of the quality and the quantity of grapes we are producing. We are receiving different customers across the country coming direct to the farm and take and buy our product. Even international marketers are coming direct to this farm and access and buy our product due to its quality standard, the sugar content, the longer shelf life, and the quality of the product we are producing. We have the benefit of climate to get 2 good harvests per year, contrary to what is happening in the other countries. Based on the favorable climate we are blessed with, so we used to have a bumper harvest of 2 times in a year.
For now, Dalhatu grows only table grapes, which are widely consumed in Nigeria. But he says he's making plans to start growing wine grapes as well.
Grapes is a type of plant that has so many varieties. So Nigerian, we are only, as I told you, that we are only have the capacity to produce 7 different varieties of grapes. So we need more exotic and improved varieties. And most of that varieties are high-yielding varieties that will enable Nigeria to produce multiple numbers of tons in a harvest. So we need hybrid varieties of grape seedlings.
So far, Dalhatu has trained over 50 persons in grape farming here at his farm. Almost all his trainees have gone on to start their own grape farm. But he says grape farming comes with some familiar challenges.
One of the challenges is that inadequate water supply. Grape is a kind of plant that requires excessive application of water. So insufficient water supply is one of the factors that reducing the growth and development of grape value chain. And the second challenge is faced by our grape farmers, inadequate of hybrid seed varieties. Then the third problem we are facing is the storage infrastructure facilities. Because there are situations whereby our grape farmers in Nigeria used to face the risk of losses due to the rain intervention. At the point of ripening, grape farmers face the risk of rainfall, and face the risk of rainfall, which will lead to damage of so many tons of grapes. So if there were to be more storage facilities like a cold room, that will enable both the producer and the marketers to reduce the level of risk, because when it was stored in a cold storage, the grapes will have access for a longer time before it damage. Then another problem is all farmers need financial support. So I'm sure if government will provide financial support to grape farmers by having a conducive and favorable climatic condition for growing grapes, I'm sure the rate of unemployment will drastically reduce.
Despite the challenges, Dalhatu is still marching on, his passion for grape farming unwavering as he embarks on the ambitious mission to help make Nigeria self-sufficient in grapes. Deji Bademasi, TV360.
My name is Omotoyosi Olarewaju Obulende. I'm an artist. I study art from the Yaba College of Technology, where I did my OND and my HND, and I graduated from the Department of Art. I majored in sculpture. My father used to love art though. He's late now, may his soul rest in peace. And my mom didn't give me any issues about me practicing art or not. So basically, I've got art inside me from while I was a child. I used to draw back then, and my mom used to sell some of my drawings for me in church. So I've had art in me basically. So I'm a born artist. Well, like I said, I started while I was a child. I started drawing from comics, you know. I pick up comics and I draw, and that's how I knew I think I've got some art, you know, art skills in me basically. So art has been inside of me basically. If you're asking for string art, basically I've been doing string art in a very short while now, say like 3-4 years now. Yeah, basically I've been doing string art. I ran into string art. In I think 2016, yes, at an art conference where I went with a brother of mine. I saw this dude he was just stringing on the wall, like on a long stretch, no particular design. He was just from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, like that continuously. And it formed this rays of different colors. And I was so, you know, it caught my attention. And I didn't even ask the guy what's his name. I didn't have any conversation with the guy. I just saw it. I took pictures that I lost some of them. I can't even find them any longer. So I just saw it and I was wondering, I came back to Nigeria and I was wondering, okay, that art that I saw, what's it called? What is it called? And I just went on Google and I was like, is it thread art? Is it nail art? Is it string art? And voila. And I saw different forms of string art, you know, from normal, you know, simple artworks created and into portraiture, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. And that's how I found myself into it. Following, you know, different artists who are into string art via social media, and it has been a wonderful followership and understudying some string artists in the diaspora. Now, what made me focus on string art? Basically, I saw it as a different form of art. A form of art that you can liken to painting on canvas, you can liken to sculpture, you can liken to watercolor and the likes of it. So that's what I focused it because it wasn't that known, I should say, that in this part of the world, in Nigeria. It wasn't that known in Nigeria, and it's still not known yet though. Well, achievement basically, Bella Africana had an award sometimes, I think 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was nominated, you know, and I know there are more achievements to come basically, but personally, it has paid off for me. And like I say, is my found love. That's what I call string art. So I do string art even to the smallest piece. If it's possible for me to string, I will string it. Challenges basically is not a widely accepted, you know, form of art in this part of the world, you know, because trying to push it out there, trying to market it, trying to you know, get people you know, known and all that. It has been challenging in such a way that questions like how durable is it? Does it last long, and what have you? I would say that has been the challenge, and also back to, you know, how you charge and all that. So basically that has been the challenge. So far so good basically. For me, the materials are readily available because you have here the armor, threads, you know, and nails. They are all readily available, and the woods that I use, the boards that I use, they're readily available. So they are not too much of materials that are challenging for me to find around. So materials are readily available. It's just what you interpret with the medium, which is the nails and thread, yes, what you interpret with it perhaps might be, you know, a bit challenging. But so far so good. God has been wonderful. First and foremost, I'll say displaying them at galleries, you know, displaying them at art shows, art fairs, yeah, which I had a group exhibition last year, Different Strokes, you know, with four artists, you know, 2 females and 2 male. So I was able to display my works there, and I also leverage on social media, which is my Instagram handle, you know, yeah, I also push it on social media, Facebook, which that's for many artists right now, that's our own gallery, you know. So that's basically, yeah, how I push it out there. People get to know it. I've got so many commissions via Instagram, and I give them the glory. For me, my greatest achievement so far, because I haven't gotten to it yet, so far my greatest achievement has been impacting my knowledge, you know, impacting my knowledge of the string art, steps, methods, and what have you, of string art into children and even adults too. So basically that's been my achievement so far. Future plan basically for me is to be known worldwide as Nigerians' famous string artists, basically. For me, that's my future plan, and I'm hoping to have a series of exhibitions locally and internationally. Say nothing brings money, but how diligent, how good, persistent, and creative you are with that thing you do, it will bring the money. Basically, that's it for me. Because likewise, you too, if you're not good at what you do, you won't be here. If you're not creative at what you do, you won't be here. So for me too, yeah, people say there is no money in art. Now, would we say there is money in banking? Because I sit at the counter and I receive money, it's not my money. Do you understand? So for me, what you do with your hands, diligently, wisely, persistently, will definitely bring that money you want your way, and the fame. indirectly, I'll use the word, I won't use the word train, say inspire. Do you understand? Yes. I've been able, I can't say how many people, because not everybody will come out and say, you inspired me, you know. A lady sometimes back on Instagram, she's a cake maker, you know, she just posted it and said my string art inspired her to produce this kind of cake, you know, and I was, wow, oh, amazing. There's a lady too in Brazil that has been chatting me up, you know, she's also a string artist and trying to ask me questions, how she can go about this, how she can go about that. So for me, it goes a long way. So you never can tell how many people you've been able to inspire or touch their lives. So that's why I coined it down to indirectly. I know I've inspired different kinds of people, either in the art sector or in whatever sector you can call it, but somehow, because other people too in other field have also inspired me, you know, to also keep up my craft. So basically for me, I know I've inspired different people in different areas. There's nothing new, they say, under the heavens, you know. But for me, the material I use, which is the nail and thread, for me makes it unique because it's not a widely found medium of art in this part of the world. So basically, for me, the materials I use and how, well, that's what I've been told. How neat, you know, and firm, you know, my threads are usually on the nails. Basically, for me, makes it stand out. So far, so good. My work has been to the United States, which a private collector bought off me in Nigeria here and took it over there. So basically, for me, that's why I said it's work in progress. You get it. So for now, so far, so good. Yeah, we're working on going globally. For me, I would say it's an achievement being one of the recognized, you know, or the foremost, or the one who pushed string arts out there in Nigeria, which we're still working on, we're still keeping at it. For me, I would say it's not adding to my bank account though, but it's a plus though, yeah, whether I like it or not. You know, it's a plus. People who know me to be, okay, the string artist and all that, which I gave myself that name, the string one, you know, but it's not yet, so to say, a name that will be, you know, on the lips of everybody. But I know very soon, someday, one day, it will definitely be. I can't say I've arrived, really, because work never ends. even the topmost recognized artists, the Yusuf Grillo and the likes of them, you know, Baba Oshinowo and Co, you know, they are still working. So for me, I haven't arrived yet. Really, sky is just the starting point for me. So I haven't gotten to that point where I will sit back and say I've arrived. Nah, I'm not God, though I'm a mini God, but then I haven't gotten to that point or peak yet. Any hardworking, diligent, and focused person inspires me. And if I should pick from the world of string artists, there's this lady in UK, Debbie Smith. She inspires me with her works. She's a great string artist, a great artist basically. So she inspires me. And back home here, there are lots of artists. I can't start mentioning names right now, but there are lots of artists back home here that inspires me. As long as, hardworking, diligent, focused, you know, and at the top of his or her game. Yeah, that's what inspires me basically. I won't lie to you, yes, I do get injured. I even have a scar on my thumb right now. And oftentimes, yes, I get injured and you just stomach it and you forge your head. You know, basically, you know, when you get injured, that shouldn't be a stumbling block, you know, for you to say, I'm not doing this. But I kid you not, it's not an easy medium. It's not, basically.
On the news, Tinubu delivers Easter message, reassures commitment to peace and security. FCT Minister Wike admits he wanted Siminalayi Fubara's removal, not suspension. And Lagos Police Force denies reports of Boko Haram suspects apprehended in the state. It's a pleasure to have you join News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I am Joy Uchejim. Now, as Nigerians observe Good Friday ahead of Easter, President Bola Tinubu has assured that his administration remains committed to restoring peace and security across the country. In his Easter message to the nation on Friday, the president expressed sadness over recent attacks in some parts of the country. Tinubu disclosed he has been given clear directives to the armed forces and all relevant security agencies to end insecurity decisively and without delay. The president urged all Nigerians to remain hopeful, united, and resolute in pursuing national progress. And the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has expressed dissatisfaction with the presidential declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. Wike made this known during a media parley in Abuja on Friday, noting that the emergency rule was not part of his desired outcome in the ongoing political crisis. Last month, President Bola Tinubu proclaimed a state of emergency in the state, citing persistent political instability and escalating security concerns, including the recent pipeline explosions. Speaking during the media parley, Wike, the immediate past governor of Rivers, said he wanted the outright removal of Fubara. And in other stories, the governments of Nigeria and Niger Republic have resumed high-level diplomatic talks aimed at addressing shared security threats and rekindle cooperation following months of tension after the July 2023 military coup in Niger. The meeting in Niamey focused on border security, terrorism, and joint infrastructure projects, signaling cautious steps towards rebuilding trust. Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs Yusuf Tuga and his Nigerian counterpart Bakari Sangare represented their individual countries amid major current issues at the sub-regional, regional, and international levels.
Emphasizing the importance of the NNJC at this juncture in our relationship between Nigeria and Niger. It is a very important platform, very important mechanism that can be used to address the challenges that we've been confronted with in our relationship. And it has existed since 1971. Part of the problem, of course, has to do with the fact that there are certain instruments at its disposal that are no longer being used effectively, which we can use to address some of the concerns and the challenges. The issue of security meetings is something that existed, even something that preceded the colonial states. You know, when you had Borno Empire and you had Sokoto Caliphate, you had the state of Manga, for instance, and all of these entities. They used to correspond, they used to have meetings, physical meetings, you know, across their borders. And then you had the colonial states where you would have the district officers, the assistant district officers, they would come for weekly meetings at the borders, you know. Another thing that these meetings used to do, and that is the responsibility of the NNJC, is strengthening border area markets. It's something that we need to bring because, you know, trade and movement of people, of goods, is something that is a lifeline for the Sahel, for our region. You don't move, you can die. It's a matter of life and death, you know. And that's why we have seasonal migration. This is one of the reasons why, you know, protocols on free movement were adopted and all of that.
And on security, the Lagos Police Command has denied the report that Boko Haram suspects have been apprehended in the state. On Thursday, Kumar Sanda, the commander of the Civilian Joint Task Force in Lagos, was reported to have said thousands of suspected Boko Haram members have been arrested in the city. In a statement on Friday, the state's police spokesperson Benjamin Hundeyin said, following the publication, the police commissioner directed an investigation into the claim. Hundeyin said the investigations revealed that no Boko Haram member was seen or arrested anywhere in the state. And now, following a recent 15 naira reduction in its loading cost for premium motor spirit, also known as petrol, the Dangote refinery has further slashed its refined product prices, lowering its ex-depot rates to 835 naira per litre in a bid to make fuel more affordable. The latest adjustment reflects a 13 naira drop from the 865 naira per litre price set just some days ago, and a 3.5% decrease, and a 45 naira reduction from the 880 naira per litre rate recorded last Wednesday. It marks the third time in less than 6 weeks that the refinery has reduced its prices. Notably, this ongoing trend of price cuts aligns with the resumption and full rollout of the Naira for Crude agreement with local refiners, which had previously been on hold. Earlier, I spoke with energy analyst Ayodele Oni and began by asking what factors might be driving these recent price reductions at the Dangote refinery.
Primarily, it's lower crude prices. If your cost is reduced, you generally want to pass that on. But that's together with competition. A number of people are still importing finished products, and he wants to remain competitive. I think it could also be a trade war of sort, or fighting over consumers. Recall that for midstream and downstream energy products, margins are not necessarily huge, so you'd have to rely a lot on volumes. So it's a volumes game. It's also a reflection of the dropping international crude prices, and I also think there may be some price war of some sort, such that everyone wants to remain a market leader and wants to fight for market share. I think those are reasons I can immediately adduce for the change in the price, the downward review of those prices. Because no one's going to sell at a loss. I mean, if you want to sell at a loss, it will be for a short period because there's a price war and you want to get your competitors out of the market and then take the prices back up. So it's one of those 3 or 4 reasons. Okay, I think the issue generally is likely to be the fact that some of them have old stock. If you bought old stock higher, you may not immediately change pricing. 1, 2, remember that the equalization fund does not exist anymore. So the further you are away from source, the more expensive, because you have to take into consideration haulage and other logistics. You know, so it may be cheaper in places like Lagos, in certain places, but further down the north and further down away from where your source and the hinterland is more expensive. So it's a function of that too. A function of having old stock, a function of the distance from the depot or the distance from your source, the more expensive. And there's no equalization fund like what we used to have prior to the PIA, where you had an equalization fund to ensure that prices were the same everywhere, right? When government still largely regulated. But with market, we did be market driven. All your costs of into the burner tip will be taken into consideration. And no one wants to do business at a loss, right? Like I stated before. So I think that those are the reasons for what we currently see.
And Lagos State Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat has emphasized the need for a new wave of leadership in Nigeria, one grounded in integrity and national development, rather than years spent in office. Hamzat made the call while delivering the keynote address at the 2nd edition of the Lagos Leadership Summit, organized by the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy. TV360's correspondent Victoria Konde has more details.
The 2nd edition of the Lagos Leadership Summit, hosted by the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, drew a vibrant crowd of young Nigerians eager to gain insights from seasoned leaders. In his keynote address, Lagos State Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat emphasized the need to build a society rooted in doing what is right, where core values are upheld and made accessible to all regardless of background or social status.
I'm optimistic because we've done it before.
Our country has television before France. A lot of people might not know. So it was United States, it was UK, and it was Nigeria. We have it before Belgium. Our country built a 12-story building, the first in Africa. At the time those people did it, they were all young. There was no computer. There was no internet. So they were using typewriters, and it's not even the electronic typewriters. So we've done it before. So there is nothing wrong with us as a people. Nothing. It's just the question of erosion of values.
Amzat also highlighted the critical roles of active citizenship and media in shaping the country's narrative and advancing its democratic journey.
A lot of us just talk anyhow about our nation. That does not help in any way. It doesn't solve any problem. So what we said is, even as leaders, we should give ideas. Past leaders must give ideas as to how, these are the mistakes I made. When we wanted to do this, we should have considered it, so that you guide the people there. So what we are saying is, how do we learn from ourselves? How do we learn from past mistakes? How do we grow leadership based on ideas, not on aggressive and toxic criticisms?
Speaking at the event, the Executive Secretary of the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy described the summit as a powerful platform for driving national transformation.
It's all about pragmatism, encouraging young people how to take those measures. We're going beyond, above and beyond. We have speakers like Fela Durotoye, Omoni Oboli, Moses Baba Tokpe, Toyosi Akerele, and Kennedy Ekeze, Rukaya Shitu from Kadeoye, and many more, Abayemi Awobako and many more. And these people are pragmatic people that have led effectively and successfully. And why not have them come as laymen and just try to encourage and share their stories and what young people can pick up from it.
The gathering brought together both emerging and established leaders to explore meaningful strategies for building a purposeful and sustainable future for Lagos and Nigeria as a whole. Deputy Governor Amzat concluded by reiterating that Nigeria's future depends on leaders who embody integrity, vision, courage and a genuine dedication to public service. Victoria Akonde, TV360 News, Lagos.
And the Nigerian government has reaffirmed its dedication to fostering a modern and vibrant media industry in the country. This was disclosed by the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, who spoke at the 6th edition of the 2025 Ministerial Press Briefing Series at the Radio House in Abuja. Idris also revealed plans to establish Nigeria's first ever Media and Information Literacy Institute in Abuja. He noted that the initiative will significantly enhance the country's media landscape and provide journalists with greater support to perform their duties more effectively.
To further fine-tune the imminent takeoff of the first of its kind Media and Information Literacy Institute that Nigeria will be hosting here in Abuja. That institute will go a long way towards strengthening Nigeria's media environment and supporting journalists to carry out their functions even more effectively. Indeed, the goal is also to train some of our young men and women to identify and also know where there is fake news. I have shared this to reaffirm the commitment of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his administration towards the lasting transformation of Nigeria's media landscape. It is that unwavering commitment that is equally fueling interventions like the ministerial press briefing we are holding today, as well as the town hall meetings that we started earlier that will continue very soon, taking us to the southeast, the south-south, and the southwestern parts of this country.
It's now time for a short break. Still to come on News Now. Scores arrested over Pakistan KFC attacks sparked by Gaza war protest. We'll bring you details shortly. Welcome back. Here's a recap of some of our top stories. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has expressed dissatisfaction with the presidential declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. Speaking during the media parley on Friday, Wike, the immediate past governor of Rivers State, said he wanted the outright removal of Fubara as governor. We also told you that the Lagos Police Command has denied a report that Boko Haram suspects have been apprehended in the state. On Thursday, Kumar Sanda, the commander of the Civilian Joint Task Force in Lagos, was reported to have said thousands of suspected Boko Haram members have been arrested in the city. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and ABO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download the mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. And let's switch now to business news, and Victoria Konde is on standby for the latest. What's up, Victoria?
Thank you very much, Joy. Welcome to Business News. Now, diverse reactions have continued to trail the United States' decision under President Donald Trump to impose a 14% tariff on all Nigerian exports, marking a sharp departure from the long-standing duty-free trade terms under the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. Since year 2000, Nigeria has largely exported crude oil under AGOA, but the new tariffs now threaten the agreement's benefits and investor confidence in non-oil sectors. Speaking to TV360 Nigeria, Deputy National President of the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce, Ibrahima, says the tariff would raise export costs, especially for oil, as the U.S. moves to protect its domestic interests. He added that although AGOA has bipartisan backing in the U.S. and is due for renewal in September 2025, African leaders must actively negotiate to safeguard Nigeria's duty-free access.
The impact of the tariff is evident. It only means whatever we are sending to the U.S. will cost more, by 14%. And that means the price of goods and services will increase. Becomes more expensive for Nigerians to export, our products to the United States. And you know what that means in terms of impact on the volume of business, especially our oil. What we sell the most, especially to the U.S., is oil that we export. And there's no way that the 14% tariff will not impact that export, that product. So where we are now in the world is that there's some kind of global trade war that's affecting everybody. And the United States, they have their own objective. They want to protect their own interests as much as possible. And the rest of the world is just reacting to catch up. You will agree with me that the United States market is the largest market in the world with a GDP of 27.72 trillion US dollars. So it's a big market for everybody, including Nigeria, for every country. And that is why these tariffs by President Donald Trump are sent what we can call shock waves around the world. And those who are not prepared will be caught off guard, as it were. I believe that there is a bipartisan support in the U.S. for AGOA because Africa is still an emerging market, as it were. So we see how that plays out. But essentially, I think leaders from Africa should engage the United States. At this time, there's no need for reciprocity. What is important is to engage and negotiate I believe that as we go along, I'm sure that bipartisan support in the U.S. for AGOA there will be a headroom for negotiation so that under the AGOA scheme, if it is retained by September, that exports from Africa will enjoy the duty-free, on such products and services.
That's it on business updates. Back to you, Joy, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Victoria. And now on the foreign scene, police have arrested scores of people in Pakistan in recent weeks after more than 10 mob attacks on outlets of U.S. fast food chain KFC, sparked by anti-United States sentiment and opposition to its ally Israel's war in Gaza, according to officials. Police in major cities in the Islamic nation, including the southern port city of Karachi, the eastern city of Lahore and the capital Islamabad, confirmed at least 11 incidents in which KFC outlets were attacked by protesters armed with sticks and vandalized. At least 178 people were arrested, the officials said this week. And still on the foreign scene, the United States will abandon trying to broker a Russia-Ukraine peace deal within days unless there are clear signs a truce can be reached. This is according to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 and has placed a number of conditions on any potential ceasefire. Now, despite the Trump administration's initial confidence that it could secure a deal quickly, attempts to reach a full ceasefire have yet to materialize, with Washington blaming both sides. And finally on sports, head coach of the under-20 national team Flying Eagles, Ali Zubairu, has unveiled a 24-man squad for the upcoming Under-20 Africa Cup of Nations in Egypt. The 2025 Under-20 AFCON will take place from April 27th to May 18th. Zubairu named first-choice goalkeeper Ifeanyi Harkat, defender and captain Daniel Bayemi, midfielder Suleiman Alabi, and forward Barobo Arieri in the squad. The squad is a blend of home-based and foreign players who have intensified training in Abuja ahead of the tournament. And the semi-final fixtures for this year's Europa Conference League have been confirmed. This followed the completion of a quarter-final second-leg fixtures on Thursday night. Djurgården defeated Rapid Wien 4-1 to progress with a 4-2 aggregate win. However, Real Betis will now face Fiorentina in the semi-final, while Chelsea will take on Djurgården. The Europa Conference League semi-final first-leg fixtures will take place on Thursday, May 1st. And that's our bulletin on News Now. Many thanks for watching. I'm Joy Ucheji. See you next time.
Located just 18 degrees north of the equator, Sanya is China's tropical paradise. Agricultural experts are busy creating something with world-changing potential: high-yield, hybrid rice. On Madagascar, a new harvest season is about to begin. Just the right time to showcase a new player on the Madagascan agriculture stage: hybrid rice. To date, this high-yielding rice developed in China has taken root in over 20 African countries. So far, it's been a story of unparalleled success, yielding fruitful results in the most important battle of them all: the fight against hunger. In fact, the China-Africa friendship resembles these crops. Everywhere you look here, as numberless as grains of rice, there are heartwarming stories of people striving to build better lives and succeeding. Zanzibar, situated off the east coast of Africa, world famous for its extensive coastline and stunning scenery, it's a renowned vacation destination. At Mnazi Mmoja Hospital in Zanzibar, Chinese doctor Jiang Guoqing is overseeing the preparations for a minimally invasive surgery. Dr. Jiang Guoqing has performed hundreds of surgeries just like this here. But today's procedure is different. It marks the first time his student, Dr. Baya Abdullah Rashid, will be in charge of a minimally invasive surgery. Baya Abdullah Rashid, 53, has been working at the hospital for nearly 30 years. He has trained with 18 Chinese medical teams and recently completed 10 months of intensive training in minimally invasive surgery. Under the guidance of his Chinese mentor, he performed his first minimally invasive cholecystectomy in 90 minutes. Baya Abdullah Rashid is also the second doctor in Zanzibar, Tanzania, to perform this surgery independently after training with Jiang Guoqing, the leader of the Chinese medical team.
So by this method of surgery, the patient will get better soon. So maybe by tomorrow the patient go back home, and after 2 weeks the patient go back to their normal routine work. China medical team, it has been here since I was born. So we are so happy to have a Chinese team here. It helps us, it teaches us, it trains us to be good doctors to help our people here.
About 6,000 kilometers away, on the west coast of Africa, Guinea is home to a modern hospital that represents the hope of generations of Chinese and Guinean people. This is the China-Guinea Friendship Hospital. A Chinese engineer has suffered a sudden stroke. Treatment is needed with utmost urgency. Fortunately, Dr. Ibrahima Sori Soareze is on hand to perform a cerebral digital subtraction angiography on the patient right away. Dr. Ibrahima Sori Soareze received 4 years of neurosurgery training at Huashan Hospital in China. This is the first time he's done an angiography since returning to his home country. A successful surgical procedure. Ibrahima Sori Soareze is overjoyed, and there's one person in particular he wants to share the good news with: his mentor in China. Good morning, Professor. I'm so glad today. This week I performed the first angiogram to diagnose a Chinese patient in my country. Now the patient is fine and awake. And that's not the only life saved by Chinese-Guinean medical collaboration. Generations of Chinese and African people have dedicated themselves to saving lives in Africa, fostering a bond that has endured for over half a century. For over 60 years, from deserts to grasslands, jungles to islands, from the sunrise over the Indian Ocean to the sea breeze of the Atlantic, more than 20,000 Chinese medical workers have journeyed to Africa. They've worked side by side with local medical professionals, saving lives, combating infectious diseases, and creating countless heartwarming stories of compassion going beyond the call of duty. China and Africa have jointly constructed 68 hospitals and 30 malaria control and prevention centers and have trained over 60,000 local medical professionals. The newly completed Africa CDC headquarters in the southern suburbs of Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, has become a landmark in the area.
Nice to meet you. I don't know if this is the appropriate venue for our meeting.
Dr. Rang Kaseya, Director General of the Africa CDC, welcomed a group of international guests.
And we believe that this building is playing a key role. We have the Public Health Emergency Operations Center, one of the largest ones in the world, where we are also providing trainings and support to all of our member states.
As a milestone project in China-Africa public health cooperation and the effort to build a global community of health for all, the modern new headquarters of the Africa CDC will significantly enhance disease diagnosis, monitoring, and epidemic response capabilities across African countries. The Africa CDC serves as a vast network binding together doctors and patients. On its shoulders rests a whole continent's hopes for good health. In short, it stands for nothing less than a milestone in the collaborative effort between China and Africa to build a global community of health for all. In the same year that the Africa CDC was completed, a modern diagnostic reagent manufacturing plant began operations in East Africa. The continent's ability to independently tackle diseases is already yielding results thanks to close collaboration with its partners.
So here is where we do secondary gowning because we are entering into production. This is important to us so that we avoid cross-contamination, the type of product that we put out.
As quality control manager, Lydia's job is to ensure that the products from the first automated diagnostic reagent manufacturing plant in sub-Saharan Africa measures up to the required standards.
So when it comes to the production of IVDs, the RDTs, the requirements are quite stringent. I had to work with one for our China partners in implementing through technology transfer.
Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, spans 240,000 square kilometers and supports a population of over 40 million. However, the Ugandan health sector faces an annual demand for diagnostic reagents of $200 million, with a shortfall of $83 million, even with various forms of support.
Uganda is going through an epidemic transition. Previously, we had a very high burden of infectious diseases, which were almost contributing to over 60% of the burden, which are really contributing the big burden of health in the country.
To tackle this challenge, the Ugandan government launched the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda initiative, aimed at promoting domestic manufacturing and boosting local consumption. It was within this context that Microheme Scientifics was established. While Lydia ensures high-quality production at MHS, Dr. Isaac Sawanyena, Director of Lab Science at Uganda National Health Laboratory Services, is set to validate the effectiveness of the diagnostic reagents produced by the factory. This is a crucial step towards the nationwide deployment of rapid antigen detection tests in Uganda.
So I'm going to pick a sample, you put here,
and the tests that we are already getting out of them are of good quality. And we know that this plant in Uganda will go a long way to support the countries that are surrounding. It's a big relief that we are moving towards diagnostic independence, but when we're having local production, local manufacturing, it means that we are saving and we are providing diagnostics at a cheaper cost. One is Microhim Scientific that has been manufactured in Uganda with the technology transfer from Wonfo in China.
This efficient collaboration not only saves Uganda over $100 million annually in import costs for diagnostic test kits, but also provides high-quality, affordable diagnostic reagents to the entire African continent. From collaborating on the development of Africa's healthcare sector to strengthening ties in the health industry, patients, doctors, businesses and governments are all key participants and beneficiaries in building a China-Africa health community. In the pursuit of a healthier Africa, the people of China and Africa have shown tremendous goodwill, forging deep and lasting connections. Liu Qing has lived by the Yellow River his entire life. Although his children have always wanted to bring him to the city, he still frequently returns here for a stroll.
我这光这待了30多年了。原来这是地啊，这个也全是地，2公里嘛，3、4亩地就掏进去了。
Watching the place where he once lived gradually become desolate, Liu Qing faced a difficult choice: to leave or to stay. What he finds hardest to let go of are the fond memories tied to this land. Over in Rwanda, young Mushimiyimana Leonidas once faced a similar dilemma.
My mother is in agriculture, so he don't have enough means for helping us. At that time, I struggled for paying the school fees at the university, at the same time looking how I can help my brothers and sisters.
Due to the low level of local agricultural development, farming could only meet the family's basic needs. Despite these tough conditions, Leonidas managed to complete his university studies, but he couldn't find a suitable job, making his dream of improving his family's standard of living even more distant. Fortunately, the challenges faced by both the Chinese elder and the African youth were addressed by the same solution: Juncao, a hybrid grass developed by Chinese agricultural expert Professor Lin Jianxi. In 2011, Professor Lin Jianxi led a Juncao technology team to Rwanda to work on projects designed to combat soil erosion and preserve arable land. The team also introduced local farmers to the technique of cultivating mushrooms using Juncao. This method, which had previously helped many Chinese farmers escape poverty, offered new hope to Leonidas.
I go back for looking at them, so I start to learn more about the technology. I start a business for producing mushroom using Juncao.
After 10 years of hard work, Juncao has completely transformed Leonidas's life.
We have a house to live. We have transport means. We have my kids, my 4 daughters. 2 of them, they are in secondary school now. So they from the starting, they studied in the high school.
Many farmers like Leonidas have now escaped poverty and started new fulfilling lives, all thanks to Juncao. Today, Chinese Juncao technology has been introduced to several African countries. the Chinese expert group has established Juncao technology demonstration and training bases in 8 African countries, including the Central African Republic.
J'aime la technologie Juncao, vive l'amitié entre la Chine et la République centrafricaine.
Juncao can be used as a substitute for wood to grow mushrooms. It has become a happiness herb for African farmers, helping them prosper. Professor Lin Jianshi's team also achieved success with their erosion prevention project in Rwanda. Thanks to the findings they made there, they can apply the lessons learnt at home in China. Could Juncao help combat erosion along the banks of the Yellow River?
这个草聚集草种了100到120天啊，就能够把那个流动沙漠、流动沙丘啊，完全就固定下来。而且我们那个保护岸线，保护那个黄河这个岸线，也起了非常好的作用。
The team at the Yellow River Juncao demonstration base met Liu Qing, who was concerned about the safety of his home. They decided to give priority to sand stabilization along the riverbank near his house.
像小羊一样的，长这么高，1米多、1米2以后，你割掉，那时候营养最高嘛，1米2到1米5，割完以后它又长，可以割3到4茬。是啊，那个它是越割它。
This solution not only alleviates Liu Qing's worries, but also ensures he no longer has to stress about winter feed for his sheep, thanks to the Juncao, which is now starting to tiller. The happiness herb spreads its fragrance far and wide. The once uncertain African youth is now envisioning a much brighter future. In Rwanda, Kabuye Hill School is celebrating graduation season, and Leonidas is busy preparing for the ceremony. In addition to being the manager of a mushroom company, Leonidas has taken on another role, the principal of Kabuye Hill School. He hopes that his efforts will help pave a path of hope for Rwanda's future.
I would like to contribute to the community where I live to change the life by increasing education.
Small-scale yet impactful livelihood projects are a crucial aspect of China-Africa cooperation. These not just about helping the land sustain its people, but also about making the dream of a better life a reality. Day by day, these initiatives are becoming an integral part of daily life and touching people's hearts. With the seeds of friendship planted, they're bound to yield a bumper harvest of happiness in the future. Nkabinda Nokwazi Priti, a South African student studying in Nanjing, loves the cultural atmosphere of the Confucius Temple. She's also captivated by the tech you see everywhere in China. For her, China's a constant source of new and exciting possibilities.
How do you buy? You can buy on this machine.
I want this one.
You want the ice cream? It's 15.
Yes, it's fine.
For Nkabinda, who is studying mechanical and electronic engineering, the robot that makes and sells ice cream is fascinating.
It's open, right? Open.
The machine is very
interesting.
Yeah.
Remember I told you we are learning the robot? So I would take.
Nkabinda hails from the Republic of South Africa, located at the southern tip of the African continent. Known for its spirit of inclusion and acceptance, South Africa is a nation that people admire. As the second largest economy in Africa, South Africa's National Development Plan 2030 emphasizes youth skills, education and training, aiming to build a stronger economy by nurturing more talent. In 2018, the South African and Chinese governments launched a training project. South Africa's Department of Higher Education and Training commissioned 6 Chinese universities to train 100 teachers in subjects like computer science and artificial intelligence for South African middle schools. As one of the government-sponsored students from South Africa, Nkabinde will spend 18 months studying in China.
When I got this opportunity, I was very excited because China is best known as popular in technology. So.
After completing their studies, Nkabinde and her classmates will return to South Africa. Equipped with knowledge, skills, and a vision of the future, they will mentor other aspiring young people, inspiring them to build a prosperous new South Africa. Franklin Mutisia, a teacher at the Luban workshop of Machakos University in Kenya, will lead the students in an important test today.
Object and activity description. Upon swiping from
Recently, he has been guiding students in developing an application aimed at help blind people become more mobile.
several posters on the wall behind him.
We do collaborate a lot, and our students were motivated to want to assist the students who study at the School for the Blind, and they came up with the application.
To help African countries train the specialized talent needed for industrialization, several Chinese vocational schools have established training programs in Africa. Franklin Mutisia is part of the first group of teachers trained at the Luban workshop at Machakos University.
The university adopted the engineering practice innovation project initiative through the Luban workshop. And we have seen a positive impact in how our lecturers deliver content, especially engineering students are now able to tailor their projects or other research to the current industry standards.
Under initiatives such as the Belt and Road Initiative and the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, China-Africa Vocational Education Cooperation has flourished. More than 10 Luban workshops have been established, helping tens of thousands of African youths find career direction. China has set up multiple scholarship programs to support outstanding African students studying in China and has trained over 10,000 African teachers. Additionally, vocational technical schools and training centers have been jointly established. Countless African youths have found their life direction and realized their aspirations, continuing the enduring friendship between China and Africa. Every morning, Max Yolando from Côte d'Ivoire leads a group of local young students as they run through the streets of Zambia. He also has a Chinese name, Yan Ming.
小的时候，我们看那个电影，学习功夫也是一个梦想。我就跟我妈妈说了，我说我长大的时候，我必须要到中国学习功夫。我在少林寺大概有5、6年，就专门的去学功夫，还有了解中国的文化。
This year, Max is taking his students to China for a global Kung Fu event. He hopes they will not only showcase the Kung Fu they have mastered, but also gain an appreciation of the cultural significance behind it.
我说功夫不是打架的。第一个，你要努力，不管你遇到困难，别放弃。第二个，你要做的不是为了你自己，为了 你的下一代，为了你的国家。
On July 12, 2024, hundreds of competitors from 47 countries and regions around the world gathered at Songshan Mountain in Henan. For Max and his students, it's a momentous day. At long last, they've come to the birthplace of Kung Fu.
不管你是赞比亚，不管你是马里，不管你是布基纳法索，不管你是科特迪瓦，我们都是在一起。到中国，也是属于做一家一样的。
Because it's amazing. And if you look at the competition, there's so many people from all over the world. Kung Fu unites the world. I think it's great.
It's very important. Yeah, I'm glad that they opened the gates for everybody.
This is more than just a competition. It's also a gathering, a forum for people from around the world experience the inclusive Chinese culture through Kung Fu. It's a connection that resonates deeply, transcending language, race, and nationality. Beijing's Hohai Lake has been a center for cultural exchange since the Yuan dynasty. Today it remains a vibrant platform for sharing the very latest and hottest trends.
Hello?
Every Wednesday and Saturday, a djembe band performs beside Hohai Lake.
那么今天我们就来先学习曼丁非洲舞的3个基本音：东、都、大、低、中、高。2012年第一次接触非洲鼓，从09年开始形成就是一个鼓剧的形式，现在15年了。我每次打鼓全年50多个星期，每周2次，几乎是不间断的。马里巴亚萨，哎，马里巴亚萨。
The djembe band has become a feature of life around Hohai Lake. Passers-by are truly captivated by the way the drummers freely express themselves through their rhythmic beats.
I 觉得收获最大的就是快乐，就是内心的快乐，特别在 拍打这个鼓点的时候，能够特别激发人的内在的一种动力。
用自己的手掌和鼓接触，你就会感觉非洲鼓的那个声响和自己的身体是融在一起的。我觉得这个就太 amazing 了。
This is the essence of cultural exchange. It stems from pure appreciation, a love for all things beautiful. Friendship, which derives from close contact between the people, holds the key to sound state-to-state relations. The bond between the people of China and Africa is one based on a genuine sense of admiration. Over the years, this has evolved into a shared aspiration for a better life. It's this shared hope for health, happiness and fulfillment that has enabled the China-Africa friendship to take root in the hearts of both peoples. What's more, it's a relationship that's growing stronger and enriching more lives with every day that passes.
On the news, Tinubu delivers Easter message, reassures commitment to peace and security. FCT Minister Wike admits he wanted Siminalayi Fubara's removal, not suspension. And Lagos Police Force denies reports of Boko Haram suspects apprehended in the state. It's a pleasure to have you join News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I am Joy Uchejim. Now, as Nigerians observe Good Friday ahead of Easter, President Bola Tinubu has assured that his administration remains committed to restoring peace and security across the country. In his Easter message to the nation on Friday, the president expressed sadness over recent attacks in some parts of the country. Tinubu disclosed he has been given clear directives to the armed forces and all relevant security agencies to end insecurity decisively and without delay. The president urged all Nigerians to remain hopeful, united, and resolute in pursuing national progress. And the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has expressed dissatisfaction with the presidential declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. Wike made this known during a media parley in Abuja on Friday, noting that the emergency rule was not part of his desired outcome in the ongoing political crisis. Last month, President Bola Tinubu proclaimed a state of emergency in the state, citing persistent political instability and escalating security concerns, including the recent pipeline explosions. Speaking during the media parley, Wike, the immediate past governor of Rivers, said he wanted the outright removal of Fubara. And in other stories, the governments of Nigeria and Niger Republic have resumed high-level diplomatic talks aimed at addressing shared security threats and rekindle cooperation following months of tension after the July 2023 military coup in Niger. The meeting in Niamey focused on border security, terrorism, and joint infrastructure projects, signaling cautious steps towards rebuilding trust. Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs Yusuf Tuga and his Nigerian counterpart Bakari Sangare represented their individual countries amid major current issues at the sub-regional, regional, and international levels.
Emphasizing the importance of the NNJC at this juncture in our relationship between Nigeria and Niger. It is a very important platform, very important mechanism that can be used to address the challenges that we've been confronted with in our relationship. And it has existed since 1971. Part of the problem, of course, has to do with the fact that there are certain instruments at its disposal that are no longer being used effectively, which we can use to address some of the concerns and the challenges. The issue of security meetings is something that existed, even something that preceded the colonial states. You know, when you had Borno Empire and you had Sokoto Caliphate, you had the state of Manga, for instance, and all of these entities. They used to correspond, they used to have meetings, physical meetings, you know, across their borders. And then you had the colonial states where you would have the district officers, the assistant district officers, they would come for weekly meetings at the borders, you know. Another thing that these meetings used to do, and that is the responsibility of the NNJC, is strengthening border area markets. It's something that we need to bring because, you know, trade and movement of people, of goods, is something that is a lifeline for the Sahel, for our region. You don't move, you can die. It's a matter of life and death, you know. And that's why we have seasonal migration. This is one of the reasons why, you know, protocols on free movement were adopted and all of that.
And on security, the Lagos Police Command has denied a report that Boko Haram suspects have been apprehended in the state. On Thursday, Kumar Sanda, the commander of the Civilian Joint Task Force in Lagos, was reported to have said thousands of suspected Boko Haram members have been arrested in the city. In a statement on Friday, the state's police spokesperson Benjamin Hundeyin said following the publication, the police commissioner directed an investigation into the claim. Hundeyin said the investigations revealed that no Boko Haram member was seen or arrested anywhere in the state. And now, following a recent 15 naira reduction in its loading cost for premium motor spirits, also known as petrol, the Dangote refinery has further slashed its refined product prices, lowering its ex-depot rates to 835 naira per litre in a bid to make fuel more affordable. The latest adjustment reflects a 13 naira drop from the 865 naira per litre price set just some days ago and a 3.5% decrease, and a 45 naira reduction from the 880 naira per litre rate recorded last Wednesday. It marks the third time in less than 6 weeks that the refinery has reduced its prices. Notably, this ongoing trend of price cuts aligns with the resumption and full rollout of the Naira for Crude agreement with local refiners, which had previously been on hold. Earlier, I spoke with energy analyst Ayodele Oni and began by asking what factors might be driving these recent price reductions at the Dangote refinery.
Primarily, it's lower crude prices. If your cost is reduced, you generally want to pass that on. But that's together with competition. A number of people are still importing finished products, and he wants to remain competitive. I think it could also be a trade war of sort or fighting over consumers. Recall that for midstream and downstream energy products, margins are not necessarily huge, so you'd have to rely a lot on volumes. So it's a volumes game. It's also a reflection of the dropping international crude prices, and I also think there may be some price war of some sort, such that everyone wants to remain a market leader and wants to fight for market share. I think those are reasons I can immediately adduce for the change in the price, the downward review of those prices. Because no one's going to sell at a loss. I mean, if you want to sell at a loss, it will be for a short period because there's a price war and you want to get your competitors out of the market and then take the prices back up. So it's one of those 3 or 4 reasons. Okay, I think the issue generally is likely to be the fact that some of them have old stock. If you bought old stock higher, you may not immediately change pricing. 1, 2, remember that the equalization fund does not exist anymore. So the further you are away from source, the more expensive, because you have to take into consideration haulage and other logistics. So it may be cheaper in places like Lagos, in certain places, but further down the north and further down away from where your source and the hinterland is more expensive. So it's a function of that too. A function of having old stock, a function of the distance from the depot or the distance from your source, the more expensive. And there's no equalization fund like what we used to have prior to the PIA, where you had an equalization fund to ensure that prices were the same everywhere, right? When government still largely regulated. But with market, we did being market driven, all your costs of into the burner tip will be taken into consideration. And no one wants to do business at a loss, right? Like I stated before. So I think that those are the reasons for what we currently see.
And Lagos State Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat has emphasized the need for a new wave of leadership in Nigeria, one grounded in integrity and national development, rather than years spent in office. Hamzat made the call while delivering the keynote address at the second edition of the Lagos Leadership Summit organized by the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy. TV360's correspondent Victoria Konde has more details.
The second edition of the Lagos Leadership Summit, hosted by the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, drew a vibrant crowd of young Nigerians eager to gain insights from seasoned leaders. In his keynote address, Lagos State Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat emphasized the need to build a society rooted in doing what is right, where core values are upheld and made accessible to all regardless of background or social status.
I'm optimistic because we've done it before. Our country has television before France. A lot of people might not know. So it was United States, it was UK, and it was Nigeria. We have it before Belgium. Our country built a 12-story building, the first in Africa. At the time those people did it, they were all young. There was no computer. There was no internet. So they were using typewriters, and it's not even the electronic typewriters. So we've done it before. So there is nothing wrong with us as a people. Nothing. It's just the question of erosion of values.
Hamzat also highlighted the critical roles of active citizenship and media in shaping the country's narrative and advancing its democratic journey.
A lot of us just talk anyhow about our nation. That does not help in any way. It doesn't solve any problem. So what we said is, even as leaders, we should give ideas. Past leaders must give ideas as to how, these are the mistakes I made. When we wanted to do this, we should have considered it, so that you guide the people there. So what we are saying is, how do we learn from ourselves? How do we learn from past mistakes? How do we grow leadership based on ideas, not on aggressive and toxic criticisms?
Speaking at the event, the Executive Secretary of the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy described the summit as a powerful platform for driving national transformation.
It's all about pragmatism, encouraging young people how to take those measures. We're going above and beyond. We have speakers like Fela Aderotoye, Omoni Oboli, Moses Baba Tokpe, Toyese Akerele, and Kennedy Ekeze, Rukaya Shitu from Kadeoye, and many, many more. Abayemi Awobako and many more. And these people are pragmatic people that have led effectively and successfully. And why not have them come as laymen and just try to encourage and share their stories and what young people can pick up from it.
The gathering brought together both emerging and established leaders to explore meaningful strategies for building a purposeful and sustainable future for Lagos and Nigeria as a whole. Deputy Governor Hamzat concluded by reiterating that Nigeria's future depends on leaders who embody integrity, vision, courage and a genuine dedication to public service. Victoria Konde, TV360 News, Lagos.
And the Nigerian government has reaffirmed its dedication to fostering a modern and vibrant media industry in the country. This was disclosed by the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, who spoke at the 6th edition of the 2025 Ministerial Press Briefing Series at the Radio House in Abuja. Idris also revealed plans to establish Nigeria's first ever Media and Information Literacy Institute in Abuja. He noted that the initiative will significantly enhance the country's media landscape and provide journalists with greater support to perform their duties more effectively.
To further fine-tune the imminent takeoff of the first of its kind Media and Information Literacy Institute that Nigeria will be hosting here in Abuja. That institute will go a long way towards strengthening Nigeria's media environment and supporting journalists to carry out their functions even more effectively. Indeed, the goal is also to train some of our young men and women to identify and also know where there is fake news. I have shared this to reaffirm the commitment of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his administration towards the lasting transformation of Nigeria's media landscape. It is that unwavering commitment that is equally fueling interventions like the ministerial press briefing we are holding today, as well as the town hall meetings that we started earlier that will continue very soon, taking us to the southeast, the south-south, and the southwestern parts of this country.
It's now time for a short break. Still to come on News Now. Scores arrested over Pakistan KFC attacks sparked by Gaza war protest. We'll bring you details shortly. Welcome back. Here's a recap of some of our top stories. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has expressed dissatisfaction with the presidential declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. Speaking during the media parley on Friday, Wike, the immediate past governor of Rivers State, said he wanted the outright removal of Fubara as governor. We also told you that the Lagos Police Command has denied a report that Boko Haram suspects have been apprehended in the state. On Thursday, Kumar Sanda, the commander of the Civilian Joint Task Force in Lagos, was reported to have said thousands of suspected Boko Haram members have been arrested in the city. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and ABO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download the mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. And let's switch now to business news, and Victoria Konde is on standby for the latest. What's up, Victoria?
Thank you very much, Lori. Welcome to Business News Now. Diverse reactions have continued to trail the United States' decision under President Donald Trump to impose a 14% tariff on all Nigerian exports, marking a sharp departure from the long-standing duty-free trade terms under the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. Since year 2000, Nigeria has largely exported crude oil under AGOA, but the new tariffs now threaten the agreement's benefits and investor confidence in non-oil sectors. Speaking to TV360 Nigeria, Deputy National President of the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce, Brahima, says the tariff would raise export costs, especially for oil, as the U.S. moves to protect its domestic interests. He added that although AGOA has bipartisan backing in the U.S. and is due for renewal in September 2025, African leaders must actively negotiate to safeguard Nigeria's duty-free access.
The impact of the tariff is evident. It really means whatever we are sending to the U.S. will cost more, by 14%. And that means the price of goods and services will increase. Becomes more expensive for Nigerians to export, our products to the United States. And you know what that means in terms of impact on the volume of business, especially our oil. What we sell the most, especially to the U.S., is oil that we export. And there's no way that the 14% tariff will not impact that export, that product. So where we are now in the world is that there's some kind of global trade war that's affecting everybody. And the United States, they have their own objective. They want to protect their own interests as much as possible. And the rest of the world is just reacting to catch up. You will agree with me that the United States market is the largest market in the world with a GDP of 27.72 trillion US dollars. So it's a big market for everybody, including Nigeria, for every country. And that is why these tariffs by President Donald Trump have sent what we can call shock waves around the world. And those who are not prepared will be caught off guard, as it were. I believe that there is a bipartisan support in the U.S. for AGOA because Africa is still an emerging market, as it were. So we see how that plays out. But essentially, I think leaders from Africa should engage the United States. At this time, there's no need for reciprocity. What is important is to engage and negotiate. I believe that as we go along, I'm sure that bipartisan support in the U.S. for AGOA there will be a headroom for negotiation so that under the AGOA, if it is retained by September, that exports from Africa will enjoy the duty-free, on such products and services.
That's it on business updates. Back to you, Joy, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Victoria. And now on the foreign scene, police have arrested scores of people in Pakistan in recent weeks after more than 10 mob attacks on outlets of U.S. fast food chain KFC, sparked by anti-United States sentiment and opposition to its ally Israel's war in Gaza, according to officials. Police in major cities in the Islamic nation, including the southern port city of Karachi, the eastern city of Lahore and the capital Islamabad, confirmed at least 11 incidents in which KFC outlets were attacked by protesters armed with sticks and vandalized. At least 178 people were arrested, the officials said this week. And still on the foreign scene, the United States will abandon trying to broker a Russia-Ukraine peace deal within days unless there are clear signs a truce can be reached. This is according to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 and has placed a number of conditions on any potential ceasefire. Now, despite the Trump administration's initial confidence that it could secure a deal quickly, attempts to reach a full ceasefire have yet to materialize, with Washington blaming both sides. And finally on sports, head coach of the under-20 national team Flying Eagles, Ali Zubairu, has unveiled a 24-man squad for the upcoming under-20 Africa Cup of Nations in Egypt. The 2025 under-20 AFCON will take place from April 27th to May 18th. Zubairu named first-choice goalkeeper Ifeanyi Harkat, defender and captain Daniel Bayemi, midfielder Suleiman Alabi, and forward Barobo Arieri in the squad. The squad is a blend of home-based and foreign players who have intensified training in Abuja ahead of the tournament. And the semi-final fixtures for this year's Europa Conference League have been confirmed. This followed the completion of a quarter-final second-leg fixtures on Thursday night. Djurgården defeated Rapid Wien 4-1 to progress with a 4-2 aggregate win. However, Real Betis will now face Fiorentina in the semi-final, while Chelsea will take on Djurgården. The Europa Conference League semi-final first-leg fixtures will take place on Thursday, May 1st. And that's our bulletin on News Now. Many thanks for watching. I'm Joy Ucheji. See you next time.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV360 Sports. I am Mudashiru Shitu. So in the next few minutes, we'll be looking at an interesting topic that has been one of the fastest developing sport in the country. And for those of you wondering that what's this in front of me, I mean, the cat will still leave the bag. I mean, I'll build the cat out of the bag right now because it's obvious that I cannot hide who my guest is. When it comes to archery, there's no other person in this part of the world than our national athlete and somebody who has invested time and resources for the development of archery in the country. He has done so well for himself and the country in winning medals for Nigeria. And he is the founder of Zen Archery Club. And this is the first time, you know, in a long while in the country that if you want to play football, you go to the stadium. If you want to play basketball, you go to the stadium. There's also something you can also do at the stadium. And that's where, just talking about archery, where there's first ever archery hub in any stadium, in any facility in Nigeria, and that's talking about Zen Archery Club. It's good to welcome the man behind it, Emmanuel Yeleke, in the building.
Thank you, Mr. Mudashiru.
It's good to have you again.
It's really good to be here again,
yeah.
Actually.
My question will go this way, my friend. What has been pushing you to always promote archery? It seems that should be the question because, you know, when we Google, we find out information, everything about archery in the country as a way of linking back to you.
What's pushing me to promote archery the way I do?
Yeah.
I would say it's passion. I would say at some point it will be purpose also. Earlier on in my years as a teenager, as a developing adult, I found the role of sports in helping the career or the trajectory of a human. I found it very fascinating because it happened to me. I found sport early, and sports played a very vital role in my development as an adult. Even in my education, sports played a very vital role. I was in school on scholarship for 3 years in my university because I was engaged in sports. So today, I don't think I'll be who I am today without sports. And that's why it's important for me to promote sports, especially archery, the way I am doing it. So it's passion for me.
Well, at this stage that you've done so remarkably well, country, that anybody that wants to shoot or participate or practice archery goes to a stadium, and that stadium is the same Balogun Stadium, where we have the Zen Archery Club.
Yes.
What also propels you to do something extraordinary? Because it could have been off the stadium, it can be elsewhere.
Yeah, I think this particular development, I would give thanks and I won't say the glory, but I will give glory to God and also the support that we've enjoyed from the Lagos State Sports Commission. It's been massive ever since the first time we announced that we were doing the Zen Archery Lagos Open Championship last year, and we invited the Lagos State Sports Commission to witness the sports spectacle. I think they've been really fascinated by all that we've done. They've supported us, thrown their weight behind us. And it's been when we approached for a space to practice or to put an archery facility, the reception was so amazing. It was like, oh, well, you know what, let's look around. Immediately we swung to action. Check wherever it is there is space for archery. Wherever the space is suitable, please let us know. We'll give you the support. And obviously the support of the Lagos State Archery Association has been really immense also. So it was a no-brainer. Bringing archery to the stadium would bring new crop of people, new footfall, a different demographics of people to the stadium. And it's just remarkable because the stadium is a hub of activity for sports. And now it makes it easy for people to be able to access the sports. And we've seen a lot of increase, even in the inquiries we're getting. From people coming to play table tennis, coming to play volleyball, coming to play badminton at the stadium, to seeing archery, and everybody is coming to the archery range to ask us, oh, how do we join? How can we be a part of it? How can my son be a part of it? So I think it's really remarkable, the kind of collaboration we're able to have with the arm of the government. It's a public-private partnership that we're talking about now, and we're going to see it yield a lot of good results.
Okay.
So, yes.
Well, so also one aspect of archery that a lot of people always want to talk about, and that's talking about the young ones, the young lads, because the Southwest Games where archery participated for the first time. We're still going to talk about the Southwest Games. But how will this propel young lads to participate in archery?
Yes, I think the best thing we can do is to catch them young. We've seen the way the young lads, 11-year-old Mogbolade of Olafusi, of Zenatry, of Lagos, you can see the performance, 11-year-old beating all the other contestants just because of the training that they've been able to inculcate, the discipline, and the way they've been able to learn the skill. I think if they keep this momentum, what we're looking at is in the next 4 years, in the next 8 years, we'll have athletes that will be competing on the world stage, even that will be able to win Olympic medals for Nigeria on the world stage, at Olympics, at World Championships. That's what we're looking at. I mean, far from it where, I mean, it's important, like you said, if you're trying to get someone to play tennis to an advanced stage, they will tell you that it's important for you to start early. Any sports, whatever it is, because early enough, these kids are able to assimilate faster. They don't have so much on their mind. They're able to concentrate more if they are passionate about the game, and that's the same thing that is happening with archery now. We did a boot camp last year, and that was where we discovered Mogbolade. Yes, and the brother, actually. So since then, they've joined the club at Ilupeju. The mom brings them to the club. They've been doing exceptionally well, and we've seen the results also. Mogbolade, only him won 4 gold medals for Lagos State. Yes, so it's remarkable, and that's the feat we can always repeat and put up even at international tournaments if we continue to nurture the talents and bring these guys up to perfect their skills. So
now let's start also, a lot of our viewers will probably know that the Southwest Games is a game that just took place in Nigeria, and when we talk about the Southwest Games, it's about the state under the Southwest region of Nigeria, and for the first time archery was involved, and not just involved as an exhibition, it was a score point record for the first time. But let's not clarify this. Has there been any national or regional event that archery has participated in and is a point scoring event?
None that I know of.
None that I know of.
Yes, in recent history, I don't think archery has ever been part of any national games, vis-a-vis youth games or
National
Sports Festival, and has been a point scoring game. I don't think there's been any events like that. This is the first time it will be. Yes.
Obviously, that's the fact, and the fact is that the National Sport Festival has not made archery has not participated in the National Sport Festival before. But albeit I know that it has participated at the Youth Games as an exhibition game in Ilorin.
Yes.
I saw that. I saw that I was there, so I know it exists, but not
as a medal counting.
As a medal counting. So this is the
as
first
a medal
time.
Scoring. No.
And what does it mean to the organizers of Southwest Games?
I think it just lends credence to the resilience and relentlessness of also the organizers, but I'll also say without the support of the Lagos State Sports Commission, we probably wouldn't have been able to achieve this feat, because when the Southwest Games was announced, archery wasn't part of it. So we had to lobby and make efforts and write letters and proposals for archery to be, and make a case for archery to be included at the Southwest Games, and without the efforts of also the Lagos State Sports Commission, especially the DG Director General Lekan Fatodu, I don't think this would also be possible, because he personally put his word behind letters and called the organizers that, oh, I want this to also be part of it, and I just don't want it to be just an exhibition game. I want it to be a medal scoring. So we put all that effort in, and we've seen the results that he yielded. It was a colorful event. It was a fantastic event, and I know that because of this, going forward, archery would no longer be relegated as an optional sport, or we've also continued conversations even after the Southwest Games as to how we would have it been exhibited again, maybe at the National Sports Festival, right? And I mean, this is not in advanced stages yet, but obviously I'm sure like there will be conversations for that to happen, and then maybe the next National Youth Games, it will be a medal scoring event at the next Youth Games. So we're making efforts for this to be possible. We're talking to the stakeholders and making sure that at least we're able to get the necessary support we need to take this game to the next level.
And I also believe the possibility of what you just said, because at the last Access Bank Lagos City Marathon, the governor of the state, Mrs. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, said that Lagos State will probably be hosting the next Youth Games next year. Yes. And obviously, archery definitely have to be in medal scoring and point. So have you got into the stage that, yes, archery should be in the country?
No, definitely not. We are not yet there, but we're working assiduously towards getting there. I think there's so many things that are important. The skill is one thing. The buy-in of the stakeholders is one thing. Development of facilities is another thing. The necessary support from the public and private sector is also another thing. So all this, a combination of all this, is what gives rise to the success or failure of any sport. So we're working, even as a stakeholder, as we are, as a private stakeholder, we're working so much towards this in our own little way. We've put together a befitting facility at Teslim Balogun Stadium, which is one of the first steps that we can take in making sure that this dream comes to fruition. Facilities are important, and that's just a tiny slice of the dream, because the dream eventually, the dream eventually is to be able to have high performance centers dedicated to archery, for archery to be able to excel even in Lagos State and also in Nigeria as a whole. So it's a whole lot of things that we need to do, but we're taking steps towards it, towards getting there. Yes.
Well, to me, after covering and understanding archery for a very long time, it has been one milestone or the other.
Yes.
What we are seeing right now is the Zen archery.
Yes, that was last year.
That was last year.
Yes.
After then, we had
We've had a few
Southwest game.
No, we've even before then. I mean, we've had Abuja. We've had Arch Club.
In
we
Abuja.
have Shooters Club in
okay.
Abuja. We've gone outside Nigeria. We went to Cote d'Ivoire and we came second. Even with the Tizokata, we competed with other African countries. Nigeria was second at that event. We've had several other engagements. We've had the boot camp. Which was organized, the youth boot camp last year, which was organized by Zen Archery, and more recently, last week, we had the Southwest Games. Yes.
And what was the next major event you should be looking for?
The next major event will be, there will be two events. I would say the major launch of the archery facility at Teslim Balogun. That's the launch of the range and the archery arena. I won't let the cat out of the bag now, but we're going to launch the archery arena this month in April. But right after then, we've already started preparing for that. Will be the second edition of the Lagos Zen Archery Lagos Open International Tournament. Right now, last year it wasn't international. But this year we're training it open. We're inviting other participants from other African countries to come into Lagos to compete for glory.
Okay, before we concentrate our time on that one you're talking about. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, there'll be so much for you to know about what is coming up for archery in Nigeria.
Yeah, relax. That is my brother, and I want him out of this station now. Okay. Can I just see the IPO of this case? IPO. How are you?
No, welcome, sir.
That is my brother, and I want him out of this station now.
Do you know the offense he has committed, sir?
What do you guys want for the weekend? Okay, let me see your DPO.
This way, sir.
Oh, better. You don't know me here. That boy is my brother, and I want you to assist me to free him.
The man found with a gun, confessed to robbery.
Things like this happening. 200,000 naira for you.
Are you bribing me?
500,000 naira.
Robbery suspect?
1 million naira.
That is corruption. Not allowed in this division.
1 million.
Remember, police is your friend. Giving and taking bribe is wrong.
Corruption, not in my country.
Stop corruption now.
Corruption, not in my country.
Welcome back. Let's don't forget we have Emmanuel Yeleke here, the CEO of Zen Archery, still with us, and you can see the bow and arrow. It's bow.
Yes.
Is there an arrow here?
No,
there's no arrow. This is just the bow. Far away from what hunters use, but that's just the beginning these years of.
Yes.
So now there's something happening in Lagos, and a lot of Nigerians we want to know. If you are thinking of where to practice archery, or you want to take part in archery, the Telsin Balogun Stadium is the place to be.
Absolutely.
And
absolutely.
Zen Archery has brought that to you. But tell us about Zen Archery 2.0, I would like to call it.
Yes.
That is now an international event. Last year, I'm sure you'll be able to see some of the videos at the Telsin Balogun Stadium where it was just a national event. And there was many archery clubs came all the way from Nigeria, Ogun State, Abuja, Ekiti, the Southwest region, and some other part of the countries came there. And now what you're seeing right now is not the Telsin Balogun Stadium, not yet completed, but that's the Zen Archery Hub at the Telsin Balogun Stadium. But we're now looking forward to the Zen Archery Lagos Open International.
Yes.
Tell us more about that.
It's going to be another spectacle, because last year when we ran the Zen Archery Open Championship, Lagos Open Championship, it was something that was novel. It was unprecedented. It had never happened in Nigeria. A few things that never happened. Obviously, a tournament of such scale. Such scale had not happened in archery in Nigeria. We never had the turnout. We had over 90 archers participating. That's pretty much all I've gone to some countries to do archery. That's the entire population of archers that they have in the country, in some countries. So it was remarkable that even though we ran that just 3 months into our existence as an archery club, it was that successful. It held in Telsin Balogun Stadium. But this time around, we are trying it open. Okay. We're making it international. We're inviting all our archer friends from all over. We've sent letters to different African countries, and a few of them have signified interests to come. A few of them have said, because of financial constraints, they're not able to make it, but we're still expecting well over 150 archers, almost 200 archers that we're expecting. This time around, it's going to happen at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena, Unicon Stadium. It's going to happen from June 18th to 21st. We gave amazing prices the last time, but this time it's going to even be more because we're hoping to get more sponsorship. We're hoping to fill up the stadium on the last day. We're hoping that, I mean, we're trying to see if we can have collaborations also with some musicians to come in, make it a fun engagement for even the participants and the spectators. On the last day, we're going to have bands playing. We're going to have halftime shows, almost like a spectacle, halftime shows, calisthenics, different thing, anything that will make it interesting. Yes, and sensational is what we're going to have. And it's going to be a lot more standard this time, because our standard last year and our standard this year, we've experienced a lot of growth from what we had last year, and it's just going to be amazing.
Massive.
It's going to be massive.
Let me cut you short.
Yes.
What caused the need to do a second edition?
What's the need to do a second edition? I think one of the major things that we can do in order to grow the sport in Nigeria is go outside so that people can see us. Is also have tournaments that even the athletes can look up to and say, oh, you know what, this is what I'm preparing towards. As I speak to you, some of the athletes have started training towards June.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and specific, measured, targeted training towards June, not just training because they love archery. So I think that's one of the effects that having regular competitions will have on the general growth of the sports. If there's nothing for you to look forward to, why should you train? Do you understand? But when there's a specific event that is prestigious that you can look forward to, we're making medals, not just medals that you buy off the market, making special, specific medals. So it's something of pride.
Signature, yeah.
Yes, for you to it's a
so
personal
we can say
achievement.
2025 is probably the year of archery.
Absolutely.
From the
that's
Southway
way
Games to international
Zen,
open, Lagos International
yes,
Open, to the launching of
absolutely
of the
absolutely.
Orb and all
yes,
that.
Absolutely. We're looking to just blow up.
So there's
the
not
entire
definitely no
space.
excuse, especially those that stay in Lagos, that archery is not where it to be found.
Oh yeah. So I think one of the things is we need to really make noise about archery, because not enough people know about it.
Okay.
There's been, I mean, we've gone to the stadium and the reaction every time is, oh, so this game is in Nigeria. So this game is in Nigeria, and that's the reaction we've gotten from a lot of people, even where we go. I was in church last Sunday, and we did a demonstration in church, Fountain of Life Church.
Okay.
And everybody, even after the service, I became Brother Bow and Arrow.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so if nobody, like people don't know that it exists. So we really need to take the gospel of archery out there. We need to propagate it so that enough people know about it. And when enough people know about it, then the great game will grow.
Okay.
Yes.
I won't let you go without you telling us this mechanized bow. I mean, what stuff is this made of?
So this is composite, where we have aluminium we have steel, we have carbon also. So this is a type of bow which is called the compound bow. We have different categories of bows. We have the bare bow, we have the recurve bow, we have the compound bow, we have the long bow, we have the traditional bows. We have different types of bows in archery. I mean, we have the kyudo, we have...
So is that any... does it mean there's one advanced bow than the other?
Well, I wouldn't say advanced, but I would say categories. So even when you go for competitions, you have to enter the competition according to the category that you want to participate in. So that's what it is. But this is a compound bow. The mechanism of a compound bow is that it uses limbs. This is the riser, but it also has pulleys to increase the amount of force or kinetic energy generated from the limbs. So you're putting your arrow here and you're drawing it back with
what's this?
That's called a sight. A sight is something that can help you focus on a particular target. And then you'll be able to hit the target. That's what this is.
The range you're having that
yes.
in Zen, what range is that?
It's a, I would say it's a maximum 38-meter range.
Okay.
You can get 40 meters out of it, but I think it's still a very good starting point for anybody that wants to learn. We shoot about 70 meters at competitions, but the good thing about it is because we are right there in the stadium, whenever we need to train for 70 meters, we enter the main bowl. We set up there and we shoot 70 meters. Whenever we're training just for the club activities, we are within the range. So it's such a win-win situation for us. And I would mention something because we've since we've moved to the stadium, there's been an increased inquiry. I mean, there's been an increased awareness, and we find all sorts of people coming in and asking how can they learn. And because of this, we realize that there's some underserved communities where, because of the kind of game that archery is, we might not be able to essentially afford the equipment, afford the training. So we're creating another category. I wouldn't say category, we are creating an initiative of Zen archery, which would cater to having an academy or having a foundation that will pick up, that would receive entries for underserved children from underserved communities, definitely less than 18 years old, and would have cohorts for them where we can train specific talents, and then they can graduate out of that to become team members of Team Lagos, team members, team members of the national team, and can go on to do great things in life. So that's part of the plans going forward.
That plan will also be talked about, reported about on the launching of the
absolutely at the launch. We'll talk about
it's always good having you on the show.
Same here. Thanks for always.
Emmanuel Eleke has been doing so well for archery. I don't want to bore you with issues of administrations going on at the federation level, because I know what you do most of the time is just the promotion.
Yes,
of,
absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you for
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's always a pleasure being here.
It's always a pleasure to have you here too. Yes. Thank you very much. We've been talking with Emmanuel Oyeleke. He is the founder of Zen Archery Club and the first person ever to create an hub for archery in any stadium in the country. Before, we had the Zen Archery Club at the Tosin Balogun Stadium in Lagos. If you go to look for archery anywhere, you won't find it anywhere in the stadium. But with his initiative and the support of Mr. Lekan Fatode and also the chairman, who is the chairman of Lagos State Sports Commission, the Sport Commission itself, the entire Lagos State government for giving that initiative. So if you want to practice archery, you just have to go to the Tosin Balogun Stadium in Lagos. And we're just looking forward to the launching of that hub. I'm sure you've seen some of the videos as you listen to us also. And let's not forget, we are having the second edition of the Zen Archery Lagos Open International, where we're having neighboring states and other states have committed to coming. That will take place also, like the name indicates, in Lagos State at the Onikon Stadium come June. More of this and many more, we'll be letting you to know when the time gets closer. And this is how we're going to spend the rest of the day. Thank you for being part of today's program. And if you want to join us on all our social media platforms, you can join us on our Facebook account, X account, and not forgetting an Instagram and other accounts we have to relate back to you what we discussed today. I'm Mudashi Shitu. Bye for now.
On the news, Tinubu delivers Easter message, reassures commitment to peace and security. FCT Minister Wike admits he wanted Siminalai Fubara's removal, not suspension. And Lagos Police Force denies reports of Boko Haram suspects apprehended in the state. It's a pleasure to have you join News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I am Joy Uchejim. Now, as Nigerians observe Good Friday ahead of Easter, President Bola Tinubu has assured that his administration remains committed to restoring peace and security across the country. In his Easter message to the nation on Friday, the president expressed sadness over recent attacks in some parts of the country. Tinubu disclosed he has been given clear directives to the armed forces and all relevant security agencies to end insecurity decisively and without delay. The president urged all Nigerians to remain hopeful, united, and resolute in pursuing national progress. And the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has expressed dissatisfaction with the presidential declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. Wike made this known during a media parley in Abuja on Friday, noting that the emergency rule was not part of his desired outcome in the ongoing political crisis. Last month, President Bola Tinubu proclaimed a state of emergency in the state, citing persistent political instability and escalating security concerns, including the recent pipeline explosions. Speaking during the media parley, Wike, the immediate past governor of Rivers, said he wanted the outright removal of Fubara. And in other stories, the governments of Nigeria and Niger Republic have resumed high-level diplomatic talks aimed at addressing shared security threats and rekindle cooperation following months of tension after the July 2023 military coup in Niger. The meeting in Niamey focused on border security, terrorism, and joint infrastructure projects, signaling cautious steps towards rebuilding trust. Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs Yusuf Tuga and his Nigerian counterpart Bakari Sangare represented their individual countries amid major current issues at the sub-regional, regional, and international levels.
Emphasizing the importance of the NNJC at this juncture in our relationship between Nigeria and Niger. It is a very important platform, very important mechanism that can be used to address the challenges that we've been confronted with in our relationship. And it has existed since 1971. Part of the problem, of course, has to do with the fact that there are certain instruments at its disposal that are no longer being used effectively, which we can use to address some of the concerns and the challenges. The issue of security meetings is something that existed, even something that preceded the colonial states. You know, when you had Borno Empire and you had Sokoto Caliphate, you had the state of Manga, for instance, and all of these entities. They used to correspond, they used to have meetings, physical meetings, you know, across their borders. And then you had the colonial states where you would have the district officers, the assistant district officers, they would come for weekly meetings at the borders, you know. Another thing that these meetings used to do, and that is the responsibility of the NNJC, is strengthening border area markets. It's something that we need to bring because, you know, trade and movement of people, of goods, is something that is a lifeline for the Sahel, for our region. You don't move, you can die. It's a matter of life and death, you know. And that's why we have seasonal migration. This is one of the reasons why, you know, protocols on free movement were adopted and all of that.
And on security, the Lagos Police Command has denied the report that Boko Haram suspects have been apprehended in the state. On Thursday, Kumar Sanda, the commander of the Civilian Joint Task Force in Lagos, was reported to have said thousands of suspected Boko Haram members have been arrested in the city. In a statement on Friday, the state police spokesperson Benjamin Hundeyin said following the publication, the police commissioner directed an investigation into the claim. Hundeyin said the investigations revealed that no Boko Haram member was seen or arrested anywhere in the state. And now, following a recent 15 naira reduction in its loading cost for premium motor spirits, also known as petrol, the Dangote refinery has further slashed its refined product prices, lowering its ex-depot rates to 835 naira per litre in a bid to make fuel more affordable. The latest adjustment reflects a 13 naira drop from the 865 naira per litre price set just some days ago and a 3.5% decrease, and a 45 naira reduction from the 880 naira per litre rate recorded last Wednesday. It marks the third time in less than 6 weeks that the refinery has reduced its prices. Notably, this ongoing trend of price cuts aligns with the resumption and full rollout of the Naira for Crude agreement with local refiners, which had previously been on hold. Earlier, I spoke with energy analyst Ayodele Oni and began by asking what factors might be driving these recent price reductions at the Dangote refinery.
Primarily, it's lower crude prices. If your cost is reduced, you generally want to pass that on. But that's together with competition. A number of people are still importing finished products, and he wants to remain competitive. I think it could also be a trade war of sort or fighting over consumers. Recall that for medium and downstream energy products, margins are not necessarily huge, so you'd have to rely a lot on volumes. So it's a volumes game. It's also a reflection of the dropping international crude prices, and I also think there may be some price war of some sort, such that everyone wants to remain a market leader and wants to fight for market share. I think those are reasons I can immediately adduce for the change in the price, the downward review of those prices. Because no one's going to sell at a loss. I mean, if you want to sell at a loss, it will be for a short period because there's a price war and you want to get your competitors out of the market and then take the prices back up. So it's one of those 3 or 4 reasons. Okay, I think the issue generally is likely to be the fact that some of them have old stock. If you bought old stock higher, you may not immediately change pricing. 1, 2, remember that the equalization fund does not exist anymore. So the further you are away from source, the more expensive, because you have to take into consideration haulage and other logistics. You know, so it may be cheaper in places like Lagos, in certain places, but further down the north and further down away from where your source and the hinterland is more expensive. So it's a function of that too. A function of having old stock, a function of the distance from the depot or the distance from your source, the more expensive. And there's no equalization fund like what we used to have prior to the PIA, where you had an equalization fund to ensure that prices were the same everywhere, right? When government still largely regulated. But with market, we did be market driven. All your costs of into the burner tip will be taken into consideration. And no one wants to do business at a loss, right? Like I stated before. So I think that those are the reasons for what we currently see.
And Lagos State Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat has emphasized the need for a new wave of leadership in Nigeria, one grounded in integrity and national development, rather than years spent in office. Hamzat made the call while delivering the keynote address at the second edition of the Lagos Leadership Summit organized by the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy. TV360's correspondent Victoria Konde has more details.
The second edition of the Lagos Leadership Summit, hosted by the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, drew a vibrant crowd of young Nigerians eager to gain insights from seasoned leaders. In his keynote address, Lagos State Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat emphasized the need to build a society rooted in doing what is right, where core values are upheld and made accessible to all regardless of background or social status.
I'm optimistic because we've done it before. Our country has television before France. A lot of people might not know. So it was United States, it was UK, and it was Nigeria. We have it before Belgium. Our country built a 12-story building, the first in Africa. At the time those people did it, they were all young. There was no computer. There was no internet. So they were using typewriters, and it's not even the electronic typewriters. So we've done it before. So there is nothing wrong with us as a people. Nothing. It's just the question of erosion of values.
Hamzat also highlighted the critical roles of active citizenship and media in shaping the country's narrative and advancing its democratic journey.
A lot of us just talk anyhow about our nation. That does not help in any way. It doesn't solve any problem. So what we said is, even as leaders, we should give ideas. Past leaders must give ideas as to how, these are the mistakes I made. When we wanted to do this, we should have considered it, so that you guide the people there. So what we are saying is, how do we learn from ourselves? How do we learn from past mistakes? How do we grow leadership based on ideas, not on aggressive and toxic criticisms?
Speaking at the event, the Executive Secretary of the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy described the summit as a powerful platform for driving national transformation.
It's all about pragmatism, encouraging young people how to take those measures. We're going beyond, above and beyond. We have speakers like Fela Aderotoye, Omoni Oboli, Moses Babatokpe, Toyosi Akerele, and Kennedy Ekeze, Rukaya Shitu from Kadeoye, and many, many more. Abayemi Awobako and many more. And these people are pragmatic people that have led effectively and successfully. And why not have them come as laymen and just try to encourage and share their stories and what young people can pick up from it.
The gathering brought together both emerging and established leaders to explore meaningful strategies for building a purposeful and sustainable future for Lagos and Nigeria as a whole. Deputy Governor Hamzat concluded by reiterating that Nigeria's future depends on leaders who embody integrity, vision, courage and a genuine dedication to public service. Victoria Konde, TV360 News, Lagos.
And the Nigerian government has reaffirmed its dedication to fostering a modern and vibrant media industry in the country. This was disclosed by the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, who spoke at the 6th edition of the 2025 Ministerial Press Briefing Series at the Radio House in Abuja. Idris also revealed plans to establish Nigeria's first ever Media and Information Literacy Institute in Abuja. He noted that the initiative will significantly enhance the country's media landscape and provide journalists with greater support to perform their duties more effectively.
To further fine-tune the imminent takeoff of the first of its kind Media and Information Literacy Institute that Nigeria will be hosting here in Abuja. That institute will go a long way towards strengthening Nigeria's media environment and supporting journalists to carry out their functions even more effectively. Indeed, the goal is also to train some of our young men and women to identify and also know where there is fake news. I have shared this to reaffirm the commitment of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his administration towards the lasting transformation of Nigeria's media landscape. It is that unwavering commitment that is equally fueling interventions like the ministerial press briefing we are holding today, as well as the town hall meetings that we started earlier that will continue very soon, taking us to the southeast, the south-south, and the southwestern parts of this country.
It's now time for a short break. Still to come on News Now. Scores arrested over Pakistan KFC attacks sparked by Gaza war protests. We'll bring you details shortly. Welcome back. Here's a recap of some of our top stories. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has expressed dissatisfaction with the presidential declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. Speaking during the media parley on Friday, Wike, the immediate past governor of Rivers State, said he wanted the outright removal of Fubara as governor. We also told you that the Lagos Police Command has denied a report that Boko Haram suspects have been apprehended in the state. On Thursday, Kumar Sanda, the commander of the Civilian Joint Task Force in Lagos, was reported to have said thousands of suspected Boko Haram members have been arrested in the city. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and ABO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download the mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. And let's switch now to business news, and Victoria Konde is on standby for the latest. What's up, Victoria?
Thank you very much, Very. Welcome to Business News Now. Diverse reactions have continued to trail the United States' decision under President Donald Trump to impose a 14% tariff on all Nigerian exports, marking a sharp departure from the long-standing duty-free trade terms under the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. Since year 2000, Nigeria has largely exported crude oil under AGOA, but the new tariffs now threaten the agreement's benefits and investor confidence in non-oil sectors. Speaking to TV360 Nigeria, Deputy National President of the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce, Ibrahima, says the tariff would raise export costs, especially for oil, as the U.S. moves to protect its domestic interests. He added that although AGOA has bipartisan backing in the U.S. and is due for renewal in September 2025, African leaders must actively negotiate to safeguard Nigeria's duty-free access.
The impact of the tariff is evident. It only means whatever we are sending to the U.S. will cost more, by 14%. And that means the price of goods and services will increase. Becomes more expensive for Nigerians to export, our products to the United States. And you know what that means in terms of impact on the volume of business, especially our oil. What we sell the most, especially to the U.S., is oil that we export. And there's no way that the 14% tariff will not impact that export, that product. So where we are now in the world is that there's some kind of global trade war that's affecting everybody. And the United States, they have their own objective. They want to protect their own interests as much as possible. And the rest of the world is just reacting to catch up. You will agree with me that the United States market is the largest market in the world with a GDP of 27.72 trillion US dollars. So it's a big market for everybody, including Nigeria, for every country. And that is why these tariffs by President Donald Trump have sent what we can call shock waves around the world. And those who are not prepared will be caught off guard, as it were. I believe that there is a bipartisan support in the US for AGOA because Africa is still an emerging market, as it were. So we see how that plays out. But essentially, I think leaders from Africa should engage the United States. At this time, there's no need for reciprocity. What is important is to engage and negotiate. I believe that as we go along, I'm sure that bipartisan support in the U.S. for AGOA there will be a headroom for negotiation so that under the AGOA scheme, if it is retained by September, that exports from Africa will enjoy the duty-free, on such products and services.
That's it on business updates. Back to you, Joy, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Victoria. And now on the foreign scene, police have arrested scores of people in Pakistan in recent weeks after more than 10 mob attacks on outlets of U.S. fast food chain KFC, sparked by anti-United States sentiment and opposition to its ally Israel's war in Gaza, according to officials. Police in major cities in the Islamic nation, including the southern port city of Karachi, the eastern city of Lahore and the capital Islamabad, confirmed at least 11 incidents in which KFC outlets were attacked by protesters armed with sticks and vandalized. At least 178 people were arrested, the officials said this week. And still on the foreign scene, the United States will abandon trying to broker a Russia-Ukraine peace deal within days unless there are clear signs a truce can be reached. This is according to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 and has placed a number of conditions on any potential ceasefire. Now, despite the Trump administration's initial confidence that it could secure a deal quickly, attempts to reach a full ceasefire have yet to materialize, with Washington blaming both sides. And finally on sports, head coach of the under-20 national team Flying Eagles, Ali Zubairu, has unveiled a 24-man squad for the upcoming Under-20 Africa Cup of Nations in Egypt. The 2025 Under-20 AFCON will take place from April 27th to May 18th. Zubairu named first-choice goalkeeper Ifeanyi Harkat, defender and captain Daniel Bayemi, midfielder Suleiman Alabi, and forward Barobo Arieri in the squad. The squad is a blend of home-based and foreign players who have intensified training in Abuja ahead of the tournament. And the semi-final fixtures for this year's Europa Conference League have been confirmed. This followed the completion of a quarter-final second-leg fixtures on Thursday night. Djurgården defeated Rapid Wien 4-1 to progress with a 4-2 aggregate win. However, Real Betis will now face Fiorentina in the semi-final, while Chelsea will take on Djurgården. The Europa Conference League semi-final first-leg fixtures will take place on Thursday, May 1st. And that's our bulletin on News Now. Many thanks for watching. I'm Joy Ucheji. See you next time.
what we're having here today, the theme of the exhibition is wet in waste. That is, what are the wet you can get from waste product, that is coconut shell. So, and the reason why we are saying wet in waste is that we have so many processors around. We have people that use coconut for their products, like coconut oil, coconut candy, coconut flakes. The name has so many. But what do they do to the shell? Nothing. So if you eat coconut, the shells, you throw it off. But some of them, they use it for making fire, fueling their fire while cooking. But that can cause environmental pollution. So we are using this now to tell a story that, okay, instead of destroying the environment, why don't you get the wet that is involved? Instead of throwing it to block our drainages, why don't you turn it to a wet making machine? So that is just the short story behind the wet in waste. Aside from that, it is unique and nobody is using it for anything. When I started, I didn't see anybody that is doing anything like installations like this. In fact, when I Google online, what I saw were craft works, cups, key holders, and the rest of them. But I started doing this just to give myself a unique name from others. The response has been very, very good. Though initially when I started, people were like, what type of thing is this? They gave me so many names. Sometimes if I stretch my hand to greet some people, they will say, your hand is too tough, blah, blah, blah. But today now the rest is story. And initially the acceptance was not there. I was giving my souvenirs to people free of charge. But now I sell them at good prices. The funny thing about the Circle of Nigerian Coconut Artists is that we started in February. The dream just came, okay, why don't you bring these people that are doing coconut craft together? I have some of them who are my participants that I've trained over time during workshops. So, and some of them, they don't practice the craft again because the challenges are there for them. How do they sell their craft works? Who do they sell to? And the challenges of how do you cut, how do you remove the debris and the rest of them. So many challenges. But the basic one is if they produce it and they don't sell, they stop producing. So we are using this now to create a kind of platform for them so that they can showcase their work. You can see different stands here. You can see different tables with different type of artworks, even this. So they now have a platform where they can exhibit the works. When visitors come around, they see. And with that, they will be encouraged to do more. So that is the story behind this. What we do is we'll cut the shells. When you cut the shells, you remove the debris, you sand it in and out and cut the shapes you want. Then, if you want to do stuff like this, you start joining them together with gum. You have handsaw, you have jigsaw, you have bandsaw, depending on the level at which you are. If you are just starting, you can't get a bandsaw because to buy a bandsaw now is expensive. So you can start with the hand hacksaw. Is going viral, and another thing is that we are taking it to the 5 divisions of Lagos State. After Badagry, we are going to other divisions. We have Ikorodu, we have Epe, we have Mainland. So we are taking this show around there. So if we have the opportunity of showcasing it 10 days in other divisions, so we'll do, just to encourage the young ones around so that they can join us in removing debris from my environment and turning it to waste, to wet. like this one. If you have seen Eyo before, this is that cap they put on. So I use this now to represent Eyo. Instead of putting the whole thing, it will be too big for me. So I just decided to work on the cap alone. So that is that about Eyo. And here we have Yeye Oge. This Yeye Oge, I don't know, I just love the work. Now, I use this to tell a story of a young lady. And generally, most of our ladies, they are the only one who has been questioning God, that why do you create me this way? The eyelashes are not enough, they want to add more. The lipsticks are not too clean as created by God, they want to add more, and they will embellish their hair with so many designs. So that is what I just use this one to represent, just epitome of love. Simple. The Last Supper that Jesus Christ had with his disciples. Now, I use these ones here to represent the disciples, and this is Jesus here. If you count, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those are the disciples, and this is their table. And while eating your drink, you need a jug to fetch water from. You have that, you have the cup, and you have the fruit. Instead of putting amala and the rest, I decided to use just fruit. This is August meeting. Yes, now August meeting is popular among our friends from the East, whereby they have their colorful attire, uniform attire, and they celebrate themselves, the women mostly. So that's why I have about 3 women there with different gele and the rest. This one now, I titled it the National Summit. There's so many stories behind it. Now, at the center you have banana, and the objects surrounding it look like monkeys. So, yes, now, without much decoration, you see this is the mouth, this are the eyes for monkeys. Now, but I'm using this now to represent the Nigerian setting or the Africa setting, whereby we have delegates, people who will send them, okay, go and represent us. But they are not particular about the people that sent them. When they get to the zoo there, or when they get to that area whereby you have flowers, you have adorable things around them, they forget those of us who sent them. The only thing they are particular about is the national cake. So I use the banana here now to represent the national cake. So that is what all of them are after. They have adorable things. That's why I use leaves, just to represent things like flowers. So in the midst of flowers, you know, you'll be happy, oh wow, you are surrounded with beautiful things. The next thing, they will have forgotten what we asked them to go and do for us, go and represent us, but no, the only thing is the national cake, which they rush after to get for their self and their self alone.
My experience as one of the artists is that we, in this part of our area here in Badagry, we that are involved in this kind of work is not well appreciated, in the sense that, you know, here this is our area. Coconut, Badagry is predominantly recognized with coconut. So, and as a result of that, while we are doing this thing, they do not see any value to it. So, like Jesus Christ, even though does not have value at his hometown. So that is the similar story that we are having towards this. But outside that, we are using this thing to promote our culture, to know that this craft can bring economical value for our teeming youth. This product, this work we have involved in can bring a kind of job creation for people. Little do we know that craft work of this nature can transform this coconut craft, the coconut shell, from the waste product they used to know it for, to a valuable thing. Before, in this area, after extracting the oil, The oil is one of the valuable things extracted from the coconut. Then coconut completely is a valuable tree, but the shell is they throw it away, so or they burn it. Nobody knows that it can be transformed to a valuable thing. So that is why we are involved. Now coconut is going to an extinction with the activities of other activities around. But engaging this shell in transforming it to a valuable things of this nature, so people can know that we can begin to use it even to better our life. It has more economical value. So if people engage themselves in doing it. I'm an indigenous of Ajido in this Barage environment. Gone are those days, after extracting the coconut, you see a lot of heap of it. But when we now begin to censor our people that it can be transformed to this kind of ornament, so we gather, we have a collecting center. So if you have used your coconut, just gather it, we come, we pick them. And better still, we just, if you want to get maybe the one we use for the consumables, the one we can use for either cups, jugs, the one that we can use for consumption of either drink or food. Those ones we need a good quality of coconut. Those ones we go to farm to select better coconut. So, but those ones we can use for decoration of those ones, so we can pick shell. Those are the waste ones. We can use those ones and use those ones and transform it then to this type of ornament. The publicity, we thank God a little bit for the past, immediate past supervisor for tourism and education, Honorable Samson Onayo Akpata. He has been helpful in that regard by collaborating with us in sensitizing people. So we train the like-minded, those that have interest, we train them, and then we do our publicity. Like this event that is going on now, it is one of the first, is the first of its kind in this Badagry. It's just to publicize this and to create the awareness that something of this nature is ongoing. It has come and has come to stay. So we, the craftsmen, are highly involved in this, and we are ready to partner with whosoever that is willing to partner with us, even to give it more publications.
When I start coconut art, people look at it as a strange something, but later they now blend to it. And I've faced many people, although I'm into tourism too, when you're talking about tourism and art, it blends together, because if it travels to any area, you don't come back with souvenir, definitely you do not have anything to remind you about your visits. That's why I always work on coconut shell as souvenir. If it comes to Badagry, you must go with a coconut shell souvenir. Sincerely, if you said turning waste to wealth, it even adds to the value of the environmental this thing, because it makes its cleanness, change the environment so that you not see anything dirty in the environment. And mostly from this coconut shell, we have brought up many people, and people are blending with it. remember that whenever you are doing in life, there is a time you will go and the footprints will be there. And you have to remember that we are not going to live forever. And you have to remember that nobody is going to stay with you in that grave. Whatever you are doing, forget about religion, forget about everything, but your humanity service matter a lot. That's how I name it, remember. These are brooch. You can see we have brooch of local government. These are Lagos local government, Ministry of Tourism. We have another brooch. This pendant, map of Africa. We have earrings, key holders, and you can see on this textile, what we have there is the button. We always use the coconut shell as button on textiles, pen holder, and so on. And these are little takeaway items you can get from coconut. This cup, this coconut purse. You use it in different ways. You can keep your jewelries. You can use it as safe to keep your jewelries. For example, you buy something, you can put it inside. You can put it inside, you lock it, and you can use it for your decoration, for beach outing or anything like that. Use it. We have anything like this.
What is here is Wash Go International, actually. It's of international standard. It's unusual, unexpected, and I think this man needs to be celebrated more than what we are seeing. We know that the level of unemployment right now in Nigeria is really high, and if there was a way to get this skill to more youths, and especially with the advent of social media, I think there's so much that can be done with what is here. Yeah, it will help this country as a whole. This is the kind of thing that I came here all the way from Ikorodu, and I'm sure if a lot more people knew about this, it will bring a lot more people here, and it will boost tourism here.
I was excited, I did not believe that they can use coconut to do so many things like this, and it was beautiful. When I reach my school, I can tell them about it, that we saw many things, that the people that are not here, so that they will see, they can come here to look at it, and some people would like to join or do something like this. I can now see that coconut is very important in Badagry, that we can use it to do many things. And when I see it on the ground, I can pick someone to do like the key holder. Me too, I can try. And I can encourage some people to look at it, that coconut shell can do many things, that we can use it to do jug in our house, and spoon, and the key holder, many things.
Sincerely, I will commend the organizer of this kind of show, and being for the first time, and the way they are able to organize the program. Before this time, I have to question them. I do question them that why are they using Badagry for the starting points, due to some challenges that we have to come down to this place. But upon everything, they said the symbol of this show is coconuts, and we are well known as a place that we produce coconut, granite and coconut a lot. And there is no need for them to showcase the first program in another place. And the main thing behind this event is for them to know the value and what the end product of coconut, what we can derive from it, so that it will not be wasteful, at least creating wealth out of nothing. Sincerely, I'm overwhelmed. Each artistic design, the kind of way that the organizer name each one, and the explanation to us, sincerely, that shows that the artist know what he's doing. Likewise, there is a lot of vision, there's a lot of profitable something for every individual. At a starting point, what they have over here can meet up international competition.
It's not anything that is new to me, because I've been with the artists for a very long time. It started from very awkward creation. I mean, very, very awkward background. You know, it started from nothing to something. So, you see, what I've seen, what I've learned, and that I want the youth to learn is focus in whatever you are doing, in whatever thing that you think this is good. There is no way you won't find, or you won't encounter challenges. Challenges are natural, and they test your mettle as a man. If you want to succeed in life, you must face challenges. So he's been on this thing for more than a decade. And what I saw today is amazing. It's really, really amazing. And it's telling me that there's still more to explore in this community. Things that are insignificant, I will see as nothing. We can really make it something. And that was what I've done. This is the identity of Badagry. When you go to Oshun, you see carving. But here, he has created an identity for Badagry. We need the government buying into this. He has a lot to offer in terms of all this. But the government has to come in to support him. There's still a lot that can be achieved, that can still be created out of this nothing that we are seeing as coconut shells. There's still a lot that he has proven that. There's still many things that can still be done, that can be achieved in terms of creativity. So, but he alone, and he's been struggling for more than a decade. That is he's been able to take it to this level is miracle. Honestly, it's miracle, because he has been doing all alone. Okay, you can see what, for instance, I expected that before we, just ordinary citizens of the community, come here, we expect that other dignitaries will have come here to open it.
So that encourages the artist. It inspires him that his effort is being recognized and acknowledged. But when you don't have things like that, sometimes you kill spirit. So we need government buy-in. We need the support. Apart from the government, the support of the community. Things like this today, we want the community to be here, everybody be here, all the VIPs, all the government, they should be here to recognize and acknowledge this work of creativity that has been displayed.
Aquellas personas que llegan en primer lugar a una escena donde se cometió un delito o un crimen contra la vida silvestre. Es importante que este primer respondiente sepa qué hacer el momento que llega a este escenario. La cadena de custodia es un procedimiento integral.
Como funcionaria que soy, tengo varias actividades, el de realizar rescates de vida silvestre, el de realizar charlas de educación ambiental a comunidades. En esta provincia es la segunda provincia más grande del Ecuador. Tenemos grandes porcentajes de tráfico de vida silvestre, tenencia de vida silvestre. Hice una retención de una monita choronga. Su valoración era súper grave, una delgadez, una desnutrición muy grave. En primera instancia se pudo ganar este juicio. Como bióloga yo valoro, les doy los cuidados necesarios. Es muy importante tener estas capacitaciones para nosotros como funcionarios, saber cómo dar a conocer y dar el proceso debidamente como se tiene que llevar a cabo una retención.
Me dedico a la conservación de los ecosistemas frágiles de mi área protegida y pues estoy aquí realizando un taller de capacitación en el tema del manejo de la cadena de custodia. Es importante llamar a la ciudadanía para que no comercialice vida silvestre y si es que la ciudadanía ve estos delitos pueda denunciarlos al ECO 911 y poder coordinar el rescate de estos animales o los procesos correspondientes.
On the news, Tinubu delivers Easter message, reassures commitment to peace and security. FCT Minister Wike admits he wanted Siminalai Fubara's removal, not suspension. And Lagos Police Force denies reports of Boko Haram suspects apprehended in the state. It's a pleasure to have you join News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I am Joy Uchejim. Now, as Nigerians observe Good Friday ahead of Easter, President Bola Tinubu has assured that his administration remains committed to restoring peace and security across the country. In his Easter message to the nation on Friday, the president expressed sadness over recent attacks in some parts of the country. Tinubu disclosed he has been given clear directives to the armed forces and all relevant security agencies to end insecurity decisively and without delay. The president urged all Nigerians to remain hopeful, united, and resolute in pursuing national progress. And the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has expressed dissatisfaction with the presidential declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. Wike made this known during a media parley in Abuja on Friday, noting that the emergency rule was not part of his desired outcome in the ongoing political crisis. Last month, President Bola Tinubu proclaimed a state of emergency in the state, citing persistent political instability and escalating security concerns, including the recent pipeline explosions. Speaking during the media parley, Wike, the immediate past governor of Rivers, said he wanted the outright removal of Fubara. And in other stories, the governments of Nigeria and Niger Republic have resumed high-level diplomatic talks aimed at addressing shared security threats and rekindle cooperation following months of tension after the July 2023 military coup in Niger. The meeting in Niamey focused on border security, terrorism, and joint infrastructure projects, signaling cautious steps towards rebuilding trust. Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs Yusuf Tuga and his Nigerian counterpart Bakari Sangare represented their individual countries amid major current issues at the sub-regional, regional, and international levels.
Emphasizing the importance of the NNJC at this juncture in our relationship between Nigeria and Niger. It is a very important platform, very important mechanism that can be used to address the challenges that we've been confronted with in our relationship. And it has existed since 1971. Part of the problem, of course, has to do with the fact that there are certain instruments at its disposal that are no longer being used effectively, which we can use to address some of the concerns and the challenges. The issue of security meetings is something that existed, even something that preceded the colonial states. You know, when you had Borno Empire and you had Sokoto Caliphate, you had the state of Manga, for instance, and all of these entities. They used to correspond, they used to have meetings, physical meetings, you know, across their borders. And then you had the colonial states where you would have the district officers, the assistant district officers, they would come for weekly meetings at the borders, you know. Another thing that these meetings used to do, and that is the responsibility of the NNJC, is strengthening border area markets. It's something that we need to bring because, you know, trade and movement of people, of goods, is something that is a lifeline for the Sahel, for our region. You don't move, you can die. It's a matter of life and death, you know. And that's why we have seasonal migration. This is one of the reasons why, you know, protocols on free movement were adopted and all of that.
And on security, the Lagos Police Command has denied the report that Boko Haram suspects have been apprehended in the state. On Thursday, Kumar Sanda, the commander of the Civilian Joint Task Force in Lagos, was reported to have said thousands of suspected Boko Haram members have been arrested in the city. In a statement on Friday, the state's police spokesperson Benjamin Hundeyin said, following the publication, the police commissioner directed an investigation into the claim. Hundeyin said the investigations revealed that no Boko Haram member was seen or arrested anywhere in the state. And now, following a recent 15 naira reduction in its loading cost for premium motor spirit, also known as petrol, the Dangote refinery has further slashed its refined product prices, lowering its ex-depot rates to 835 naira per litre in a bid to make fuel more affordable. The latest adjustment reflects a 13 naira drop from the 865 naira per litre price set just some days ago, and a 3.5% decrease, and a 45 naira reduction from the 880 naira per litre rate recorded last Wednesday. It marks the third time in less than 6 weeks that the refinery has reduced its prices. Notably, this ongoing trend of price cuts aligns with the resumption and full rollout of the Naira for Crude agreement with local refiners, which had previously been on hold. Earlier, I spoke with energy analyst Ayodele Oni and began by asking what factors might be driving these recent price reductions at the Dangote refinery.
Primarily, it's lower crude prices. If your cost is reduced, you generally want to pass that on. But that's together with competition. A number of people are still importing finished products, and he wants to remain competitive. I think it could also be a trade war of sort, or fighting over consumers. Recall that for midstream and downstream energy products, margins are not necessarily huge, so you'd have to rely a lot on volumes. So it's a volumes game. It's also a reflection of the dropping international crude prices, and I also think there may be some price war of some sort, such that everyone wants to remain a market leader and wants to fight for market share. I think those are reasons I can immediately adduce for the change in the price, the downward review of those prices. Because no one's going to sell at a loss. I mean, if you want to sell at a loss, it will be for a short period because there's a price war and you want to get your competitors out of the market and then take the prices back up. So it's one of those 3 or 4 reasons. Okay, I think the issue generally is likely to be the fact that some of them have old stock. If you bought old stock higher, you may not immediately change pricing. 1, 2, remember that the equalization fund does not exist anymore. So the further you are away from source, the more expensive, because you have to take into consideration haulage and other logistics. You know, so it may be cheaper in places like Lagos, in certain places, but further down the north and further down away from where your source and the hinterland is more expensive. So it's a function of that too. A function of having old stock, a function of the distance from the depot or the distance from your source, the more expensive. And there's no equalization fund like what we used to have prior to the PIA, where you had an equalization fund to ensure that prices were the same everywhere, right? When government still largely regulated. But with market, we did be market driven. All your costs of into the burner tip will be taken into consideration, and no one wants to do business at a loss, right? Like I stated before. So I think that those are the reasons for what we currently see.
And Lagos State Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat has emphasized the need for a new wave of leadership in Nigeria, one grounded in integrity and national development, rather than years spent in office. Hamzat made the call while delivering the keynote address at the 2nd edition of the Lagos Leadership Summit, organized by the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy. TV360's correspondent Victoria Konde has more details.
The 2nd edition of the Lagos Leadership Summit, hosted by the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, drew a vibrant crowd of young Nigerians eager to gain insights from seasoned leaders. In his keynote address, Lagos State Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat emphasized the need to build a society rooted in doing what is right, where core values are upheld and made accessible to all regardless of background or social status.
I'm optimistic because we've done it before. Our country has television before France. A lot of people might not know. So it was United States, it was UK, and it was Nigeria. We have it before Belgium. Our country build a 12-story building, the first in Africa. At the time those people did it, they were all young. There was no computer. There was no internet. So they were using typewriters, and it's not even the electronic typewriters. So we've done it before. So there is nothing wrong with us as a people. Nothing. It's just the question of erosion of values.
Amzat also highlighted the critical roles of active citizenship and media in shaping the country's narrative and advancing its democratic journey.
A lot of us just talk anyhow about our nation. That does not help in any way. It doesn't solve any problem. So what we said is, even as leaders, we should give ideas. Past leaders must give ideas as to how, these are the mistakes I made. When we wanted to do this, we should have considered it, so that you guide the people there. So what we are saying is, how do we learn from ourselves? How do we learn from past mistakes? How do we grow leadership based on ideas, not on aggressive and toxic criticisms?
Speaking at the event, the Executive Secretary of the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy described the summit as a powerful platform for driving national transformation.
It's all about pragmatism, encouraging young people how to take those measures. We're going beyond, above and beyond. We have speakers like Fela Dirotoye, Omoni Oboli, Moses Baba Tokpe, Toyosi Akerele, and Kennedy Ekeze, Rukaya Shitu from Kadeoye, and many more, and many more. And these people are pragmatic people that have led effectively and successfully. And why not have them come as laymen and just try to encourage and share their stories and what young people can pick up from it.
The gathering brought together both emerging and established leaders to explore meaningful strategies for building a purposeful and sustainable future for Lagos and Nigeria as a whole. Deputy Governor Amzat concluded by reiterating that Nigeria's future depends on leaders who embody integrity, vision, courage and a genuine dedication to public service. Victoria Akonde, TV360 News, Lagos.
And the Nigerian government has reaffirmed its dedication to fostering a modern and vibrant media industry in the country. This was disclosed by the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, who spoke at the 6th edition of the 2025 Ministerial Press Briefing Series at the Radio House in Abuja. Idris also revealed plans to establish Nigeria's first ever Media and Information Literacy Institute in Abuja. He noted that the initiative will significantly enhance the country's media landscape and provide journalists with greater support to perform their duties more effectively.
To further fine-tune the imminent takeoff of the first of its kind Media and Information Literacy Institute that Nigeria will be hosting here in Abuja. That institute will go a long way towards strengthening Nigeria's media environment and supporting journalists to carry out their functions even more effectively. Indeed, the goal is also to train some of our young men and women to identify and also know where there is fake news. I have shared this to reaffirm the commitment of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his administration towards the lasting transformation of Nigeria's media landscape. It is that unwavering commitment that is equally fueling interventions like the ministerial press briefing we are holding today, as well as the town hall meetings that we started earlier that will continue very soon, taking us to the southeast, the south-south and the southwestern parts of this country.
It's now time for a short break. Still to come on News Now. Scores arrested over Pakistan KFC attacks sparked by Gaza war protest. We'll bring you details shortly. Welcome back. Here's a recap of some of our top stories. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has expressed dissatisfaction with the presidential declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. Speaking during the media parley on Friday, Wike, the immediate past governor of Rivers State, said he wanted the outright removal of Fubara as governor. We also told you that the Lagos Police Command has denied a report that Boko Haram suspects have been apprehended in the state. On Thursday, Kumar Sanda, the commander of the Civilian Joint Task Force in Lagos, was reported to have said thousands of suspected Boko Haram members have been arrested in the city. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and ABO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download the mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. And let's switch now to business news, and Victoria Konde is on standby for the latest. What's up, Victoria?
Thank you very much, Joy. Welcome to Business News. Now, diverse reactions have continued to trail the United States' decision under President Donald Trump to impose a 14% tariff on all Nigerian exports, marking a sharp departure from the long-standing duty-free trade terms under the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. Since year 2000, Nigeria has largely exported crude oil under AGOA, but the new tariffs now threaten the agreement's benefits and investor confidence in non-oil sectors. Speaking to TV360 Nigeria, Deputy National President of the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce, Ibrahima, says the tariff would raise export costs, especially for oil, as the U.S. moves to protect its domestic interests. He added that although AGOA has bipartisan backing in the U.S. and is due for renewal in September 2025, African leaders must actively negotiate to safeguard Nigeria's duty-free access.
The impact of the tariff is evident. It only means whatever we are sending to the U.S. will cost more, by 14%. And that means the price of goods and services will increase. Becomes more expensive for Nigerians to export, our products to the United States. And you know what that means in terms of impact on the volume of business, especially our oil. What we sell the most, especially to the U.S., is oil that we export. And there's no way that the 14% tariff will not impact that export, that product. So where we are now in the world is that there's some kind of global trade war that's affecting everybody. And the United States, they have their own objective. They want to protect their own interests as much as possible. And the rest of the world is just reacting to catch up. You will agree with me that the United States market is the largest market in the world with a GDP of 27.72 trillion US dollars. So it's a big market for everybody, including Nigeria, for every country. And that is why these tariffs by President Donald Trump are sent what we can call shock waves around the world. And those who are not prepared will be caught off guard, as it were. I believe that there is a bipartisan support in the U.S. for AGOA because Africa is still an emerging market, as it were. So we see how that plays out. But essentially, I think leaders from Africa should engage the United States. At this time, there's no need for reciprocity. What is important is to engage and negotiate I believe that as we go along, I'm sure that bipartisan support in the U.S. for AGOA there will be a headroom for negotiation so that under the AGOA scheme, if it is retained by September, that exports from Africa will enjoy the duty-free, on such products and services.
That's it on business updates. Back to you, Joy, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Victoria. And now on the foreign scene, police have arrested scores of people in Pakistan in recent weeks after more than 10 mob attacks on outlets of U.S. fast food chain KFC, sparked by anti-United States sentiment and opposition to its ally Israel's war in Gaza, according to officials. Police in major cities in the Islamic nation, including the southern port city of Karachi, the eastern city of Lahore and the capital Islamabad, confirmed at least 11 incidents in which KFC outlets were attacked by protesters armed with sticks and vandalized. At least 178 people were arrested, the officials said this week. And still on the foreign scene, the United States will abandon trying to broker a Russia-Ukraine peace deal within days unless there are clear signs a truce can be reached. This is according to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 and has placed a number of conditions on any potential ceasefire. Now, despite the Trump administration's initial confidence that it could secure a deal quickly, attempts to reach a full ceasefire have yet to materialize, with Washington blaming both sides. And finally on sports, head coach of the under-20 national team Flying Eagles, Ali Zubairu, has unveiled a 24-man squad for the upcoming Under-20 Africa Cup of Nations in Egypt. The 2025 Under-20 AFCON will take place from April 27th to May 18th. Zubairu named first-choice goalkeeper Ifeanyi Harkat, defender and captain Daniel Bayemi, midfielder Suleiman Alabi, and forward Barobo Arieri in the squad. The squad is a blend of home-based and foreign players who have intensified training in Abuja ahead of the tournament. And the semi-final fixtures for this year's Europa Conference League have been confirmed. This followed the completion of a quarter-final second-leg fixtures on Thursday night. Djurgården defeated Rapid Wien 4-1 to progress with a 4-2 aggregate win. However, Real Betis will now face Fiorentina in the semi-final, while Chelsea will take on Djurgården. The Europa Conference League semi-final first-leg fixtures will take place on Thursday, May 1st. And that's our bulletin on News Now. Many thanks for watching. I'm Joy Ucheji. See you next time.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون ليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول تذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
Hey guys, welcome back to your show, your favorite show. I know your one-stop show for everything beautiful, music, comedy, fashion, name it guys. 360 Vibes got you covered. And I am your host for today. And you know how we do it. The show can never be incomplete without my squad. I've got Joy Oma here and I've got Queen Alex Rayner. Hi guys.
Hi. The season of love is still
in it.
Actually, we're still feeling the love heavily. I hope we all experience love in different ways. If you were oppressed,
guys, did you hear that?
If you were
Queen
oppressed,
said
that's
she saw
fine. If you were oppressed, that's fine. If you were not, if you saw the love, that's beautiful too. Anyway, it's Joyoma, Sheen_Joyoma on Instagram, and it's a pleasure to be here once again for another exciting edition. Don't go anywhere.
Hi guys, welcome back to the show. It's your girl Queen Alex Rayner. So today is going to be hot, so don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Let's go on a short break, guys. When we return, we will dive into the gist for today. Don't go anywhere right after this break. Welcome back, guys. Alright, on our first gist for today, it's about Chimamanda Adichie. Now, Chimamanda has finally revealed her twin, and she gave birth at the age of 47. Yes.
Wow.
Yes, at the age of 47. And apparently she kept this on a low due to the fact that social media now, you know them, they are always good at bullying. Like, these guys are always there, they are, will I say, prognosing at all the time, yeah? They just want to know about what is the latest, what is happening around people, and to give you the good and bad news. We know the ones that are not real, they will just want to play them out there. But finally, she has actually come out to reveal these children to us. Ladies, what do you think? Do you think she did the wrong thing or she did the rightful thing?
Personally, I'm happy for her, actually. I mean, you having twins at 47, I can't imagine the joy. Like, oh my God. And twins are such adorable children, actually. And the fact that she's having them at this age, I mean, Chimamanda is a highly respected woman. She has achieved so many feats. Her books are amazing. Like, it's literally acknowledged all over the world, like in France, in UK. And then now she's having this little joy added to her. And I'm really just happy for her. Well, if she decided to keep these children like on the low for months, according to what she said, because she wanted to protect them from social media, and that is her choice at this point. Because even at some point I was thinking maybe celebrities should actually try and do this at some point, keep some things private so that people won't start dragging things that are not their business, actually. So I'm just really happy for her, and yes, I at least support that, because they are children. It's not by force to post the pictures. It's not even needed, actually. It's not really anybody's business. But I'm just happy that she decided that, okay, she can bring this information out and we can share in her joy. It's just really beautiful.
Queen, what do you think?
Likewise, Joy said, I am really, really happy for her, and I know it's a good thing. Like, children are blessings from God, and we don't know what she has been through, or we don't know how far she must have gone for her to actually get her her children at this point in time. Definitely, everyone will wish to have kids early, maybe in their 20s, in their 30s, whatever. But like, she had hers in this age, 47, and we know what must have gone,
the whole
story and everything. So it's actually really, really good. And you see, God bless her with twins. Like, when you're struggling, you're thinking you're going to get maybe one normally and everything. Well, God will just double your blessing. You see some triple, some 6. I'm like, God is good. But I'm really, really happy for her. But I like the fact that she's even hidden. Let her just, if she wants to show us, maybe when they're 5 years, no one really cares about it. But trust Nigerian people. At first, with celebrity, they just want to put it out there. They want to just poke nose. I'm sure they must have even been entering her DM to be saying, why haven't you given birth? Why haven't you done this and done that? And she's not the only one. Funke Akindele also has twins, but I think no one in the internet has even seen like their pictures.
Yes.
There's even a video I saw them coming out from a mall, and like someone's video, hey, Funke's twins, and she just immediately went to cover their face, like, oh, she doesn't want her kids to be outside and everything. So it's her choice, and I'm happy for her.
Actually,
yeah.
So guys, really, it's a personal thing. Nobody should pressurize you, rather, to do what you know you don't want to do. I don't really think she did anything bad. She just wanted to keep her personality on low, and of which it is very necessary. Really, it's not everything you push out to social media. There are some things you should just keep to yourself. Like, swallow them, bury them, keep them around you. Because times where you project them, they bring back what's it called, bad energy.
Bad energy
and negative things
like
you get, and at the end of the day, you don't feel well. You don't like what you are having that is coming back to you.
So there are actually a lot of celebrities that do their likes of Funke, likes of Davido. Davido has twins, and no one knows like what they look like, because I'm sure like I won't say they must have learned their lesson from like the first issue they had before, but like it's their personal life, and maybe the wife and him, they don't want the children to be out there, and it's actually good. So now, moving from that, let's just go into another topic. We have this, I think everyone must have seen it now, this lecturer and student saga, the Unizik
battle of Unizik.
That went to go and be fighting with her husband. Her lecturer, sorry to say her lecturer. And it's just awful. Whenever it was like the video, it was like, trust me, 90% of Nigeria, like, why will you even fight a lecturer? Like, we're in Nigeria, not like you're outside. Even if the lecturer did something, there are like rules and regulations. There are people you actually go through as a student of a school, not for you coming out physically to punch and to drag, and you're biting him. And people, I saw comments of people saying, oh, the guy held the girl's shirt, why will he hold the girl's dress and everything, but why will you even respond that way to a lecturer? Like, there's some kind of like situations you see, I'm like, do you have fear? Like, do you even know what a lecturer can do to your CGPA? Do you know what a lecturer's tiny influence can do to your whole life in school? Guy, like, it's actually not even funny, and I don't know what you guys think about this, so let's hear it. Joy, what do you have to say about this?
Okay, first of all, when I saw the whole video, I was, let me say, confused, because it all started with her doing a TikTok video. And then the lecturer, some say he tapped her shoulder, some say he pushed her, and then he said, excuse me, and passed. And the next reaction was this bad eye from her, like, okay, can you imagine how he pushed me? And the whole reaction was just like, it felt uncalled for on my part. And then seeing the fight that ensued afterward, because reportedly, according to what the lecturer later said, when she made the comment, like, can you imagine how he pushed me? He had to come back to ask, like, okay, am I the one you were talking to? Are you talking about me? And then he went on to ask that she delete the video where he appeared. And then she refused. And then he tried to seize the phone. And that's where the whole struggle started. We're not sure who hit who first. We can't really say what exactly happened, because apparently we were not there. But then the whole struggle went on, and then she was biting and scratching, tore his shirt. Even her shirt was torn too, because it was a very serious
she was wearing
fight.
A dress already.
Yes, and in fact that she even came out later on with her own side of the story too, saying that he attacked her, and she was crying and begging him to release her phone, because the angle she came from.
We could just see that what she was saying was totally different from what played out in the video. And do you know the funniest thing? She had like the mind to even release the video, because if the video was in her phone, it would have still been her phone. No one was going to say, let me post the video, but maybe she linked the video, or maybe she linked the video to her friends for them to maybe judge the matter, and then the somebody sent it to social media and went everywhere.
And now everybody sees what she did.
Everybody sees what she did. Like, so I actually don't like, for me it doesn't make sense. So Faith, what do you think?
You know, I want to say that, see, when you are being trained properly, see, there are some things you won't do outside. When you have a proper home training, see, you know that your elder is your elder, regardless of how they hit you. In as far as this person did not molest you, or like he's not trying to take advantage of you. If he's trying to take advantage of you, trust me, you can do anything you want to do at that point to escape from that person's hand. But if it's a push or a touch, like someone that is older than you, I'm coming from this angle. Respect should play out there. Now, this lady did very, very, very bad. Not your lecturer. Even in school, sometimes your colleagues, there are some colleagues in school that you should even be scared of when they tell you, yes, now you should be scared of them. That's your classmates. You should be scared of them when they tell you, I will show you.
I call this cost reps, people that have like
so it means
an edge
they have
your results.
At that point, yeah, at your results. At that point, you should be careful. Do well to make them your friends. Rather than you, in fact, you left, like you went to a lecturer, someone that teaches you, even if he slaps you, you can always fight back the proper way. You can always come out and, you see people come out and fight for you that, oh, regardless of what happens, you get a panel for those that will sort out issues
that's
like
that's where you have the students union coming out to say, oh,
rather than you
this.
retaliating immediately like a lecturer. That was totally wrong. So I am very sure that what happened in this school will show a whole lot of students out there that your lecturer must be respected. Aside your lecturer, and people older than you should place respect, courtesy demand. Not, in fact, it's the most annoying part of it here is she's a lady. I feel so bad. You know, there are sometimes that we ladies, we just act. There are some ways we act, and then I'm like, where are your home trainings? Like, where are they?
I think
this girl, lady, because the way you act plays out how you are selling your personality already.
True. And like from the look of it, it looked like she had like this strong backing. According to people in school, her mom is a lecturer, a strong lecturer. So like she had this good mindset that, oh, no matter what, something will fight for her and everything. And from another angle, I saw, like, I think that was over the weekend. So someone said that the lecturer is at fault, and now is at fault because why would he even want to touch? Why would he touch the lady and say, oh, excuse me? Why can't he just talk from afar? I'm like, oh, excuse me and everything. We all went to Nigerian University, and we know that some Nigerian University, once I'm seeing my lecturer coming, you should give him space. I will run, and I will make sure that the lecturer does not see me. That's why I feel like, Father, I'm smart. The lecturer will not even see me, so I'll run away. I'm like, okay, I'm hiding and everything. Because I know if my lecturer sees me, maybe outside the class or something, that's another punishment. And two, there's a kind of respect you will have. Even if a lecturer touches me, I'm like, sorry, sir. Like, I want to even calm down and like, oh, I'm sorry, because I know I'm doing
hard to touch you.
Exactly, for him to touch, because I know that he can easily say, oh, excuse me, but for him to say, oh, I think she was moving back and forth here. She was going back and going forth. She was like making the video. I was like, oh, that's for me, that's the proper way. And what she would have said is, oh, sorry, sir, and left the scenario. But for her to turn back and roll her eyes, and when they asked her for the side of her own story, it's literally contradicting exactly what she did in the video. You turned and you rolled your eyes, and like, why would he even hit me like that? And you hiss. That's a bad attitude. And you're writing your own side of the story, and you're using funny grammars that it sounds like ChatGPT. Like you're saying, unbeknownst to me, thou comment. Are you doing King James version of what? I don't understand. At that point in time, for me, it didn't just make sense, and she would have just said sorry.
At the end of this,
if she had said sorry, I think that it would have gone a long way. If she have said sorry, because we are humans, although it all depends on individual. There are some individuals that are very quick to accept apologies, while there are some, because of their temper, they might not really want to accept that apology at that point. They want to go further and all. But if she had said sorry, excuse me, if she had said sorry, I'm pretty sure that it would have not been this, loud, this big. But rather, she was still exercising authority. Who are you? Like, your lecturer. No.
But anyway, at the end of this, we've seen how it all played out, and now she has been expelled from the university, and people were actually coming to comment like, okay, it was the right thing. The school was able to bring justice.
It was the wrong thing.
People were also like saying that it's the wrong thing, that, okay, why are you trying to expel her as if you're just trying to side with a lecturer? But then the fact that normally we know how people love supporting the person that seems to be oppressed, especially on social media. Even if the person did wrong, Nigerians like supporting the person that's oppressed. You get? So usually, in a situation like this, to be the lady that Nigerians should be supported. But if you read the comments on every post concerning this issue, everybody supporting this lecturer because apparently he has a good manner. The people he taught, people he lectured, have only good things to say about him. So the fact is, people have been supporting him, like most of the people. And then this lady didn't have that much support, meaning that, okay, obviously the wrong side was from her. So please, most people are saying that this is not the right thing to do and all, but if you read through her TikTok, if you go through her TikTok account and the post she's made after this whole incident, she doesn't really seem very remorseful.
She doesn't seem
very remorseful. She seems like, okay, whatever happens, we'll go through it.
There's a post twice I saw.
That's her personality.
Maybe that's her personality, and maybe that's the kind of person she is.
Yes.
And regarding the post I saw, like over the weekend, so the person said that if it was an outside school, like a school not in Nigeria, the girl would have actually won the case because one, why would a lecturer actually touch a student? And now that brings us to Nigerian university and abroad university. This is Nigeria. I think we go to school with cultures, like we know that you are meant to have respect, and not just normal respect, but like good respect for your lecturer. In culture wise and everything tends to play out in Nigeria. So someone's like saying, oh, they should come out, the girl should come abroad, like go abroad to study and everything, and people are just dragging the guy. So maybe the guy is trying to defend the girl, like, oh, the lecturer did bad, why would he touch her, blah blah blah, not knowing that Nigerian people were ready for the guy. So now they even dragged the guy again, like say,
he just carried himself.
Oh yeah, go and train they're calling her a goat or whatever, like, oh, go and train the girl that does not have respect outside the country and everything. But so it's actually unfair, but it is what it is. I'm happy it happened because justice.
I think this will make other students learn that you should respect your lecturer. Your respect for your lecturer is very paramount, very, very paramount in your department. Anyway, guys, we'll go on a short break. Don't go anywhere right after this break. We're coming back. Welcome back, guys. And Jeremiah has some details to give to us. What's up? What's the latest?
People, coming from the crew now of True Love. We are going all the way to the Two Baba Arena. People should leave me a beg. So this whole Two Baba story, it has been.
I agree to
it's like a series. Every week you get a new episode, and
in this country, all you do, make sure you have data.
Have data.
Even if they've increased it,
it's expensive now.
Make sure you have data.
And make the sacrifice. Because, okay, coming from this whole update, last time we were here, we were talking about how Tubaba has apparently announced the divorce with his wife, Annie Macaulay, and we talked about how she's now in rehabilitation. We didn't know what happened during the marriage or what went wrong, but we just knew that he has announced the divorce. So we're like, okay, trying to recover from this, only for him to come forward and announce that, okay, he's in love with an Edo State lawmaker by the name Natasha, and he came out to beg Nigerians to help him beg her to marry him. And the next thing we know, we're seeing like a proposal.
It's
a very romantic proposal. Exactly. Like after the proposal, we're like, okay, you just barely divorced your wife and now you're already proposing to another woman. Okay. And then allegations came out that she may be pregnant for him. There's no confirmation yet. We're still trying to confirm that. And then his mom came out. That's
another mother. Series.
Episode 5. She came out that apparently she suspects that Natasha may be using voodoo on him, that she should take away the beads on his wrist and necklace, on his neck rather, that it will free him. And then she also appeals to DSS that her son is missing, that Tubaba is missing. And we're like, okay, shit, we're just celebrating proposal from days back. What's happening? And then just over this weekend, we see a video of Tubaba cruising with our beloved Natasha in a hair boutique. trying to get hair products. This is the person that was allegedly missing.
Declared missing,
declared missing by his own family members. So now what do we say about this whole thing? Because it's as if we don't even know who is correct in this whole matter. Is the mother right to be scared? Because now she's an Edo babe.
She's meant to be scared.
She's an Edo babe, not to stereotype, but she's an Edo babe.
Actually.
So she had like, okay, let's just say she may have had an influence in this divorce between Annie Macaulay and Subaba. Like, why is it all happening now? It's so funny. All right.
So I think something is wrong somewhere. And now, before Annie, he had somebody, what's her name? Spyro? I think there's a lady, Peru something. There's a lady he had before Annie. And now Annie comes out to say, she knew him before every other woman in his life. And she knew him when she was like 16 years old or 17.
She was 15.
She was 15.
Yes.
Wow. Child abuse. Oh, wow. So now, Annie knew him before every other person. He loved Annie, and Annie loves him, blah, blah, blah. And Annie's first child is his fifth child. Now, let's break it down.
Red flag.
So before he had kids with Annie, he must have had other women. Well, Annie met him before
they were
dating before then. Maybe she was not ready or whatever, but they got married. I think he's the only one that he got married to. And now Annie's first child is his fifth. So imagine he had 4 outside. We don't know if it's the same woman or if different women.
Entirely.
To tell you that there's a problem before even Annie came. That's true. And now Annie has not just, she hasn't even gone far. You are doing
barely 2 weeks.
Yeah, another guy.
Like there's something wrong. There's something wrong somewhere. I'm not saying there's something wrong with him, but like there's something wrong somewhere.
I mean,
you're not satisfied with the first woman, the second woman.
This is a 49-year-old man.
Will you keep going to marry? And this one crashes. I'm sure there's another woman too that will say, "Come."
Definitely,
come.
Definitely.
So like, what's really your problem? If you can't get it in one, do you think you get it in like the remaining?
I feel like the main issue we're having here is the ladies. Like there's a question I heard. There's a question I heard online. Like, who would marry a Tubaba? Like, who would marry a Tubaba?
Like, what are the ladies? People are going to go with the fact that first he's a celebrity.
People are going to do that.
I don't know.
Tubaba has entered sugar daddy levels. He's 49 years old.
It's not sugar. He's not yet sugar. He's warming up to be a sugar daddy. He's not yet a sugar daddy. He's warming up to be a sugar daddy. He cannot even be a sugar daddy now because he doesn't have the aesthetics to be a sugar daddy.
Oh my God.
But he is warming up to be a sugar daddy. When you talk about these cheese, like you see on trend,
he's keeping fit now. He's keeping
whatever. He is not even any sugar daddy.
But really,
he doesn't know what he wants.
I don't know what is really happening. This set of ladies now that are going for this same man, you know about his past.
Yeah.
You even knew about Annie.
His present.
His present. And then, like, you were just patiently waiting for him to let go. Like, I'm pretty sure immediately he signed. Bam! And you took up from there. I don't know, but ladies, can we...
Sometimes, like...
Can we? I don't know. Don't you like it when you are being tagged with one man, like a man that doesn't have a past?
But the Bible said that
a man that doesn't have a past. Well, I'm just so surprised. I'm just so surprised.
Oh,
then
the Bible said
what's queen?
End time.
10 women will cling to a man. You know now our parents, like then we have like a man who marry like 12, 15.
That was polygamy.
My own is that I don't have a problem if you're married 12, 15. Let's just know that this is what we are entering. And let's just say I'm the last person to enter. I should be expecting that another one will enter.
You marry
now let's just
one.
chip in 1 or 2 things. There's something going on now. We don't really know it. Nedo Konko and Regina Daniels and Chika Ike, something like this.
A whole lot of
playing out.
Question marks
don't feel
everywhere.
that you've entered and he's all another one will come in as you entered and you were not the first to enter.
Your time will fade.
Let's just share the national cake together and
women are still
relax. I don't complain.
That's
exactly, don't complain. So if Annie knew that this guy was exactly like this and she... One, you can't blame love. Love can actually
make you
blind. But my love will stay rolling.
But can we look at this from this angle? Like, okay, we all know how starting a relationship from the age of 15. I mean, this guy was 9 years older than her, and she fell in love with him at the age of 15. She was young, and I'm wondering who was advising her then. Okay, I understand that, okay, it's teenage love, she really liked him, maybe they were friends at some point, and then she let this guy be her everything for God knows how many years. I mean, he was her first and only for so long. I mean, I'm not even surprised she stayed that long with him, because now she's like, maybe I'm sure she feels it's normal, because it's all she has ever known.
Do you even know what is coming to my mind now?
You understand?
Who knows if the fact that she's a drug addict now is because of what was playing in the marriage? You know, sometimes when your marriage is not going well, you just see that you begin to change. You do some things because you are not
looking for happiness.
You are looking for happiness. We never can tell. Maybe the pressure in the marriage led her to become a drug addict.
Allegedly.
It's just
like it's based on what people have been commenting, but we can't be sure.
But we never can tell. Now, if Tubaba is going from one lady to the other, from one lady to the other, who is giving Natasha? I wish somebody can tell her now that Tubaba can leave her in the next
she's aware, Jare. She's
2 weeks and go for another one.
That's the thing. So some people, and I don't know, some people just play like they don't really care. There's a way someone will ask you, like, do you even have conscience? Do you even have heart? I personally feel that if I don't like something to happen to me, I'm not sure I want to do it to another person. So like people say, if you don't want them to steal your own, don't steal another person's own. Likewise in marriage too, don't go outside if you don't want them to do it to you and all like that. But now it now looks like it's not how it is again, because for example, a girl may be saying she doesn't want to go outside to be with other people, and she ends up in a marriage that the husband is not even in the house at all. So you have to be asking yourself the question, like, who is at fault at this point in time? So we can't blame Annie. Maybe she was being faithful. We can't even blame. We don't even know who is right and who is wrong at this point in time. But the fact that Two-Face is actually moving on
so quickly.
And then the one that is even shocking me the most is the fact that the mom said her son is missing.
I'm not surprised, mommy. He's really missing.
Wherever you are, your mom is looking
for you.
Call your mother. Check up on your people. They really do want to see you. All right, beautiful people. This is all we can take on today's episode. We will see you on our next episode. Bye, guys.
Bye. On the news, Tinubu delivers Easter message, reassures commitment to peace and security. FCT Minister Wike admits he wanted Siminalayi Fubara's removal